Chapter 1. I claim your entry. In the land of Baiming, within the bustling city of Qingyun, today marks the day when the esteemed sect, Qingyun Valley, recruits new disciples. The once tranquil city is now abuzz with the fervor of young men and women. In a secluded alleyway, a youth, appearing to be around 20, sits leisurely on a chair, savoring a bowl of wontons, his eyes darting eagerly across the throng of passersby. His name is Li Shi, who traversed from Earth to this realm of cultivation a year ago and awakened a system that allows him to perceive and replicate the words associated with every individual. Li Shi lacks a spiritual root, and to awaken one, he must rely on fortune to discover terms from those who possess spiritual roots. With the grand recruitment event of Qingyun Valley underway, he is resolute that there must be some spiritual root terms to uncover amidst the multitude. Various terms flit before his eyes, yet none correspond to the coveted spiritual root he seeks. Merchant of dubious integrity, thick-skinned as a city wall, physically robust, frail and sickly. Each individual possesses but a single term, which implies that not every spiritual root necessarily correlates with a spiritual root term. This has resulted in Li Zai's year-long search within the cultivation world yielding no spiritual root terms. Perhaps it is due to his prior existence amidst mundane society that he has been unable to discern them. Having finished the last wonton in his bowl, Li Shi gathers his belongings, preparing to depart. At that moment, an elegant young man wielding a folding fan strides past him. Instinctively, Li Shi glances at the man's term and nearly gasps in excitement. Mixed spiritual root, the lowest grade of spiritual root aptitude in the cultivation realm. As long as he can cultivate, he may partake in Qingyun Valley's entrance trials. Once within the sect, the likelihood of encountering cultivation-related terms would undoubtedly increase significantly. Such an opportunity is not to be squandered. Do you wish to replicate this term? Yes. Mixed spiritual root term has been replicated. Li Shi hurriedly opens his system's term panel, and amidst the myriad of terms, a new entry indeed appears: the mixed spiritual root term. After a year of roaming the cultivation world, Li Shi has encountered numerous individuals and replicated a plethora of terms, from the erudite to the mundane, gathering an extensive collection of enhancements from the common folk. Finally, a spiritual root to register for the entrance trials. What a challenge it has been. With a wry smile, Li Shi strides toward the recruitment center of Qingyun Valley. At this moment, the recruitment site is teeming with hopefuls, various young men and women queuing to have their spiritual roots assessed by the cultivators. The probability of discovering a spiritual root is not particularly high. Typically, among 30 individuals, only one might possess such a root. With time slipping away, less than half an hour remains until the close of recruitment, yet only about 20 individuals are confirmed to possess spiritual roots. This year's applicants with spiritual roots are significantly fewer than in previous years. I wonder how many of them will pass the trials. A male cultivator in azure robe sighs helplessly. The quality of disciples entering Qingyun Valley has evidently declined in recent years, with geniuses becoming increasingly scarce. Yet, the elders of the sect show no inclination to lower the standards of the entrance trials. At this rate, it remains uncertain whether the new disciples entering the sect will even surpass 100. Beside him, a female cultivator, also clad in azure, shakes her head in resignation as yet another rootless individual is dismissed. Li Shi, standing at the back of the line, soon finds himself in front of the female cultivator. First-tier alchemist, capable of refining first-tier elixirs, requires fire spiritual root. Upon seeing the female cultivator's term, Li Zai's eyes light up. Indeed, he possesses a fire spiritual root. If he does not replicate this term, he would be remiss in his identity as a transmigrator. What is your name? Li Shi. Place your hand on the table. The female cultivator's voice pulls him from his excitement. He quickly places his hand on the table, and she gently lays her fingers on his wrist to assess his internal spiritual root. Seizing the moment, Li Zai's gaze locks onto another male cultivator nearby, who is also assessing the spiritual roots of applicants. Righteous aura. Possesses great virtue. Unafraid of evil. Reducing the probability of encountering inner demons by half, and enhancing damage dealt to malevolent forces by 30% while increasing resistance to such attacks by 30%. I shall take your term. Li Shi, transformed into a Kakashi of the cultivation world, swiftly replicates and saves the male cultivator's term. Although you have a mixed spiritual root, you do possess one, so you pass the assessment. Please return here with your token tomorrow morning. The female cultivator hands him a blue token, signifying his eligibility to participate in the entrance trials of Qingyun Valley. Gazing at the blue token in his hand, Li Shi struggles to contain his excitement. A year, an entire year, he can finally embark on the main storyline of his cultivation journey. Thank you, Senior. Li Shi quickly bows in gratitude to the female cultivator, who responds with a shy smile. This young man, strikingly handsome, inexplicably evokes a sense of warmth and familiarity in her heart, a feeling that grows with every glance, though she is not one to be swayed by mere appearances. Unbeknownst to her, this sensation arises from Li Shi possessing two terms specifically appealing to women. Friend of women. All women will feel a liking upon first sight. Dashing and gallant. Possessing handsome features, enhancing attraction to women fivefold. My name is Lu Muyu. I wish you success in the trials. May I borrow your auspicious words, Lu's senior sister. Li Shi smiles and shakes her hand before departing. Today is the final day of recruitment, and only a little over 200 applicants possess spiritual roots. Given the notorious peril of the Qingyun Valley trials, it would be remarkable if even 20 of them qualify. Thus, Li Shi must prepare thoroughly to face tomorrow's trials. According to the information he has gleaned, the Qingyun Valley has not altered the trial content for years. Traverse the Qing Mountain Forest within a month to reach Qingyun Valley at its end. The Qing Mountain Forest is not vast, yet it harbors many low-level beasts. While such creatures pose little threat to cultivators, they are exceedingly dangerous for mere mortals like them. With my current abilities, traversing the Qing Mountain Forest should pose no significant issue. Thankfully, I have replicated numerous terms over the years, otherwise, I would indeed be at a loss. Li Shi gazes at the densely packed terms on his system panel, feeling a sense of relief. Among these terms, some pertain to martial arts of the mundane, and he has even obtained the term of a seasoned hunter from an old hunter. Seasoned hunter, capable of keenly sensing nearby beasts, well-versed in all techniques and methods of hunting, and able to employ them with ease. Chapter 2. The Emergence of a Divine Term. The following morning, Li Shi arrives at the recruitment site of Qingyun Valley, which appears desolate compared to the bustling crowd of the previous day. Perhaps due to the early hour, only 5 or 6 individuals remain, including the 2 cultivators responsible for the recruitment the day before. Good morning, Lu's senior sister. Li Shi greets Lu Muyu with a smile and presents his token to her. Seeing the perpetually handsome Li Shi, Lu Muyu's lips curl into a subtle smile as she informs him about the trial's details. Each year, some individuals do perish in the entrance trials of Qingyun Valley, so Lu Muyu first advises that if he encounters danger, he should avoid it. Life is paramount, and one should not sacrifice their life for the sake of entering Qingyun Valley. Li Shi nods earnestly, understanding her concerns, and subsequently approaches the other participants to assess their terms. Currently, there are 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men is slightly overweight, while the other is tall and slender, resembling a monkey. After some conversation, Li Shi learns that the plump youth is named Tang Hu, and the lean one is Jiang Fei. They are good friends who came together to apply for Qingyun Valley, unexpectedly both qualifying for the trials due to possessing spiritual roots. Li Shi observes the classic pairing of the stout Tang Hu and the lanky Jiang Fei. Raising an eyebrow with determination, he vows that these 2 possess the most absurd terms he has encountered to date. Erroneous choice. Your choice is 80, an erroneous choice. Cursed physique. Probability of encountering misfortune increased 6-fold. Li Shi is left astounded by Tang Hu and Jiang Fei's terms. What kind of outrageous terms are these? Li Shi, my brother, the Qing Mountain Forest is fraught with danger. If the 3 of us band together, our chances of success will surely increase. What do you think? Jiang Fei extends his hand, a radiant smile illuminating his monkey-like face. Tang Hu nods vigorously in agreement, the flesh on his face quivering comically. With 1 erroneous choice and 1 cursed physique, Li Shi feels that mingling with them could lead to disaster. He gestures to refuse, but at that moment, Tang Hu suddenly produces a white stone from his pocket and discreetly places it in Li Zai's hand. This is a spirit stone, A generous gift. This is truly a windfall. Good brothers. No need for pleasantries. The trio shakes hands, and their alliance is officially formed. Not far off, another girl observes the three with a puzzled expression. Is the bond of male friendship truly this swift? They have barely been chatting for a short, while how have they already begun to call each other brothers? The girl notices Li Zai's gaze upon her, instinctively looking back. She is a slender girl wearing a mask, draped in a white cloak, with a plain white mask obscuring a significant portion of her face, revealing only a pair of captivating eyes. A term appeared above the girl's head. Upon encountering this term, Li Zai's pupils constricted, and she nearly knelt in astonishment. Reincarnation of the Divine Phoenix. The soul of the celestial phoenix from the immortal realm is reborn, harboring the power of the Divine Phoenix within. However, due to a curse inflicted upon its soul in a previous life, a mark was left, resulting in a birthmark on her face that is difficult to remove in her reincarnation as a human. A divine grade term. This is indeed a divine grade term. Sacrificing beauty for power. Li Shi deemed this transaction a remarkable bargain, ready to replicate it, only to be met with a system notification. This term can only be possessed by females whose gender does not match. Fuck squid. Li Shi cursed the system internally, lamenting that she had chanced upon a divine grade term, but was unable to copy it. This system was truly a malicious nuisance. Though she could not replicate the girl's divine grade term, this individual would undoubtedly grow into a formidable figure in the future. She simply could not afford to overlook such a valuable ally. Hello, my name is Li Shi. Li Shi extended her hand, her handsome visage adorned with a sunny smile. The girl, feeling somewhat shy, reached out to shake her hand and introduced herself. Hello, my name is Li Yunxin. It's a pleasure to meet you. The trials of Qingyun Valley are fraught with peril. Having an additional companion means an extra measure of strength. Would you care to join us in facing the trials together? Li Shi extended the invitation, and upon hearing this, Li Yunxin hesitated momentarily before recalling her aspirations for her journey, subsequently nodding in agreement. She was determined to join Qingyun Valley. Only then could she earn the respect of everyone. As time passed, more and more individuals gathered around, eventually totaling over 20, all boarding Lu Muyo's flying vessel to journey towards the outskirts of the Green Mountain Forest. In a corner of the flying vessel, for individuals congregated, engaging in casual conversation, Li Shi, while feigning interest, discreetly scanned the others for useful terms, intending to replicate any that proved beneficial. Among the most valuable terms identified were two. Sword Heart. Comprehension of the Sword Heart gained through early sword training. Innate Strength. Increases physical strength by 50%, while learning body refinement techniques and martial skills accelerates by 50%. The two young men possessing these terms appeared to originate from distinguished families, not of ordinary lineage. Qingyun Valley exercises stringent control over cultivation techniques. Unless one hails from a prominent sect, access to such methods is nearly impossible. It is said that years ago, the proliferation of rogue cultivators in Qingyun Valley caused significant disturbances, leading to the current strict regulation of cultivation practices. After an hour, the flying vessel descended before a wooden cabin at the outskirts of the Green Mountain Forest. The first sight that greeted them was a towering mountain. This was the Green Mountain. Beyond this mountain, 100 miles further lay the location of Qingyun Valley. The trials officially commence now. Those who reach the valley gate within a month will pass the trials. I shall await you at the entrance of Qingyun Valley, announced the cloaked male cultivator, ascending into the air and swiftly vanishing atop his flying sword. If any of you wish to abandon the trials, return to the wooden cabin to find me. I shall remain here for the duration of the month, Lu Muyao stated with a smile, and the group, upon hearing his words, wore expressions of solemnity. They then scattered like petals in the wind, each heading towards the direction of Qingyun Valley. In the afternoon, a fork in the path presented itself before the four companions. The dense forest was alive with the melodious chirping of birds, and Li Shi hesitated, unsure which path to take. Suddenly, he recalled Tang Hu's extraordinary term and turned to him, asking, Tang Fatty, which path do you think we should take? Huh? I get to choose? No, I can't do that. My choices have never been correct. Tang Hu quickly waved his hands in refusal, while Jiang Fei, beside him, wore a pained expression, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories. Li Go, you have no idea how outrageous Tang Fatty is. His choices have always been wrong. When I used to hang out with him, I suffered greatly. Since then, we've all been afraid, and I took it upon myself to make all the choices. Let's not be so harsh, Tang Fatty. I believe in you choose one of these two paths. Li Shi placed a reassuring hand on Tang He's shoulder, his eyes filled with trust.
Chapter 3. The true usage of Tang Pongzi. Upon hearing these words, Tang Hu's eyes welled with tears, his corpulent hands gripping Li Shi's tightly. How many years had it been? How long had it been since anyone had placed such trust in him? Left side. Good. We shall proceed to the right. Li Shi turned to walk down the right path, leaving Tang Hu momentarily frozen in shock. Where was the promised trust? For the next 3 days, whenever they encountered a fork in the road or faced other choices, Li Shi would solicit Tang Hu's opinion and then opt for the opposite answer. The journey unfolded without a hitch. They encountered not even a single beast, let alone any monstrous creatures. It became evident that this was the true utilization of Tang Hu. The night sky shimmered with a brilliance that was nothing short of breathtaking. The four gathered around the campfire to rest, taking turns to keep watch for an hour each, perfectly managing to endure the night. Li Shi reclined on the ground, using his pack as a pillow, while not far away, Zhang Fei, recently awakened for his shift, stifled yawns. The desolate wilderness was enveloped in silence, save for the crackling of the fire. I should be fine going to the restroom, Zhang Fei mused to himself, rising to scamper behind a nearby tree to relieve himself. After a brief moment, he shook himself off, feeling as light as a feather. As he was about to rejoin the fire, a shadow suddenly appeared behind him. Blood-red eyes gleamed like the scythe of death, instilling terror and despair. Zhang Fei turned to meet its gaze, his face turning pale as he let out a piercing scream. Ah! Li Shi and Li Yunxin were jolted awake, hastily rising to their feet, while Tang Pongzi merely rolled over, continuing his slumber. The humanoid shadow seized Zhang Fei by the collar, dragging him away with blinding speed. Leaving his cries echoing in the distance. Help me! The body of misfortune truly lives up to its name. Li Shi couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, then swiftly drew a flying dagger from his waist. The forest was shrouded in darkness, visibility poor, and the shadow moved with remarkable speed. Under normal circumstances, even with a bow, a regular person would struggle to hit such a target. Whoosh! The dagger flew forth, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Thud! Blood splattered as the dagger struck the right hand of the beast clutching Zhang Fei, causing it to loosen its grip, and Zhang Fei fell to the ground. Ouch, my behind! Zhang Fei winced in pain, while Li Shi, agile as a monkey, pursued the shadow relentlessly. Li Shi, don't chase. It's dangerous, Li Yunxin shouted, but Li Shi seemed deaf to her warning, pressing on until he vanished into the dense thicket ahead. Within the forest, a pitch-black, 2-meter-tall ape navigated through the trees, relentlessly pursued by Li Shi. This was the entry for the ape, the very reason Li Shi would not relent. The foundation stage demon core it possessed was of considerable worth. For someone like him, it represented an unexpected fortune. The ape appeared to have only recently awakened its intelligence and was not particularly formidable. Given his own strength, he was confident he could defeat it. Despite still being an ordinary human after copying so many entries, Li Shi's prowess was already akin to that of a peak chi refinement practitioner. Dealing with this ape would be well within his capabilities. Die! Li Shi once again drew a flying dagger from his waist, channeling all his strength into the throw. Thud! The dagger sliced through the ape's neck, blood gushing forth as the creature gradually lost its stamina, ultimately collapsing lifelessly to the ground after a frantic dash. The adage that great strength yields miraculous results only grew in significance. Li Shi approached the ape's lifeless body and began to dissect it. Before long, a golden demon core lay in his palm, the very foundation stage demon core mentioned in the entry. He envisioned selling it during the sex initiation trials to exchange for valuable items. Li Shi's smile radiated like a blooming chrysanthemum as he stood near a rushing river, intending to depart. However, at that moment, a spear suddenly shot forth from the water, aimed directly at his head. What the hell? No honor in combat. A sneak attack. Li Shi swiftly dodged, the spear whizzing past him and embedding itself in the ground, quivering. Simultaneously, a surge of water erupted as a burly man leapt from the river. Landing on the bank and retrieving the spear, I can't believe I stumbled upon such good fortune while fishing in the dead of night. I advise you to hand over the demon core now. Or you can blame me for taking your life. As the man approached the spear, he regarded Li Shi with disdain. Li Shi recognized him. He had copied the innate brute strength entry from this very individual. His name was Gao San, and as they had suspected, he was indeed not of humble origins. His parents served as stewards outside the Qingyun Valley. Although sect rules prohibited cultivation before joining, he had enjoyed medicinal baths since childhood, endowing him with a physique rivaling that of mid-Qi refinement practitioners. The young man before him appeared rather unassuming, leading Gao San to underestimate him as merely a mundane with some agility. Go on, scram, little chick. What do you mean? Get lost, you bastard. Li Shi extended his middle finger, his contempt unabashedly evident in his gaze. You seek death, Gao San roared, seizing the spear and bending his legs like a bow. Launching himself toward Li Shi. Within mere breaths, he closed the distance, moving faster than Bolt himself. 10-year veteran. With a decade of battlefield experience, he could handle most unforeseen circumstances. Li Shi crouched low, successfully evading the attack, while a flying dagger appeared in his hand. Seizing the opportunity, he plunged it into Gao San's throat. Seasoned assassin, trained from a young age to be an assassin, possessing decades of experience in the art of killing. Adept in various assassination techniques and treacherous poisons, master poisoner. Notorious in the mundane world, he had traversed the martial realm for 50 years, poisoning over 1,000 people, and was well versed in concocting every known toxin. Master Smith, a highly regarded smith in the mundane world, capable of forging all manner of weapons. As the dagger pierced the throat, potent poison seeped into Gao San's body. He barely had time to retaliate before his face turned a sickly green. Trembling hands transitioning from green to black, ultimately rolling his eyes back and collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Sigh, why must it come to this? Li Shi shrugged, as if to say he had no choice but to act. He crouched down to search Gao San for any belongings. Good heavens, what a pauper! A single spear is all this fellow possesses, and not even a storage ring. Chapter 4. Successfully joining the sect. Disappointed, Li Shi departed, leaving only Gao San's corpse lying desolately on the ground. Gao San and his parents had never taken the sect's initiation trials seriously, which explained why he had come armed with only a spear and no additional provisions. This was precisely why, despite not hailing from an ordinary family, he was so destitute. After some time, Li Shi returned to their temporary campsite. Upon seeing him return, Zhang Fei and Li Yunxin, who had been anxiously awaiting his return, breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Fei leapt forward, embracing Li Shi as he wept loudly. Brotherly, I owe you my life. From now on, you are my brother. If you tell me to go east, I will go east. If you tell me to go west, I will go west. All right, I know you are grateful, Li Shi said, somewhat disdainfully pushing Zhang Fei away. His attention then turned to the still sleeping Tang Hu, his mouth twitching in amusement as he clapped his hands in exclamation, Good heavens, this fellow sleeps like a rock. I am thoroughly impressed. After the night's unexpected events, the three lost interest in sleeping and began to chat. Zhang Fei, a chatterbox, sat by the fire, eagerly seeking conversation. Both Tang Pongzi and I have elders serving in the sect. If you ever encounter trouble within, seek us out. We will surely assist you. Zhang Fei was the first to share his background, and Li Shi, not wishing to conceal his own situation, replied, I come from the mundane world, wandering aimlessly without support. Recently, I discovered my spiritual root and thus decided to enlist in Qingyun Valley, hoping to join the sect and become a cultivator. After both shared their circumstances, their gaze turned toward Li Yunxin, who hesitated slightly before revealing, My father is a core formation practitioner. Though not within Qingyun Valley, I was born with a large birthmark on my face, which is rather peculiar. Everyone perceives it as an ill omen. Coupled with my low spiritual root, I have been looked down upon by everyone, including my father. Thus, I left home, hoping to join Qingyun Valley and prove myself through hard work. A birthmark? Could we see it? Zhang Fei was filled with curiosity, while Li Yunxin appeared somewhat hesitant. She gazed at her newfound friends, unsure whether to reveal the birthmark on her face, fearing that they might harbor feelings of aversion upon seeing it. Li Shi instantly understood her concerns upon observing her expression. Yunxin, you needn't worry. Our friendship with you is not predicated on appearances. If it were, I would have long since kicked that rotund fellow Tang out of my life. As she spoke, Li Shi playfully slapped Tang, who was snoring like a log on the backside, producing a resounding smack. Seeing this, Li Yunxin couldn't help but laugh, and in that moment, she made the resolute decision to remove her facial mask. Her face was a beautifully shaped oval, yet regrettably marred by a birthmark that nearly obscured half of it. The skin beneath her eyes was a horrific crimson, resembling burned scars that extended down to her neck, where several more scar-like marks were evident, creating a disconcerting sight. "Did I frighten you?" Li Yunxin asked, noticing both of them in a stupor, mistakenly believing her appearance had startled them, and she hastily donned her mask once more. To her astonishment, they both exclaimed in unison, "So handsome." "What?" Li Yunxin was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by their reaction. Zhang Fei's eyes were filled with shock and envy as he murmured, "What a unique mark. Unlike me, with my commonplace face that lacks any distinctiveness." Sigh. Indeed, Li Shi nodded in agreement with Zhang Fei's words. Li Yunxin smiled at their masked faces, tears glimmering in her eyes but quickly suppressed. She never expected to make friends who were not repulsed by her appearance. She felt incredibly fortunate, especially towards Li Shi, for whom her feelings were growing ever fonder. 20 days later, before the main gate of Qingyun Valley, a young man in azure robes smiled at the four who had just entered the sect. "Congratulations, you have officially become registered disciples of Qingyun Valley." Upon hearing this, the four simultaneously exhaled in relief. Finally having succeeded in entering the sect, to date, they had become the sixth group to pass the trials and achieve registered disciple status. According to sect regulations, registered disciples must break through to the foundation establishment stage to become outer disciples. And only upon entering the foundation establishment stage does one truly step into the realm of cultivation. The four followed the young cultivator to the outer sect's disciplinary hall, responsible for assigning residences and duties to registered disciples. The elder in charge was a white-haired man, a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, exuding an air of ethereal grace, elder's inheritance. While traveling, he obtained the legacy of a peak foundation establishment cultivator, which includes a storage ring, 30 spirit stones, 3 mid-grade spirit stones, a foundation establishment magical artifact, a foundation establishment cultivation method, and a foundation establishment spell book. Wow! Li Shi's eyes sparkled with astonishment. She had not anticipated such a significant windfall on her first day in the sect. It felt like a beginner's gift package. Having spent over a year in this world, she had thoroughly grasped the nature of the system. The magical artifacts, cultivation methods, and spells of the foundation establishment stage belonged to the elder at the time of his acquisition. Thus perfectly replicated. An exhilarating experience indeed. Li Shi stood behind the others, unnoticed as a storage ring quietly appeared on the ring finger of her right hand. A storage ring requires spiritual energy to open, and at present, she possessed none, so she would need to wait a while longer. The elder produced 4 blank tokens and first turned to the eager Tang Hu, asking, "What is your name? What is your elemental affinity? And what are your strengths?" "I am Tang Hu, with ordinary attributes of water, earth, and Wisdom. Y forte is eating," Tang Hu said, scratching his head in embarrassment, while the elder maintained an expression of indifference, as though he had seen it all before. "From now on, you will assist He Yong in the Spirit Beast Sanctuary. Here is your token, attire, and the Changchun Ju." Upon finishing, the elder tossed the engraved token, along with a set of azure robes and a jade slip, into Tang Hu's arms. "Thank you, elder." Tang Hu quickly bowed in gratitude and then stood behind the male cultivator, waiting for the others to complete their registration before departing to their respective workplaces. Next was Zhang Fei, who stood before the elder and, before he could speak, declared his information. "I am Zhang Fei, with ordinary attributes of fire, thunder, and wind. Why strength lies in conversation. You will serve as a laborer at the outer sect's martial arts arena, specializing in fire-based techniques." Next, Zhang Fei was swiftly assigned his role, and after expressing his thanks, he joined Tang Hu. The next to step forward was Li Yunxin. She, too, quickly relayed her information. "I am Li Yunxin, with a single fire attribute, but due to excessive impurities, I can only be considered an ordinary root. Why strength lies in talisman drawing, and I can currently draw low-level talismans that do not require spiritual energy." "Oh, drawing talismans as a mortal is quite an accomplishment. You will serve in the outer sect's talisman hall as an assistant, with a fire attribute technique, the fire refining technique." The elder regarded Li Yunxin with mild surprise before handing her the items. Li Yunxin expressed her gratitude and stepped back, leaving Li Shi to present himself before the elder. Li Shi stood calmly, reciting the information he had meticulously prepared. I am Li Shi, with a mixed elemental affinity of wood, water, fire, and thunder. My skills encompass alchemy, forging, healing, cooking, animal husbandry, and commerce. Stop. I see you are skilled at boasting. Off you go to sweep the streets of the market, the elder replied, visibly irritated. He had encountered braggarts before, but never one so audacious as Li Shi. I am not boasting. If you doubt me, feel free to test my knowledge, Li Shi responded confidently. He had no choice but to be bold, as his abilities did not permit modesty. The elder, amused, chuckled softly and then proceeded to question Li Shi about the steps involved in alchemy. What followed was a fluid exchange, with Li Shi detailing numerous intricacies, culminating in the recitation of over a dozen common medicinal formulas. Oh my goodness! The elder was taken aback, quickly moving on to inquire about forging knowledge. Though Li Shi had never copied entries pertaining to cultivator blacksmiths, he had extracted knowledge from mundane blacksmiths and artisans. He launched into a detailed discourse that left the elder dumbfounded. Next came the topic of medicine, where Li Shi exhibited no hesitation, even detailing his comprehensive knowledge of herbal cultivation. The elder stared, mouth agape, as Li Shi effortlessly recited the properties and growing conditions of over 100 herbs. What kind of prodigy is this? Is this the level of knowledge expected at his age? The elder thought to himself. You are quite the treasure, just the candidate I have been searching for to fill a long-standing vacancy. With a peculiar smile, the elder handed Li Shi the token, sect robes, and the Changchun Ju, a wood-based cultivation method, saying, Mu Mingyi's herb garden has been in need of an assistant. I had previously sought many disciples, but they were all expelled within a day. I had thought it impossible to find someone with extensive knowledge in both herb cultivation and alchemy. I never expected to meet you. Xiao Zhao? Please escort them to their respective locations. The elder waved his hand, signaling the outer sect male cultivator to lead the four away. The cultivator promptly bowed and then guided them away from the disciplinary hall. 3 had already been taken to their designated places, leaving only Li Shi standing before the so-called herb garden. Senior brother, is my workplace very remote? Li Shi inquired, observing the increasingly desolate surroundings. In response. Zhao Yi nodded gently, explaining, Uncle Mu Mingyi is the outer sect's foremost alchemist, having reached the false Dan stage. If it weren't for his obsession with alchemy, he would have already broken through. His herb garden lies between the inner and outer sects. And he has a peculiar temperament, so be cautious and avoid provoking him. Zhao Yi cautioned Li Shi repeatedly, indicating that this Mu Mingyi was quite the irritable old man. The path between the outer and inner sects was obstructed by dense bamboo groves. And Mu Mingyi's herb garden was nestled within. Under Zhao Yi's guidance, Li Shi traversed the bamboo forest and arrived at the entrance of a valley sealed by a formation barrier. Uncle Mu, the disciplinary hall has found a suitable disciple for you. The resounding voice reverberated, causing a tingling sensation in Li Shi's ears. Shortly thereafter, a gap appeared in the barrier at the entrance of the valley before him. And a gaunt middle-aged man, seemingly around 50 with graying hair, emerged into Li Shi's view. This individual was a practitioner at the False Dan realm, the foremost alchemist of the outer sect of Qingyun Valley. Mu Mingyi. Upon catching sight of him, Li Shi immediately activated his system's ability to examine the man's attributes. 3 RD tier alchemist, capable of successfully refining all medicinal pills below and including the Dan realm, possessing an abundance of alchemical knowledge and experience, requires a fire spirit root, and cultivation level must reach the Dan realm or the False Dan realm. Though the attributes were commendable, they couldn't be replicated, which left Li Shi feeling quite distressed, a mere mortal without spiritual energy, a newly initiated servant disciple. Was old Wang playing a prank on me? Mu Mingyi furrowed his brow in irritation, clearly skeptical that a young mortal like Li Shi could meet his stringent requirements. Hearing this, Zhao Yi found himself at a loss for words, as Li Shi indeed appeared youthful, and he feared his assertion would not be believed. However, before he could formulate an explanation, Li Shi spoke first. The Rejuvenation Pill, a top-tier first-grade elixir, can heal injuries of low-tier practitioners. The primary ingredient required for its refinement is 9-yang grass, followed in order by ginseng, lingzhi, and golden snake flower. Li Shi recounted the entire process of refining the Rejuvenation Pill in meticulous detail, including numerous subtleties and common pitfalls that could easily be overlooked. Mu Mingyi nodded repeatedly, his eyes brimming with approval. Describe the growing environment and effects of the Yinming flower. The Yinming flower thrives in. Li Shi articulated flawlessly, whether addressing questions about alchemical processes or medicinal materials. Although his knowledge was merely that of a first-tier alchemist, the fact that a mere mortal could possess such extensive insight, and seemingly the ability to refine elixirs, transformed Mu Mingyi's initial irritation into unbridled elation. A mortal of such age who comprehends so much knowledge is truly a prodigy in alchemy. I have stumbled upon a treasure this time. Your name is Li Shi, indeed. From this day forth, you shall reside here with me. Given your talent and abilities, the treatment and resources afforded to a registered disciple seem rather inadequate. Thus, you shall assist me. And in return, you will receive 10 spirit stones each month, along with 5 qi cultivation pills. Typically, a registered disciple would receive only 2 spirit stones and 1 qi cultivation pill monthly, thus illustrating the exceptional treatment Li Shi was to receive. Chapter 6. Oh, I truly can do this from an ordinary individual to an alchemical assistant. Li Shi's fortunes had taken a turn for the better. He surveyed the resplendent green robes adorning him, secretly reveling in the transformation. How fitting! It was undoubtedly a significant improvement from his previous attire. For any other commoner, this would represent a clear leap in social status. Although Li Shi appeared to navigate this transition effortlessly, only he understood the magnitude of the challenges he faced. With no identity and lacking a spirit root, what could one expect in a fantastical world? He was less than an ant, an ogest. Upon his arrival in this world, he realized the gravity of the situation. The sky had fallen. A mere insect, in a realm teeming with capable beings and extraordinary talents. What could he possibly achieve? He was worth less than air. It was not just him. Even someone with a modicum of spirit root talent would find it exceedingly difficult to navigate this world dominated by numerous sections. Thankfully, the system manifested at a critical juncture, granting him abilities akin to replication and attribute copying. Otherwise, Li Shi would have surely leapt off a cliff in despair. In such a world, with such a background, it was better to wait for a second chance in a better life. The good news was that he was no longer an ordinary person. He had acquired certain abilities. The bad news was that despite the arrival of the system, he remained an insignificant being. This replication ability offered no genuine enhancement to his strength, yet it preserved a glimmer of hope for becoming powerful. Ultimately, there was still a prospect of advancement. It was precisely for this reason that he could utilize the replication ability to acquire knowledge that would elevate his self-worth. Moreover, the system endowed him with a formidable passive talent, absolute memory, granting him the power of photographic recall. This was also why Li Shi had yet to leap off a cliff. Who wouldn't want to take a gamble on whether they were indeed favored by destiny? Li Shi, while you possess considerable knowledge of alchemy, theory without practice is ultimately meaningless. Knowing a great deal does not equate to the ability to execute, Mu Mingyi remarked, stroking his beard with a serene demeanor. Today, I shall refine a batch of first-grade healing ointment for the outer sect. You must observe closely to ensure you can assist effectively in the future. With a gentle motion of his hand, he skillfully manipulated the surrounding energies, causing the herbs on the ground to levitate gracefully into the air, enveloped in a fragrant aura of alchemical essence. This was the power of the Dan realm. Li Shi focused intently. Despite being over 50, Mu Mingyi's hands were delicate and long, exhibiting no signs of age. As smooth as an infant's, Mu Mingyi was right about one thing. Knowledge did not guarantee skill. Refining elixirs required precise techniques. Over the course of an hour, Mu Mingyi's hands constantly shifted, channeling the surrounding spiritual energy. The herbs, as if enchanted, were placed into the cauldron one by one, as his hand descended. The cauldron opened, releasing the enticing aroma of the elixirs into the bamboo grove. 10 elixirs were flawlessly produced, neatly arranged in vials. Mu Mingyi glanced over at Li Shi, his demeanor calm. Did you learn anything? Instinctively, Li Shi nodded. I have already mastered it. Such was the advantage of attribute replication. Although he had never refined elixirs before, through his absolute memory, he had completely absorbed Mu Mingyi's techniques, directly integrating them into his body and forming muscle memory. What? Mu Mingyi's expression darkened. Although he was somewhat of a gifted alchemist, his temperament still required refinement. He was overly arrogant. You think you can master it after just one viewing? Do you consider yourself a transcendent alchemical genius? Realizing his earlier boast might be overly audacious, Li Shi quickly adjusted his demeanor. Actually, I still have much to learn and observe. That sounds more reasonable. There are several more batches to refine. Pay close attention and learn diligently. Do not be impatient. Mu Mingyi averted his gaze, resuming his work. After another 2 hours, Mu Mingyi successfully refined 2 batches of elixirs, though a hint of fatigue appeared on his face. For a third-tier alchemist, first-grade elixirs were trivial. However, the energy expended in large-scale refining was considerable. He wiped the sweat from his brow and looked towards Li Shi in the corner. Li Shi, having observed 3 times, you should now understand the order in which the herbs are placed into the cauldron. It is time for you to prepare the ingredients while I control the temperature. Upon hearing this, Li Shi touched his nose. Having patiently observed 3 times, I believe I am now capable of refining without seeming overly prodigious. Right? While it is wise to keep a low profile, I must also reveal my worth to navigate this world effectively. Seizing this opportunity, he stepped forward steadily, slightly cupping his hands, and spoke earnestly, Elder Mu. Refining a first-grade elixir is a trivial matter. I can handle it. Having observed your extraordinary techniques, I have grasped the essentials. Rest assured, you can leave it to me. Well, that flattery was quite commendable. However, Mu Mingyi soon sensed something amiss. A flicker of anger and surprise crossing his calm demeanor. What? You claim you can do it after merely a few observations? Li Shi replied earnestly. Indeed. Li Shi, do you realize that alchemy is no trifling matter? While these herbs are not particularly valuable, even a single batch is sufficient to cover the annual expenses of several ordinary families. Do not be overconfident, Li Shi's voice rang out with undeniable conviction. If you trust me, I will take responsibility for any losses incurred. I will compensate for my time as your assistant, regardless of how long it takes. Mu Mingyi's heart raced at the seriousness of Li Shi's demeanor. Could this young man truly possess such skill? Very well, I shall allow you to try, but proceed with caution and refine 1 herb at a time. Your abilities are not yet sufficient for bulk refining. Having received Mu Mingyi's assurance, Li Shi rubbed his hands together in excitement and stepped forward briskly to gather the necessary herbs. There's no need for such formality. I will handle it all. Elder Mu, you can rest easy. With that, he did not wait for a response, channeling his meager fire with elemental spirit energy into the cauldron. His abilities activated. To apply knowledge effectively and swiftly achieve mastery, one must undergo rigorous practice. Just as one carelessly discards refuse, the herbs were tossed into the cauldron in a haphazard order. The movements were far from graceful, lacking the finesse exhibited by the esteemed Mu Mingyi previously. However, the art of alchemy demands precision and technique. All else is secondary. In an instant, under the searing flames, the offerings that had taken Li Shi several years to accumulate were reduced to ashes. The entries Li Shi had replicated now served their intended purpose. You observed the other party, who had already commenced their work without waiting for you to finish speaking, and Mu Mingyi hesitated, wanting to say something but refraining. Well then, if you ruin my materials and fail to produce anything, you shall have cause to weep. Soon, Mu Mingyi's gaze grew increasingly peculiar. Li Shi's alchemical methods mirrored his own. Devoid of any clumsiness, as if he had practiced for an extended period and achieved true mastery. Mu Mingyi's eyes widened in disbelief. In a way, my friend, you truly possess talent. Could it be that he is indeed a genius? Chapter 7. The True Genius. The alchemical process lasted a full 2 hours before Li Shi gradually ceased channeling his spiritual energy. His complexion paled, and he felt utterly drained, lamenting the inefficacy of the qi refinement stage. Realizing he must hasten his progress to the foundation establishment stage. Fortunately, I am at the 9th layer of qi refinement. Otherwise, I would surely shatter. Without the system intervening, Li Shi would have plummeted off a cliff. As exhausting all his spiritual energy merely to concoct a low-grade pill was absurd. In the blink of an eye, Mu Mingyi had appeared before Li Shi. He eagerly opened the cauldron, and the fragrant aroma of the pills instantly captivated his senses. What? 10 perfect quality healing pills. How is this possible? Upon closer inspection of the quantity, Mu Mingyi was utterly dumbfounded. It is typical for a novice alchemist to fail a dozen times when attempting to refine a first-tier pill. In this world, alchemy is undoubtedly a highly challenging profession, requiring skill, precise timing in material preparation, and temperature control. Any misstep could lead to the complete ruin of the ingredients. Yet this lad, on his very first attempt at the more complex task of bulk refining. Achieved results on par with his own expertise. A genius, indeed a true genius, Mu Mingyi murmured, his face alight with unrestrained enthusiasm. The next moment, he abruptly turned, his gaze towards Li Shi, now solemn. Li Shi, listen well, from this moment forth, I shall take you as my disciple, granting you the privileges of an outer sect disciple. Do you accept? Any hint of hesitation would be a sign of Li Shi's disrespect for life. He immediately knelt and clasped his hands in respect. I willingly accept, Master. What a world this is! In a realm governed by the survival of the fittest, lacking a solid backing makes one perilously vulnerable. The other party was an outer sect elder and a third-tier alchemist. Such status commands considerable respect in many places. At this juncture, aligning oneself with him was undoubtedly the wisest choice. You accepted that rather quickly. Rise, my disciple. No need for excessive formalities between us. By the way, you are my third disciple, and currently the only one in this bamboo grove. I shall nurture you diligently, and your future development will depend on your own fortune. Mu Mingyi smiled contentedly. 3 disciples? Li Shi blinked in surprise, but noticed a hint of indescribable emotion concealed within Mu Mingyi's eyes, prompting him not to inquire further. Since he was already here, he might as well make the most of it. From assistant to disciple in just 2 hours. Talent, indeed, for in this world, lacking talent renders one inferior even to a dog. And so it was that on this day, Li Shi transitioned from an ordinary ant-like cultivator to a disciple of a prominent elder. Of course, for Li Shi, this was merely the beginning. He spent his time wandering about, seeking spiritual roots to enhance his power. Detected mid-grade water spiritual root. Would you like to replicate and replace the current spiritual root? Replication successful. Detected low-grade wood spiritual root. Would you like to replicate and replace the current spiritual root? Replication successful. He busied himself with learning foundational alchemical knowledge and the methods of Mu Mingyi. The latter, akin to a sage, would conclude his explanations and recline in a chair, closing his eyes to rest. Leaving Li Shi to explore freely. In Mu Mingyi's words, he could experiment with the herbs as he pleased. Successful refinements would yield rewards, while failures would simply be accounted for. This left Li Shi speechless for several days. What sort of master is this? In terms of imparting knowledge, Li Shi believed Mu Mingyi was entirely forthcoming, truly teaching him many valuable lessons, making him a mentor worthy of respect. Yet, he was rather stingy when it came to material matters. Standing before the alchemical furnace, gazing at the ingredients for second-tier pills, Li Shi furrowed his brow. After days of study, he grasped the necessary steps and techniques. Although he had never witnessed Mu Mingyi refining second-tier pills, Li Shi was not without reason. The methods for first and second-tier pills were not vastly different, merely varying in timing for ingredient incorporation. Another crucial factor was foundation establishment. Without it, he could not refine second-tier pills. Only by successfully crafting second-tier pills could he be recognized as a second-tier alchemist, which was of utmost importance to him. What he currently lacked was identity. As a second-tier alchemist, he would command respect among outer sect disciples. Reminder: entering Foundation establishment will grant you a gift package reward. Disciple, what are you pondering? Are you considering refining second-tier pills? Mu Mingyi appeared behind Li Shi like a specter, startling him. Master, could you refrain from scaring me? Li Shi managed a wry smile, nodding in resignation. Of course, I wish to. Only by refining second-tier pills can I become a second-tier alchemist, and that would reflect well on you, would it not? Mu Mingyi regarded him with disdain. When did you become so ambitious? To be frank, you barely qualify as a first-tier alchemist at this moment. The art of alchemy is vast and profound. There remains much for you to learn. Mu Mingyi believed this fellow to be a genius, but surely even geniuses have their limits. I have traversed this world for half a century and am still only a third-tier alchemist myself. You wish to refine second-tier pills after only a few days? Dream on. As long as I can achieve Foundation establishment, I shall manage. Li Shi spoke with determination. Mu Mingyi remained unmoved, adopting an aloof demeanor. Oh, then you should hurry and establish your foundation. If you aren't diligent in your cultivation, who can you blame? You currently possess ample offerings. Who knows if you might be sneaking off to meet some junior sister while I'm away? Li Shi stared at him in disbelief. Is this old man even human? How could he utter such words, master? Are you serious? What of it? Aren't my offerings in your possession? They are indeed. Then hand them over. Otherwise, I might as well buy spirit stones to cultivate. Li Shi nearly lost his composure. Logically speaking, having been able to refine a first-tier healing pill, Li Shi should have sufficient resources to reach Foundation establishment. His offerings were adequate. If he were merely an alchemical assistant, he could retrieve his offerings from the outer sect's offering hall, but as Mu Mingyi's disciple, they were now under his master's control. Which ordinary disciple would expect their master to withhold their offerings? Is this something a person would do? Yet Mu Mingyi shamelessly claimed it was for Li Shi's own good, to save for his future. Fearing he would squander it in youthful folly or squander it on clandestine rendezvous with some junior sister. What was most absurd was that this old man insisted that some of the knowledge he imparted on alchemy was beyond the standard curriculum and thus required a fee. Indeed, it was that ludicrous. Consequently, the current predicament was that Li Shi lacked offerings to purchase cultivation resources, hindering his progress. All right, enough of the jokes. Mu Mingyi chuckled awkwardly before continuing. At this stage, it is impossible for you to refine second-tier pills. My dear disciple, it would be best to assist me diligently. Rest assured that I shall treat you well in the future. Let us keep those offerings for now. Yes, indeed, they are saved as a dowry. I worry you might struggle to find a wife in the future. Li Shi's expression remained calm. Master, how about a wager? What? Mu Mingyi inquired, perplexed. Allow me to reach Foundation establishment, and I will surely be able to refine second-tier pills. Becoming your most proud disciple, Mu Mingyi pondered for a moment before responding indifferently. It is not that I do not wish for you to achieve Foundation establishment. As my disciple, I will certainly not treat you poorly. However, the reasons I cannot disclose to you at present are my own. But if you aspire to establish your foundation and refine second-tier pills, so be it. Your ambition is commendable. I shall grant your wish. Chapter 8. Advancing to Foundation Establishment. The storehouse. Mu Mingyi spoke heavily. Evenly, she was not permitted entry on ordinary days. Gazing at the myriad of herbs, including a significant quantity of high-tier materials and pills, Li Shi couldn't help but smile wryly. Why is this place called the storehouse? It is certainly not the outer sect's storehouse. This is Mu Mingyi's private treasure trove. The sheer quantity of these pills reveals that this old man had been embezzling quite a bit. Master, have your two senior brothers, whom I have yet to meet, departed from you? Li Shi suddenly inquired. Mu Mingyi paused. Well, one could say that Li Shi chuckled bitterly. I now understand the reason. Before he could finish his thoughts, a sudden wall slam echoed against his head. What are you thinking? Mu Mingyi, with a sense of melancholy, spoke. As your master, I am merely a laborer here. Though you think this is why it's called the outer sect? One must indulge in greed. My disciple. As for your two senior brothers, let us not dwell on them. You needn't attempt to extract information. With that, Mu Mingyi casually waved his hand, and a delicate, crimson bottle appeared in his grasp. Li Shi's gaze sharpened. Indeed, it was a second-grade foundational pill. Moreover, judging by its quality, it was absolutely perfect. Take this and use it to establish your foundation, he instructed. As Mu Mingyi surveyed the lavish storeroom, a twinge of pain flickered across his expression. My stock has diminished. Li Shi rolled her eyes in exasperation, realizing her master was indeed a miser. Without hesitation, she seized the opportunity. Having practiced qi for an extended period, she had reached a bottleneck. Only by breaking through to the foundational stage could she truly become a cultivator capable of harnessing the surrounding spiritual energy. As the medicinal power coursed through her, Li Shi began to absorb it fervently. Without much difficulty, a glimmer of clarity flashed in her eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the foundational stage in this harsh, boundless world. A grand gift package has been issued. Please accept it. Joy surged within Li Shi. She could distinctly feel her power had escalated to an unfathomable level. She could now sense and even manipulate the surrounding spiritual energy. Finally, you show some conscience, she thought. Quickly, open my grand gift package. Ding! Congratulations. All attributes enhanced by 1%. Copying root strength enhanced by 10%. Upon reading the contents of the gift package, Li Shi was left dumbfounded. Wait, my friend, is this really a grand gift package? Is this what the system calls a grand gift package? Does it truly live up to its name? An overall enhancement of 1% means I can copy others' abilities. But only slightly stronger than theirs. Negligible, really. The root enhancement is considerable, elevating it to a new tier. And any copied root can increase its strength by 10%. But what use is that? What good is it? I want formidable techniques, unparalleled weapons, and to be invincible. This is merely a gift package. There is no need to fuss over its title. Should the host wish, next time it can be renamed the Super Honorary Noble Grand Gift Package. The system replied. Nearby, Mu Mingi cast a casual glance at the successfully promoted Li Shi, intending to divert his gaze. It was merely a bottleneck, and with the perfect foundational pill, everything was bound to proceed smoothly. Yet in the next moment, his attention sharply focused, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. This lad's root seems to have improved slightly. Generally, one's root represented their innate talent throughout their life. To enhance it required either inheritance or fortuitous encounters. Self-improvement was virtually impossible. He seems to have good fortune. After pondering, Mu Mingi could not discern anything particularly unique about Li Shi's constitution. He muttered to himself and steadied his thoughts as Li Shi approached the cauldron once more. Meticulously arranging the medicinal materials, refining a foundational pill. You have chosen the most challenging one, with the rarest ingredients, Mu Mingi remarked, a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. Ah, good disciple, if you fail this time. Prepare to serve your master for a lifetime. She could only grimace in resignation. Now aware that her master was truly eccentric, initially, he exuded an air of superiority, but now, his facade was crumbling. Ignite the furnace, she declared, focusing her attention. Following the same process, she sequentially added the materials to the cauldron, infusing it with spiritual power. A swirl of red and green energy materialized in her palm, exponentially stronger than before. This lad couldn't possibly succeed in refining it, could he? If he does, he will be more than just a genius. Observing Li Shi's unwavering confidence, Mu Mingi began to take her seriously. Generally, those who had just entered the foundational stage needed time to adapt and stabilize their inner strength. Yet Li Shi gave him the distinct impression that she had been hovering at this stage for quite some time. Her mastery of spiritual energy completely unrefined. Only Li Shi understood that this was all thanks to the copied attributes, which inherently possessed extraordinary adaptability. As time passed, a sheen of perspiration appeared on Li Shi's brow. The challenge of refining a second-grade foundational pill was still considerable for her. This can't be possible. This lad's talent is mediocre. How could he accomplish this? At that moment, Mu Mingi's expression turned to one of utter astonishment, his previous disdain evaporating. Though it wasn't over yet, he could tell from Li Shi's adept techniques that she would certainly succeed. Indeed, I have truly found a commendable disciple. Her talent is remarkable. Suddenly, a complex emotion flickered in Mu Mingi's eyes. Unfortunately, my time is limited. Otherwise, with such a disciple under my guidance, she would undoubtedly become a renowned alchemist in the future, he sighed, shaking his head. Create the pill. A fervent shout erupted from Li Shi as she poured in even more potent spiritual energy. The energy within the cauldron began to whirl rapidly, and upon reaching a critical point, it collapsed inward like a black hole, forming a small pill. Success. A second-grade foundational pill. Li Shi beamed with delight. Not bad, not bad, Mu Mingi nodded, though non-committally. Just then, a calm voice echoed from outside the bamboo grove. Junior brother, long time no see. An elderly man clad in simple attire accompanied a beautiful woman in blue. Entering the courtyard, the elder appeared to be of similar age to Mu Mingi, suggesting they were contemporaries. The sight of the woman caused Li Shi's heart to race. Her exquisite blue garments accentuated her figure, and her delicate, fair face made her resemble a celestial being. It was no wonder Li Shi felt excited. In her previous life, she had been merely a wage slave, and upon crossing over, she found herself in the body of someone even less fortunate. Having never encountered such beauty, I must admit, I am truly starved. Mu Mingi turned, offering a faint smile. Long time no see, senior brother. What appeared to be a simple greeting took a turn when the next words from the elder left Li Shi momentarily stunned. A conflicted look crossed the elder's eyes. It seems your time is limited. Chapter 9. Those who speak know. Within, Mu Mingi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor bereft of the previous ease he shared with Li Shi, replaced instead by a profound melancholy. Life is but a play. We are merely players. Such is my fate. The two remained silent for an extended period. Is this your newly accepted disciple? From afar, Gu Yuan had already noticed Li Shi refining a second-grade pill. So young, yet so skilled. She possesses some talent, He mused. Yu Mingi smiled and beckoned Li Shi over. Come, meet your master uncle. Should you encounter any insurmountable troubles in the future, you may seek his assistance. Greetings, master uncle. Li Shi's gaze was fixed upon Gu Yuan, her heart racing with fervor. Seventh layer of the nascent soul. Possesses a supreme fire root, extraordinary talent. Would you like to copy this attribute? Of course. Hurry. With the arrival of such a gift, Li Shi found herself looking upon her master uncle with newfound appreciation. The supreme fire root attribute has been copied. In that instant, Li Shi felt a significant surge in her internal capabilities. What a delightful sensation! Suddenly, she turned in astonishment towards the breathtaking woman beside Gu Yuan. Ninth layer of the foundation stage. Possesses the Ice Emperor bloodline, supreme water root. When the bloodline is activated, the quality of the root will be enhanced. Li Shi gasped in disbelief. Over the years of wandering the world, she had acquired considerable knowledge. The Ice Emperor bloodline was a rarity, said to originate from the northern region snowstorm sect. Yet, such opportunities were unpredictable. Tio refined a second-grade pill at such a young age. Her talent is exceptional, Gu Yuan chuckled. Since you address me as master uncle, naturally, a meeting gift must be given. With a wave of his hand, a storage bag appeared. In your future travels, this storage bag will prove invaluable. Within are some spiritual stones and techniques. Take it to cultivate diligently. Li Shi gazed at the storage bag and its contents. Tears of gratitude nearly filled her eyes. This is what a senior should do. I am deeply moved, master uncle, unlike certain individuals who withhold offerings from juniors. Standing nearby, Mu Mingi caught the subtle jab in Li Shi's words and felt his displeasure rise. Disciple, who are you referring to? Li Shi stood her ground. Those who speak know within. Witnessing the exchange, Gu Yuan chuckled and nodded. Why, junior brother has not taken on disciples in a long while. His peculiar temperament is one reason. And the other is that at least he is still willing to accept students, which shows he still harbors hope. This must be my senior sister? Li Shi inquired. I have met my senior sister. Despite the playful banter, etiquette was essential. The young woman cast a fleeting glance at Li Shi, her voice cold and devoid of emotion, yet still offering a response. I am Ru Shuicheng, at your age. Having just established your foundation, your talent is sorely lacking. You are ill-suited for cultivation. She naturally did not witness Li Shi's process of refining a second-grade elixir. Otherwise, she would not have uttered such words now. Li Shi was momentarily taken aback, then smiled faintly, saying, Is that so? In truth, being good-looking might also mean being merely a decorative vase. Wouldn't you agree, senior sister? Respect is relative. Since you do not comprehend respect, I shall naturally not hold back. As soon as the words left his mouth, the atmosphere at the scene turned slightly cold. The two elders exchanged knowing glances, resembling spectators eager to watch a spectacle. Showing no inclination to mediate it was typical of the younger generation. After all, Yu Shuicheng's expression changed dramatically in an instant. Her voice laced with a hint of murderous intent. It seems I must teach you what respect truly means. Senior sister, and how to respect women. Gu Yuan felt a twinge of schadenfreude. Junior brother, be aware that Xiao Shui is at the 9th level of foundation establishment. Your disciple is in for a rough time. He needs a good beating. This lad has been rather arrogant lately. Who knows when he might defecate on my head. Teaching him a lesson about the hierarchy of strength would be quite fitting. Mu Mingi chuckled to himself, fully aware that one was just beginning their foundation while the other was at the 9th level. It was evident who would emerge victorious today. He was determined to tear this insolent mouth apart. In the blink of an eye, a blue shadow darted before Li Shi, and the opponent appeared right in front of him. The surge of spiritual energy erupted in their hand, and with a powerful strike, they slammed down before Li Shi. Bang! A deep sound resonated as Li Shi was immediately sent flying back several dozen meters. Hiss! Is this the power of the 9th level of foundation establishment? The disparity in strength is indeed substantial. Observing his arms, which throbbed with pain, Li Shi grimaced. Fortunately, he had copied enough entries, and his physical constitution was robust enough. Otherwise, he would have lost his combat ability by now. Clearly, he could not gain any advantage in terms of strength. With that realization, a peculiar expression crossed Li Shi's face, and in the next moment, he launched a bold counterattack. What is this lad scheming with such an expression? Tell your precious disciple to be cautious. Mu Mingi was momentarily stunned, realizing that despite knowing his opponent was stronger, Li Shi dared to take the initiative. In his impression, Li Shi was not a reckless fool. On the contrary, he had a plethora of cunning ideas, brimming with mischief. In the face of absolute strength. Wait, what is this lad doing? Gu Yuan, who had previously appeared calm, now widened his eyes. He could only watch as Li Shi closed the distance. Junior brother, do you really dare to approach me with such strength? You are exceedingly arrogant. Li Shi grinned. Is that so? Behold my dragon claw. What? You scoundrel! Li Shi's attack was aimed directly at her chest. Initially, he had seemed somewhat agreeable, but now it was revealed he was of such character. A shameless rogue. Yu Xueqing's face darkened considerably as she swiftly channeled her internal spiritual power, delivering a fierce palm strike. Get away from me! With such formidable force, under normal circumstances, Li Shi would indeed be unable to withstand it. But let us not forget, he possessed two entries, seasoned assassin and innate brute strength. The former allowed him to close the distance optimally, preventing Yu Xueqing from exerting her full power, while the latter significantly enhanced his ability to absorb blows. Most importantly, Li Shi's exceptional fire spiritual root bolstered his strength considerably. Otherwise, with his previous mixed spiritual root, the outcome would have been uncertain. As the palm struck out, Li Shi did not fly away as anticipated. Watching as the opponent's hand drew ever closer, Yu Xueqing was utterly flustered. Her face paling in terror. Although her cultivation was formidable, she had not experienced many life-and-death battles, and in terms of experience, she was vastly inferior to a seasoned veteran like Li Shi. Rogue! Help! A scream echoed through the bamboo forest. Naturally, Li Shi did not succeed, for Gu Yuan intervened. Hey, you rascal! Gu Yuan smiled wryly, unsure of how to comment. It seemed he had won. The decorative vase of a senior sister. Li Shi grinned broadly, flashing a set of gleaming white teeth. A reflection of his triumphant delight. You're cheating. If it weren't for your shameless tactics, I would never have lost. No, we must do this again. Yu Xueqing was incensed. Losing to such a shameless individual was more unbearable than swallowing a fly. Decorative vase senior sister, Li Shi teased. If it were truly a life-and-death battle, the enemy's shamelessness would far exceed my own. Very well. I must find my friends now. Master, uncle, farewell. With a slight bow, Li Shi turned to leave. This lad may lack talent, but his spirit is truly rare, and he is also a second-tier alchemist. The future holds promise, Gu Yuan commented with a smile. What? He is a second-tier alchemist? Yu Xueqing, still reeling with anger, was taken aback. Chapter 10. The Sleeping Dragon and the Phoenix Chick. The Spirit Beast Arena was situated in an open area to the south of Qingyun Valley, surrounded by three towering peaks. In the center lay a vast expanse, occasionally resonating with the cries of spirit beasts. Clad in the attire of an elder disciple, Li Shi relished his journey, receiving greetings and salutations from numerous disciples along the way. In the outer sect, elder disciples enjoyed numerous privileges, as the ordinary disciples had plenty of entries. Low-level water spiritual root detected. Mid-level fire spiritual root detected. Show-off king. Lacking any real strength, only knows how to boast. Timid as a mouse. We fear trouble and dare not provoke it. Indeed, there were many sleeping dragons and phoenix chicks, all utterly useless. So many people. What are they gathered around for? Watching the Spirit Beast Arena ahead. Li Shi was momentarily taken aback. Peering closely, he saw Tang Hu standing prominently at the center, sporting a beer belly and exuding an air of leadership as he instructed others with authority. Ahem, listen up. Spirit beasts eat using their mouths. They also need to close their eyes to sleep. Woo, junior brother Tang, what you say is so right. I'm moved to tears, brother Tang. You are truly relatable. Indeed, you possess the ability to attract wealth. Clearly, you are rich beyond measure. Is that correct? Li Shi was dumbfounded. Wasn't Tang Hu just a lackey? How had he garnered such prestige in such a short time? Hey, Li Shi, what brings you here? Just as he was delivering his speech, Tang Hu quickly noticed Li Shi and his face lit up with joy. After some discussion, Li Shi chuckled bitterly, finally understanding why this fellow commanded such respect here. Indeed, he was wealthy and generous, often tossing out spirit stones, sometimes even a dozen at a time. And he was not stingy with medium spirit stones either, surpassing even some outer sect elders in strength. I came to see you all. It seems you are doing quite well. Li Shi had initially thought he would witness some brothers being looked down upon, only to find that the atmosphere was entirely different from what he had expected. After chatting for a bit, they proceeded to Jiang Fei's training ground. To his surprise, Jiang Fei was even more exaggerated. He was the most well-connected individual in the entire training ground, an absolute social butterfly. I didn't expect you all to be thriving so well. I just wonder how Li Yunxin is faring over there, like she expressed with a sense of yearning. Jiang Fei chuckled. That goes without saying. I have heard that the treatment in the Spirit Rune Hall is the best in the outer sect, second only to the Alchemy Hall moreover. I've heard that there are the most beautiful women there. Truly catching Li Yunxin is undoubtedly doing better than us. She surely won't be bullied. The group laughed as they made their way toward the Spirit Rune Hall. The Spirit Rune Hall indeed exuded grandeur. Consisting of 5 mountain peaks linked together like an iron chain, with magnificent halls standing at each connection. Upon reaching the mountain peak where Li Yunxin resided, Li Shi and the others spotted her in a circular plaza. Using her meager internal spiritual power to draw something on a piece of paper, just as they were about to greet her, they immediately sensed something was amiss. Although Li Yunxin was shrouded in gauze, her eyes were filled with profound fatigue, as if she might faint at any moment. This was a state of exhaustion. Before Li Yunxin stood a female cultivator dressed in blue robes, her gaze towards Li Yunxin devoid of warmth. And her words were sharp and biting. Don't say that senior sister is unkind. Rules are rules. If you can't even draw such a simple first-tier rune, do you still expect to rest? If you can't complete it in a day, then you won't get any rest for the entire day. Li Yunxin gritted her teeth, struggling to hold on, when suddenly, she seemed to see familiar faces. Li Shi? Jiang Fei? Tang Hu? Surely, I must be hallucinating. How could they possibly come to see me, this ugly creature? Li Yunxin scoffed at herself, realizing she was truly exhausted to the point of delusion. She had thought that upon arriving at the Spirit Rune Hall, the people here would be just like Li Shi and the others and would not mock her. However, since her arrival, she had witnessed the true nature of humanity's malice. Surrounding her were several other female cultivators who were resting, none of whom showed any intention of stepping forward to advocate for Li Yunxin. What is this situation? Li Shimei furrowed her brows and inquired of the resting female cultivator nearby. It seemed that upon noticing Li Shimei's elder disciple attire, she recognized her elevated status. The female cultivator revealed the situation. It turned out that the talisman drawn by Li Yunxin was the most challenging among the first-tier talismans, and she had not rested for 2 consecutive days. Not to mention that she had yet to establish her foundation. Even a foundational cultivator would find it exhausting to draw continuously for 2 days. To compel a newly arrived registered disciple to create the most difficult first-tier talisman was truly ruthless of this woman. Li Shimei clenched her fists tightly and demanded, "Who are you? What brings you here?" The female cultivator regarded Li Shimei and her companions with a scowl, her expression reminiscent of someone going through menopause. As if everyone owed her a fortune. I am a friend and senior sister of Li Yunxin. Your actions are somewhat excessive, don't you think? Li Shimei replied coldly. How astonishing. Such an ugly creature can actually have friends. It seems you are the recent newcomers to Qingyun Valley, the female cultivator scoffed, her tone laced with arrogance. I am their senior sister. They only listen to me. What do you amount to? Mark my words. If she fails to produce this talisman, she shall not rest, and what can you do about it? Hearing this, Li Shimei felt a sense of heaviness in her heart. It was hard to fathom the extent of the grievances Li Yunxin had endured in this place. Li Shimei, I am already quite happy that you can come to see me. There is no need to plead on my behalf. It's futile. This must be my fate at this moment. Li Yunxin had regained some clarity and smiled at Li Shimei. Though her smile carried a hint of bitterness, how can someone like her be worthy of the title senior sister? She lacks the qualification. Come, let me take you away. This wretched place is not worth staying in. And I want to see what she can do. Li Shimei's tone was devoid of emotion as she grasped Li Yunxin's hand, ready to leave. Even though they rarely communicated, Jiang Fei and the others understood that Li Shimei was genuinely angry this time. Stop right there. The female cultivator gritted her teeth, positioning herself in front of Li Shimei. Her gaze seemed capable of peeling Li Shimei alive. No one had dared to speak to her this way during her time here. This newcomer had some audacity, and today she must teach him a lesson. You, a mere newcomer, are truly unaware of your place. Who do you think you are to come to our talisman hall and take someone? Do you think this is your backyard? How dare you disrespect our talisman hall? None of you shall leave today. The atmosphere between both parties escalated to a tense standoff. Elishime chuckled in anger. It is clear that you, madam, are the one being unreasonable by forcing someone away. Even if an elder were here, we would still have a legitimate argument. You sharp-tongued brat, the female cultivator dismissed Lishime's words. But she recognized that she was indeed in the wrong. If this matter were to escalate to the elders, it would be troublesome. However, this brat had openly offended her in front of everyone. She could not let him leave easily. After a moment of contemplation, the female cultivator slowly spoke. Don't say I'm being unreasonable. I assign the same task to everyone. The first-tier talisman? Since Li Yunshin's abilities are lacking, I'll allow her to seek external help. Our talisman hall is not devoid of compassion. As long as someone can assist her in producing this talisman, I will count it as completed and allow her to rest. However, if she still cannot accomplish such a simple task with help, then don't blame me for being unkind. With a shift in tone, the female cultivator glared maliciously at Lishime, and you three, who dared to cause a disturbance in our talisman hall, will also be held accountable. With that, the female cultivator raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. Little junior brother, what do you think? She had already relaxed her demands on Li Yunshin and allowed her to seek help, yet would anyone actually assist her? The answer was no. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that helping her would mean opposing the female cultivator. Within the talisman hall, ordinary disciples would not dare to offend her. Thus, the absence of volunteers to assist Li Yunshin proved not only her inadequacy but also her poor connections. Even if this matter reached the elders, she could still maintain her stance. As for this irritating fellow before her, she would not let his good looks save him from a lesson. She was determined to make him regret his arrogance. The female cultivator smirked inwardly, relishing the thought of her dual victory. Elishime was not oblivious to the female cultivator's scheming, but it mattered little to her. With a confident smile, she remarked, "Is the first-tier talisman truly that difficult? Why make things so arduous for others?" At that moment, the information on the opponent's status appeared before her. Foundation Establishment Level 7, First-tier Talisman Master. Copy. Congratulations, copying successful. Elishime swiftly seized the talisman paper. The scene left everyone present dumbfounded. Had this person lost their mind? Did they dare to attempt something without formal training? Surely, they would be ridiculed for their lack of skill in the art of talismans. They could only blame him for being too arrogant. How dare he act so brazenly in the talisman hall, openly challenging the senior sister? It was clear he was young and impulsive. Observing this scene, the female cultivator instinctively froze for a moment, her heart swelling with joy. This brat truly knows no bounds. Today, you shall meet your end. Elishime. Do you really know how to do this? Perhaps it's best not to overextend yourself. This talisman is no simple matter, and I don't wish to implicate you. Li Yunshin weakly shook her head. We are all friends. There's no question of implicating anyone, Lishime softly replied. Indeed, we shall shoulder our burdens together. That is what friends do. We will protect you. Jiang Fei and Tang Hu clenched their fists tightly, while Li Yunshin's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Was this what it felt like to be cared for? It was truly wonderful. Chapter 11. I am a second-tier alchemist. Lishime proceeded with remarkable fluidity, channeling her inner spiritual energy as she swiftly sketched on the talisman. Compared to alchemy, the difficulty of talisman making was relatively lower, though it still required finesse. Additionally, from a cultivation perspective, talisman making demanded a longer duration of focus, emphasizing intricate patterns. Fortunately, for Lishime at this moment, it posed no significant challenge. Wow, Shiga, you are amazing. It looks quite impressive. Li Yunshin, take a look at Shiga's technique. Is it correct? As the saying goes, an expert sees the nuances, while a novice sees the spectacle. Tang Hu and the others were uncertain whether Lishime could succeed, but they could still perceive her professionalism. It seemed, indeed, that she genuinely knew what she was doing. Li Yunshin hesitated, as she herself was merely a novice. Before entering the sect, her knowledge of talismans had primarily come from self-study. At this moment, she was uncertain whether Lishime truly possessed the skill. How could this be possible? The malicious female cultivator furrowed her brows, fully aware that Lishime was indeed skilled. Where had this brat acquired such knowledge? Her technique appeared remarkably proficient, as though she were an experienced practitioner. In just 1 hour, a complete small thunder talisman had been drawn, with a surge of thunderous energy slowly emanating from it. The profundity of this talisman was astounding. Once the patterns were mastered, theoretically, one could command all elements. Having grasped the knowledge of talismans, Li Shimei felt a sense of awe. The energy released by this small thunder talisman could withstand a full-force strike from a foundational cultivator. At this stage, it served as a vital safeguard. A second-tier talisman would likely be extraordinary. Everyone present was left astounded, their mouths agape as if they had witnessed a ghost. That small thunder talisman? Even among them, none would dare claim they could draw it in one attempt. Was this person not a newcomer to the sect? How could they possess such skill and proficiency? Is this talisman truly that difficult? Why go out of your way to make things hard for a newcomer? Are you satisfied with this small thunder talisman? Li Shimei contemptuously tossed the talisman before the female cultivator and turned to leave. Impressive, simply magnificent. Shiga, you are my idol, Zhang Fei exclaimed, clapping enthusiastically. The female cultivator gritted her teeth, trembling with rage. To be humiliated in front of so many disciples was a first for her. Today, she could not allow them to leave unscathed. You all stop right there. Did I give you permission to leave? Li Shimei frowned. The talisman has been drawn. What more do you want? The female cultivator sneered maliciously. What of it? This is our talisman hall. As long as Li Yunxin fails to produce the talisman, she cannot leave. I hold the authority here. At that moment, Li Shimei ceased retreating. Then I will insist that she rest. What can you do about it? The female cultivator paused, clearly taken aback by the audacity of this junior brother who had only recently entered the sect. However, this suited her plans perfectly. Don't think that just because you are handsome, you can act recklessly here. To provoke our talisman hall. You must have the strength to back it up. The female cultivator unleashed her aura, a pressure enveloping everyone present. Li Shimei's expression darkened, feeling the weight of the challenge. Previously, her battle with Ru Xueqing was conducted under the supervision of their respective masters, primarily for sparring, and Li Shimei had gained an advantage through surprise. This time, however, the stakes were different. The upcoming battle would be arduous, as her opponent would show no mercy, and the disparity in their strengths was considerable. Winning would undoubtedly come at a price. Humph, then let it come. In Li Shi's eyes, a murderous intent pervaded as he exerted all his strength. Believing that perhaps victory was within reach, stop. Just as the atmosphere between the two was taut with tension, a clear and melodious voice rang out from afar. In the span of merely 3 breaths, a woman clad in a dark robe suddenly appeared between the two. An irresistible aura swept over them. Li Shi focused his gaze. The female cultivator was dressed in a dignified and ancient style. Adorned with a hairpin, signifying her high status, it was Elder Fengqin. Upon seeing her arrival, the female cultivators present changed their expressions and quickly bowed in respect. Yang Qiu, it has come to my attention that you have been using your seniority to bully newcomers. Is this true? Elder Fengqin's face bore no trace of emotion, her voice devoid of discernible anger or joy. The malicious Yang Qiu trembled slightly, hastily defending herself. Elder, I did not. I was merely following the rules. No need for explanations. I am already aware of the circumstances. You shall retreat to the talisman forbidden grounds for 3 days of seclusion. Fengqin's voice carried an unyielding authority. Yang Qiu wished to protest further, yet ultimately could only depart in bitterness. With the matter resolved, Fengqin turned her gaze to Li Shi, admiration flickering within her eyes. To have crafted a first-tier small thunder talisman within just 1 hour at such a young age is truly remarkable. What is your name, and where did you learn this talisman art? Li Shi responded with humility, slightly bowing. I am Li Shi, and as for the talisman art, I learned it through self-study. One cannot simply say that it was a matter of copying and pasting. After all, impressive indeed. Fengqin's admiration deepened. Would you care to join my spirit talisman hall? With your abilities, you could be directly promoted to the chief disciple of the hall, or even become my personal disciple. What say you? The announcement sent ripples of astonishment throughout the assembly of female cultivators. They gazed at Li Shi with envy. Good heavens, that is Elder Fengqin. Not just in the outer sect, but her standing in the inner sect is also quite significant. To think she would extend an olive branch to this newcomer. What extraordinary fortune! The chief disciple. That is a rank even loftier than that vile Yang Qiu. Li Shi was momentarily taken aback. For someone who had recently entered the sect, such treatment was indeed exceptional, verging on extraordinary luck. a fourth-tier low-level talisman master, proficient in Yin-Yang talisman incantations and techniques, knowledgeable about the cosmos, and regarded as a master of talismans, a status requiring the Golden Core stage. But alas, it is not something one can replicate. With a sigh, Li Shi shook his head. I have already become a disciple under Elder Mu, her close apprentice, and thus cannot serve two masters. I hope for your understanding. This declaration left the female cultivators dumbfounded. Refused? That is Elder Fengqin. In that moment, they felt an overwhelming mix of envy, jealousy, and frustration towards Li Shi, who had squandered such a golden opportunity. What? It's that fellow? How detestable! Elder Fengqin's expression darkened, her thoughts unknown, and she hurriedly took her leave. Once the commotion subsided, Li Shi swiftly approached Li Yunxin, his gaze tinged with compassion. It was hard to fathom the treatment she had endured here. It's all right now. Go rest. Look at your face. It has turned pale. In that moment, Li Yunxin could no longer contain her tears. In this cruel place, everyone regarded themselves as hideous, distancing themselves. This left her disheartened. Yet, at this moment, the sudden radiance felt so warm. She longed to be protected for a lifetime. Li Shi, thank you, Li Yunxin stumbled over her words. Zhang Fei, Tang Hu, thank you as well. I am truly happy that you came to see me. You are my lifelong friends. Li Shi and the others shared a smile. Since we are friends, why the formality? After speaking, he slowly rose, his gaze sweeping across the room. His eyes, calm as water yet laced with a chilling air, instilled a sense of dread among those present as he spoke softly. Li Yunxin is my friend. From this day forth, if anyone dares to bully her, they are declaring war against me. I should introduce myself. In addition to being a first-tier talisman master, I am now also a second-tier alchemist, disciple of Mu Mingyi. Li Shi, Chapter 12. Please begin your performance. Oh my, what a sense of security. In that instant, gazing at Li Shi's not particularly robust silhouette, Li Yunxin felt a stirring in her heart, a sensation that was beyond description. Here, take this. This cultivation method complements you and will enhance your strength. From now on, no one will dare to bully you. Remembering something, Li Shi produced the Fire Attribute Cultivation Method, Heavenly Fire Technique. Given that Li Yunxin's constitution was that of a divine phoenix reincarnate, the higher the level of fire attribute techniques, the better. This Heavenly Fire Technique was barely sufficient for her current stage. By Li Shi's assessment, such an initial investment would yield tremendous returns. If Li Yunxin's constitution could fully awaken in the future, would she forget such kindness? He had surely become an angelic investor. This is a mid-level high-grade fire attribute technique. Li Yunxin was momentarily taken aback. The newly arrived disciples typically began their training with the lowest-tier techniques, such as the fire refining technique. Even the lowest grade would fetch a price exceeding 1 million gold coins in the mortal realm. Yet, Li Shi had offered her a mid-level high-grade technique, perfectly aligned with her abilities. Li Shi, thank you, but this is too precious. Li Yunxin lowered her head, her fingers fidgeting awkwardly. Is it really necessary for a friend to be this kind to me? Having endured so much darkness, when light finally graced her, Li Yunxin felt a tinge of discomfort. It was simply too dazzling. Li Shi frowned slightly, expressing his discontent. We are friends. Why say such things? Do you not consider us friends? Upon hearing this, Li Yunxin hurriedly denied. No. You are all my best friends, forever. Well then, thank you, Li Shi, that I will accept this gift. This is the first time in my life I have received something so valuable. I will cultivate diligently. Now that's more like it. Li Shi smiled once more, observing her peculiar expression and asking in confusion, what's wrong? I merely gifted you a cultivation technique. Why are you blushing? Don't get the wrong idea. This is purely friendship. Li Yunxin, who had been basking in the warmth of the atmosphere, suddenly appeared bewildered. Li Yunxin? As she carefully stored the technique, a faint smile of happiness graced her lips and her heart. She secretly murmured, who said anything about pure friendship with you, you annoying brat? After ensuring Li Yunxin was settled, as they departed, Li Shi and the others felt an overwhelming sense of turmoil. They had initially thought this place offered ample resources and favorable treatment, believing Li Yunxin would thrive here, akin to paradise. Who could have anticipated such circumstances? I thought a place bustling with beautiful women would be blissful. Now it seems that is not the case. Zhang Fei sighed, shaking his head. Even someone with Li Yunxin's talent and talismans is struggling. If I were to join the Talisman Hall, my goodness, I wouldn't even dare to imagine the outcome. As for Tang Hu, the plump fellow, he was even less fortunate. He would likely be mired in despair for a lifetime. It's quite normal. In places with good treatment, the so-called prodigies are plentiful, leading to a certain arrogance. This is not gender-specific, Li Shi remarked, shaking his head as he looked at the two. In the future, we should make a point to visit more often. While they may not dare to bully Li Yunxin now, they might resort to other means of torment. The various halls maintained close interactions, and visiting was certainly permitted. The outer sect did not impose such strictures. Moreover, with Li Shi's reputation as a second-tier alchemist now spreading, his brothers would also carry a certain prestige during their visits. Having a brother as a pillar of support felt wonderful. After chatting for a while, they all went their separate ways. Along the way, Li Shi naturally noticed some entries, detecting mid-level Thunder Spirit Root. Thunder Spirit Root? Quite rare. Not bad. Copy. Copy successful. Detecting low-level Spirit Root. Detecting medium-level Spirit Root. Detecting ordinary entries. Ordinary signifies truly mundane, lacking even a brief description. Should I copy? Scram. Do you think my storage is excessive? Growing impatient with the system, he received a deduction of 5 credibility points. Please maintain civility, host. Li Shi returned to the bamboo grove, feeling somewhat helpless. Ever since he replicated the Supreme Spirit Root attribute, he discovered that the system had reached its peak. Is there anything better than a Supreme Spirit Root? Of course, but for now, it seems elusive, not something one easily encounters, like cabbages. As for those entries, they were rather trivial, failing to enhance actual combat effectiveness. In terms of the system's level, it was simply too low, offering Li Shi limited options for replication, only spirit roots and functional entries. However, in this world, there were numerous items available for replication, such as physiques, cultivation methods, and even weapons and spiritual bodies. It all hinged on leveling up. Li Shi sighed and shook his head, having broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Now with a system level of 2, only upon reaching level 3 could new functionalities, such as the ability to replicate one's physique, be unlocked. The higher the level, the more functions there were, and the stronger one became. The path of the strong was arduous and fraught with challenges. In the bamboo forest, an elderly man leisurely meditated while fanning himself, creating a scene of serene elegance, which was abruptly shattered by the incessant sounds of lamentation emanating from a nearby figure. Mu Mingi could no longer resist the urge to open his eyes. I say, disciple, have you contracted some terminal illness? You return only to sigh as if you've swallowed a fly. Speak plainly about your intentions. If you are dead, I shall assist you in finding a coffin. It would be a case of a white-haired person sending off a black-haired one. If you are not dead, then kindly maintain your silence. Li Shi cast a profound glance at his companion before taking a deep breath, his expression resembling that of a wronged woman as he sighed dramatically. Alas, Mu Mingi twitched at the corners of his mouth, battling the impulse to deliver a fatal slap. Sigh, master, your reputation in this outer sect is rather ineffective. Anyone can ride upon your head and relieve themselves. This is quite embarrassing for your disciple. If this continues, when will I find my position undermined by other elders, seduced by irresistible temptations? Do not blame me for lacking loyalty. With a disdainful smile, Mu Mingi retorted, undermine me? I am not one to boast, yet not even an elder from the inner sect would dare to challenge me. They would need to show me respect before attempting to unsettle my position. Boasting, Li Shi countered without hesitation, sparing no courtesy. Do you not believe me? I certainly do not. As the two engaged in their usual banter, an unexpected group of visitors appeared. An elder, accompanied by several young disciples, approached, with the leader being none other than the wind instrument elder. Li Shi's eyes brightened. Old Ding, did you not say that anyone could relieve themselves upon your head? They have quite literally invaded our territory. Mu Mingi was equally perplexed by the woman's intentions. This was his stronghold, and aside from a few well-connected elders, few dared to intrude. Li Shi, however, relished the unfolding drama. Master, it appears your boasting is about to be put to the test. Please, commence your performance. The wind instrument elder maintained a calm demeanor, her voice imbued with an undeniable authority. Mu Mingi, surrender your disciple. Such a prodigious talent is too great a waste under your tutelage. Chapter 13. The explosion of terminology, the confrontation was strikingly straightforward. Those resolute in their demands were refreshingly candid, leaving Li Shi in awe. Was the discourse between elders truly this unadorned? Young lady, is it now so brazen to snatch away disciples? Mu Mingyi sighed, reminiscing about his own days as an elder in the inner sect when this girl was merely a somewhat talented ordinary disciple of the outer sect. Times had certainly changed. Though Mu Mingyi had once commanded respect, those days were past. The wind instrument elder's tone softened slightly. I can exchange one of our outstanding disciples from the Talisman's Hall for her. Elder Mu, you must be aware of your current situation. Li Shi's exceptional talent deserves a nurturing environment in our Talisman's Hall to flourish. Upon hearing this, Li Shi felt a pang of apprehension. This old fellow was indeed concealing something. He then recalled that, unlike other halls, Mu Mingyi resided alone in a bamboo grove, neither too large nor too small, distinctly separate from the other halls. Furthermore, Li Shi's initial status was not as the elder's disciple but rather as an assistant. Merely his talent prompting a shift in perspective. This was a master with a story. Contemplating, Li Shi was astonished to witness the escalating intensity of their argument. Would they ever reach a resolution? No, I refuse to yield, he interjected. Old fellow, you are nearing the grave yet remain so miserly. Beware, for no one may tend to your grave in the future. Presumptuous. Regardless, I am still your senior. Do not presume that our current standing allows you to disregard decorum. Do you not know how to respect your elders? How can you possibly mentor disciples in such a manner? Do not wield past trivialities as weapons. You clearly disregard the respect owed to your elders. Will you not hand over this disciple to me? You ought to honor your elders. You should respect the young. You are insolent. You are disrespectful to your elders. Their quarrel ensued, leading to an impasse. Observing this, not only the disciples but also Li Shi watched in astonishment as the seemingly dignified wind instrument elder clashed with the enigmatic Mu Mingyi in such a spectacular manner. Ah, it seems my presence has sparked such fierce debate. I feel somewhat guilty, Li Shi thought, secretly reveling in the notion that demonstrating talent could yield such favorable outcomes, perhaps due to the fervor of their dispute. Several passing elders soon gathered to witness the spectacle. Have you heard? These two elders seem to be bickering over a top-tier genius disciple. Your information is outdated. Rumors say this young man can not only concoct 7th-grade elixirs but also inscribe 7th-tier talismans. He is unparalleled in both literary and martial prowess. I have also heard that this disciple possesses divine-grade dual spirit roots and an ancient physique, which is why these two elders are at odds. As the rumors grew increasingly outrageous, a venerable elder with a white beard leaned on a cane and stepped into the crowd, prompting everyone to bow in respect. Great elder, can you cease spreading hearsay? The exaggerations are becoming ridiculous. The great elder Qingfeng glanced at the crowd before remarking, I too have heard tales of this lad, claiming he is the destined one, with a dragon bloodline, invincible under heaven. Is that true? Yes, great elder speaks correctly. Wait, that's not right. Great elder, your hearsay is even more outlandish than ours. How can you believe such tales? The crowd's eyes widened in realization, coming to the understanding that the great elder was often even more abstract than they. Ha ha! The great elder revealed a toothy grin, exuding the charm of a mischievous old child. Detected. 3rd-tier spirit tool master, capable of imbuing weapons with spirit, enhancing their sentience. Detected. Premium Yin-Yang spirit root, capable of accommodating multiple spirit roots for fusion, cannot fuse with roots of a higher tier. Detected. 3rd-tier array master, capable of crafting multifunctional arrays. Detected. Premium wood spirit root. As these revelations unfolded, the onlookers' statuses transformed as if sheep had encountered a wolf in Li Shi. Their smiles widened to the point of splitting. Heavens, I must be dreaming. Quickly, I must replicate all of this. Li Shi had awaited this moment, eager to replicate the abilities of these formidable cultivators. Now, with everything filled to capacity, he silently absorbed their capabilities, inadvertently enhancing his own innate talents. Hey, you too, with so many spectators, could you not tone it down a notch? A resonant voice echoed from above. The crowd looked up to see a middle-aged man clad in white descending gracefully from the sky, exuding an aura of stability akin to an ancient well, an imposing figure of a gold core stage cultivator. Premium gold spirit root, shall I replicate? Li Shi gasped. The gold core stage was the most formidable opponent he had encountered thus far, able to traverse the air with ease. The mastery of spiritual energy manipulation had reached a level of effortless control. Though the gap from foundation establishment to gold core seemed small, it marked a significant division in power. Only upon achieving gold core status could one truly be considered a formidable force, a giant in their realm. Replicate. Currently, among the various spirit roots Li Shi had, all but the earth spirit root had reached a premium level through replication. For an ordinary cultivator, this would already denote genius status, yet Li Shi understood that this was merely the baseline. Possessing premium spirit roots merely secured his standing, allowing him to be regarded as an exceptional practitioner, with the ultimate limit being the gold core. However, one must take things step by step. For Li Shi at this moment, this was already sufficient, as he observed the sect leader arriving. Neither the wind instrument elder nor Mu Mingyi showed any signs of relenting. Enough, both of you its merely a slightly talented ordinary disciple. With the sect leader present, you should both settle down. Indeed, let us discuss matters amicably. It is not worth such contention over an ordinary disciple. Once the sect leader intervened, it was clear that the situation had escalated beyond triviality. The gathered elders shifted from spectators to earnest mediators, urging calm. Sect leader, your timing is impeccable. This disciple, Li Shi, possesses extraordinary talent in the way of talismans. With my guidance, he will undoubtedly become a great asset to Qingyun Valley. I cannot let him go, Mu Mingyi, equally defiant, added. Humph. Young lady, do not presume I am easily bullied now that I lack a hall. The Li Shi also possesses remarkable talent in alchemy. I will not relinquish him. If you wish to dispute, do so at your own risk. Observing the two, sect leader Qingyun Ji felt a mix of exasperation and understanding. Yet, he did not find it surprising. This disciple was indeed worthy of such attention. You are Li Shi? Qingyun Ji inquired, fixing his gaze on the young man. Reporting to the sect leader, I am Li Shi. This is indeed the sect leader, Li Shi. Not daring to be careless, respectfully clasped his hands together. Your talent is indeed remarkable. You possess 5 spiritual roots, 4 of which have already reached an extraordinary level. How about this? Let Li Shi follow me in cultivation. Elders, please do not dispute this matter. It would be best for everyone if we could reach an understanding. As the sect leader's words echoed, everyone present became agitated. 5 roots, among them, 4 are of the highest grade. What kind of prodigy is this? Chapter 14. Arrogance requires strength, and I just happen to have it. This statement left everyone stunned. Even Fengqin and Mu Mingyi appeared particularly astonished. They were aware of Li Shi's considerable talent in alchemy and talismans. Yet no one anticipated that he was a rare 5-root cultivator, with 4 of those being of the highest quality. What a monster! Sect leader, with so many talented disciples by your side, is it appropriate to come and compete with us? Fengqin's expression darkened slightly. Mu Mingyi also refused without hesitation. Li Shi is my disciple. No one can take him away. Initially, they thought this individual merely had talent in alchemy, yet who could have guessed he possessed a supreme spiritual root? Such talent, if nurtured, would inevitably lead to him becoming a formidable golden core cultivator in the future. What should we do? We can't remain in this deadlock forever. The sect leader also felt a bit awkward. He certainly knew these individuals would not agree, but it was also unseemly to continue this uproar with so many disciples watching. It would create a poor impression. Li Shi sighed softly. Indeed, in the presence of absolute power, he felt as though he were stripped bare. Although there was no immediate danger, this incident served as a warning for Li Shi. He needed to find ways to conceal his trump cards. Lest he encounter misfortune in the future, it was rather humiliating to be treated like an object, chosen and scrutinized by these individuals. Since he is a rare 5-root cultivator, sect leader, I have something to say from the Tool Spirit Hall. Ahem, indeed. I also wish to voice my opinion from the Alchemy Hall. We cannot let these 2 elders have all the benefits. Exactly, my Array Hall is not to be overlooked. If we could cultivate such a promising seedling, his future achievements would be limitless. The Alchemy Hall and the Array Hall were one thing. But what was this Tool Spirit Hall? Did they wish for Li Shi, such a rare genius, to spend his life crafting weapons like a laborer? You dare speak to me like that? Your Spirit Beast Hall is no better. Do you intend for Li Shi to raise spirit beasts for a lifetime? Get lost. Li Shi is our choice. Hemph. You claim he is yours simply because you say so? The surrounding elders, who had initially watched with detached interest, now chose to abandon neutrality, entirely forgetting their earlier remarks about ordinary disciples. Their expressions were even more intense now. What began as a mere quarrel between two individuals, under the encouragement of the crowd and the sect leader's intervention, only escalated into greater chaos. What should we do now? The sect leader pondered helplessly. Although he was the leader of the sect, he could not show favoritism towards any side. This matter must be handled delicately, Li Shi. Your talent is extraordinary, and all the elders present wish to take you under their wing. I cannot force my decision upon you. What do you think? Ultimately, Qing Yunji could only inquire about Li Shi's opinion. Such a promising seedling must be nurtured well, and his own choice was of utmost importance. Li Shi bowed to each elder present. I sincerely thank all the elders for your kind offers. However, tools and formations are far too simplistic. There is no need for me to study them. Since I have already become a disciple of Master Mu Mingyi, I hope you all can understand. There was no other reason. Li Shi was acutely aware of one thing. Mu Mingyi was not as simple as he appeared. Besides discussing third-tier elixirs, Mu Mingyi occasionally explained methods for fourth-tier elixirs to him. He was certainly concealing something, and was not merely a third-tier alchemist as he seemed. It was better to stay by his side, where it was quieter. Your loyalty is commendable. Qing Yunji smiled and nodded, his eyes filled with satisfaction. You lad are quite perceptive. I have finally not misjudged someone this time. Mu Mingyi feigned indifference, letting out a light snort, revealing a hint of gratification. As Li Shi voiced these sentiments, the elders remained silent, but their disciples were far from pleased. Initially envious and resentful of Li Shi being contested over by so many elders, they now felt insulted by his public dismissal of their studies as simplistic. Li Shi, how dare you say our tool spirit path is simple? Arrogant fool, I challenge you to a duel. Do not think that possessing supreme spiritual roots makes you extraordinary. Our array path's masters can glimpse the mysteries of heaven, and our knowledge is profound. Without a decade or more of dedication, you cannot even begin to understand it. How dare you insult us? I challenge you to a duel as well. A duel is a must. Do you dare accept? If you do not, then apologize. The Grand Elder chuckled lightly. Li Shi, your words have drawn the ire of the crowd. Perhaps it would be wise to apologize. If you fail in this duel, your reputation as a genius will be tarnished. Just as everyone expected Li Shi to humbly concede, none anticipated that his next words would create a stir. He crossed his arms and declared, what I stated is merely the truth. Arrogance requires strength, and I happen to possess it. Apologizing is a sign of weakness, and I certainly will not do so. If you wish to duel, then let it be. Perfectly to practice these copied phrases, the previously amicable elders could no longer contain themselves. They had seen arrogance, but never such unbridled audacity. Su Feng, you are my proudest disciple. Go and teach him a lesson. Do not let him insult our tool spirit path, and if you fail, you need not call yourself my student. Understood. Rest assured, elderly. I have tolerated this brat long enough. Today, I will ensure he learns to be humble in a circular arena. A young man named Su Feng held two swords in his hands, tossing one to Li Shi with irritation. Brat, today you shall understand the might of our tool spirit path. Li Shi rolled his eyes, exasperated. The weak are merely full of idle chatter. The so-called duel in the tool spirit path revolved around imbuing weapons with spirit, enhancing their power. The one who imbued at a higher tier would naturally emerge victorious. Arrogant brat, today you will learn what it means to be outclassed. Su Feng's hands moved in a continuous flow, reciting incantations. A strange spiritual energy surged into the weapon. This energy differed from ordinary spiritual energy. It was akin to compressing regular spiritual energy into its essence, combined with ancient incantations to awaken these essence energies into a semblance of life. This was the profound nature of tool spirits. In a short while, the sword in Su Feng's hand radiated a faint blue light, accompanied by a humming sound. Under his imbuement, the sword appeared full of spirit and power. Despite the seeming simplicity of these incantations, they were indeed magical. Without years of practice, one could hardly remember them. The most profound aspect of the tool spirit path lay in the mastery of incantations. Quite impressive. Su Feng, you are indeed worthy of being our tool spirit path's chief disciple. This clear wind sword spirit likely has reached the pinnacle of second tier, nearing the third. The elder of the tool spirit hall smiled with satisfaction. Observing this scene, the The disciples present cast Li Shi sidelong glances filled with mockery. I told you this brat only knows how to boast. He truly believes himself to be an all-round genius, when in reality he is merely a clown. The tool spirit path holds vast knowledge. What does he even comprehend? Genius? More like a fool. Ha ha ha, well said Li Shi, my imbuement is complete. How will you respond? Su Feng looked at Li Shi with pride. Second-tier upper-grade imbuement. Such strength, and you dare to flaunt it? Li Shi disdainfully regarded his opponent, holding the clear wind sword, and spoke in a deep voice, watch closely. This is what true weapon imbuement looks like, a sword with spirit, a spirit with blood. A sword devoid of blood is no different from rusty scrap metal. Before Su Feng could respond, Li Shi began to recite his incantation. Pretentious fool, Su Feng gritted his teeth, thinking that if Li Shi's imbuement failed, he would make him lose face. As Li Shi's incantation flowed, the clear wind sword began to emanate a faint crimson hue, as though an eerie wail could be heard. The entire sword trembled, and a scent of blood filled the air. Watching this scene, the elder of the Tool Spirit Hall's expression changed drastically. This is the mid-tier advanced Tool Spirit technique, Blood Curse. How could he possibly know it? As the spiritual energy fused with the incantation, a powerful radiance imbued with the essence of blood engulfed the arena. At that moment, everyone felt as if they were surrounded by a sea of corpses and rivers of blood, their stomachs churning. The elder of the Tool Spirit Hall's face turned pale, as if he could fit 2 eggs in his mouth. This sword strength has reached 4th-tier imbuement. He truly knows what he is doing. Chapter 15. The esteemed disciple of the gentle breeze, please bestow your guidance. The other elders also sensed something amiss. The elder of spirit tools had currently reached the pinnacle of crafting 4th-tier enchanted weapons, overseeing the enchantment of all the weapons within the sect. Naturally, his signature spell was not the Bloodthirsty Charm, but rather a similar incantation known as the Wolf's Blood Charm. Judging by the current strength of enchantment, it was evident that Li Shi's Bloodthirsty Charm was significantly more potent than the Wolf's Blood Charm. This individual was indeed extraordinary. The more entries he collected, the better. Li Shi felt a wave of relief within him. The Bloodthirsty Charm had evolved from the foundation of the Wolf's Blood Charm, not due to any profound mastery on his part, but because the essence of enchantment relies less on technique and more on the incantation and the compression of spiritual energy to form sentience. For a novice, this was akin to scaling the heavens, and it also demanded a considerable degree of spiritual roots. Firstly, the strength of one's spiritual roots had to be robust, requiring both metal and earth roots to reach a superior quality. The earth was used for bodily molding, while the metal enhanced sentience, with both elements complementing each other. Then came the incantation. Li Shi had long since replicated all of this from the Elder of Spirit Tools, enabling him to apply it directly. The lack of emphasis on technique allowed him to utilize it with ease. Furthermore, given that he had absorbed various entries during his time in the mortal realm, he conveniently possessed entries related to masterful crafting and profound understanding of tools. The amalgamation of these insights allowed Li Shi to create the Bloodthirsty Charm. Is this guy really capable? It must be a fabrication. Where did he learn all this? So versatile. Did your face hurt? You were just reveling in your taunts, only to be slapped back now. Come on, you were the loudest just now. At this moment, the crowd began to harbor a tinge of reverence for Li Shi. Alchemy, talismans, enchantment. Was there anything he couldn't do? I don't care. Even if he is a genius, it's impossible for him to master everything. Next up should be Guangyang, the sect's foremost disciple in the Formation Hall. Enchantment and formations are entirely different realms of knowledge. I refuse to believe Li Shi can handle both. Indeed, if he could do everything, what would be the purpose of our existence? I concur. Although he is formidable, I refuse to accept it. I declare here today, he must be humiliated. Guangyang, teach him a lesson. At this moment, the assembled disciples had shifted their perspectives on the newcomer who had only recently joined. Yet, they naturally did not wish to admit inferiority to a new disciple. They were even less inclined to believe that a truly omnipotent individual existed in this world. Who else is unconvinced? Step forward. Li Shi remained unfazed, calm as a gentle breeze. Guangyang, living up to expectations, strode onto the circular arena, his face a mask of defiance. I am a second-tier formation master. Please bestow your guidance. Li Shi nearly chuckled, daring to call himself a master at the second tier. Had Liang Jingru emboldened him? bold indeed. Today, you shall learn what true mastery is. After a while, a young man brimming with ambition crawled on the ground. His face drawn in despair. Woo-woo, I also failed. I simply cannot compare. Some who overestimated their mediocre skills also approached Li Shi for a spar, and without exception, the results were dismal. In that moment, not only the challengers but also the onlookers fell silent. Their earlier bravado extinguished. The fierceness of their earlier words was now replaced by an oppressive silence. Their faces were left bruised. What is there that he cannot accomplish? A disciple, his face ashen, approached Li Shi. His expression bitter. This senior brother, is there truly anything you cannot do? Li Shi pondered for a moment, his eyes lighting up. Indeed, there is. For instance, sharing a bed with someone else's wife. That is my weak point. Yay, wonderful. So, it turns out senior brother Li Shi has weaknesses. I knew it. He cannot possibly master everything. Ha ha ha. We are saved. Li Shi chuckled softly. I was merely jesting. In truth, I can do everything. Woo-woo, we are doomed. Why must the heavens treat me so harshly? Why was I born at the same time as she? Observing the group oscillating between exuberance and despair, Li Shi's lips twitched slightly. Perhaps he had been a tad too harsh. Qing Yunji sighed, casting a knowing glance at Mu Mingyi. This individual shall be entrusted to you. Cultivate him well, that he may swiftly become a significant asset to our Qingyun Valley. Yu Mingyi's expression turned serious. Devoid of the previous playful demeanor he held with Li Shi, I understand what must be done. With that, the elders departed, each returning to their own affairs after witnessing the spectacle. Elder Fengqin looked back at Li Shi with a heart-wrenching expression. Feeling utterly helpless, to have Mu Mingyi discover such an exceptional disciple was almost more painful than death. It was infuriating. As the dust settled on this incident, the reputation of Li Shi as a genius spread throughout the inner and outer sects of Qingyun Valley. Everyone was aware of the existence of this versatile prodigy, which incited considerable discontent among the elders' favored disciples and many other talented individuals who were currently in seclusion, pondering how it was possible for a new disciple to overshadow them all so swiftly. In the inner rear mountains of Qingyun Valley, a young man stood with his hands resting on a railing, gazing up at the majestic peaks ahead, his tone calm and inscrutable. His long hair billowed in the wind, his handsome visage complementing the breathtaking scenery. Most striking were his eyes, which shimmered with a blue light, exuding an inexplicable eeriness. This individual was none other than the Grand Elder's prized disciple, Jifeng, behind him. Several disciples reported earnestly, indeed, boss, we witnessed it firsthand. That fellow seems almost inhuman. He can do everything. Now that the sect leader had declared that more cultivation resources would be allocated to Li Shi, many of the favored disciples of the elders would see their benefits reduced. Jifeng smiled faintly, unfazed by the situation. With so many resources, he must possess the strength to make use of them. The disciples behind him gleefully chimed in, exactly, boss. Li Shi is destined to become the universally recognized rival of all talents in the sect. He will surely face the consequences. Jifeng flexed his wrist and spoke softly. I too have been in seclusion for quite some time. Perhaps many have forgotten me. Let it be known. Send a challenge to Li Shi, and I shall be the first to meet him. To see what abilities this young man truly possesses, I in the bamboo grove. Following the uproar of this incident, Li Shi received an abundance of challenge notices, all stemming from those unwilling to accept his prowess. Li Shi felt quite exasperated. He could not possibly agree to every challenge posed by anyone who deemed themselves worthy. Thus, he resolved to continue his tranquil cultivation in the bamboo grove. Meanwhile, Mu Mingyi had become increasingly enigmatic. Spending every day locked away in his quarters, seemingly preparing for something, Li Shi, respecting his privacy, chose not to pry further and continued his cultivation. Li Shi sighed, shaking his head. Why overthink? The path to strength lies in consuming more elixirs. As he resumed his role as a medicinal furnace, a notice suddenly flew toward him with great speed. Li Shi frowned slightly, effortlessly deflecting it. Another challenge notice. How unoriginal. Wait. Li Shi's eyes widened in surprise as he examined the notice in his hand. Noting its extraordinary material, a golden light then illuminated the air. Jifeng, the chief disciple of Elder Qingfeng, requests your guidance. Please meet at the rear mountains of the inner sect. Chapter 16. One must learn to be content. Li Shi rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat awkward. The title of genius might intimidate ordinary disciples, and it certainly attracted the attention of the elders, as they favored long-term investments, as long as he demonstrated sufficient talent to showcase his future potential to these elders. He could garner their support. However, the sect's top-tier geniuses were not to be trifled with. Their innate gifts were exceptional, bolstered by years of substantial support from the sect. Their strength was not to be underestimated. If Li Shi believed that his own talents could rival theirs, he would merely be a fool. Talent is one thing, while strength is another. These are two distinct matters. It would be wiser to feign ignorance. Why overextend oneself unnecessarily? Li Shi grinned, embracing the philosophy of adaptability. Since revealing his diverse talents, Li Shi's cultivation resources had been elevated to the highest tier, placing him on par with the favored disciples of the elders. Each month, he received 100 spirit stones, 20 medium-grade spirit stones, and 2 high-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones are essential resources for cultivation, serving as currency. Cultivators enhance their strength primarily through the spiritual energy contained within these stones. In addition, he gained access to the center of the Xinling Sacred Land for cultivation. The Xinling Sacred Land, rich in spiritual energy, though not as concentrated as that provided by spirit stones, still offered an excellent environment for seclusion and cultivation. Access to this place was typically restricted to the chief disciples and those who had made significant contributions to the sect. This was truly sufficient, from a wandering mortal to achieving access to the highest tier of cultivation resources in a grand sect. Li Shi found himself on equal footing with the top talents of the sect. One must learn to be content, this time. Mu Mingyi emerged from his secluded quarters, fatigue evident on his face. Li Shi found this somewhat peculiar and could not resist approaching him. "Old man, what on earth have you been doing?" Mu Mingyi rolled his eyes, casting a meaningful look at Li Shi. "I'm preparing a grand move." "What grand move?" Li Shi eagerly pressed for answers, yet Mu Mingyi remained silent, choosing to leave on his own accord. This caused Li Shi to roll his eyes in exasperation, feeling utterly helpless at that moment. A shadowy figure stealthily emerged from the edge of the bamboo grove. This person was none other than Zhang Ping, a newcomer who had entered Qingyun Valley alongside them. "Zhang Ping, what are you sneaking around for?" Li Shi queried with a raised brow. "Li Shi, I finally found you," Zhang Ping exclaimed, his expression frantic. "Zhang Fei has been attacked by someone from the inner sect. Their strength is formidable, and we are no match for them. Even if the chief disciple of the martial arts arena intervenes, it would be futile." Hearing this, Li Shi's expression darkened immediately. "Attacked? Why? That fellow is quite bold. Being in the outer sect, I may not be a figure of renown, but I am certainly well known. Who doesn't know that Zhang Fei is friends with Tang Hu? Damn it, those inner sect members are deliberately looking for trouble, relying on their superior strength and completely disregarding us. If I hadn't run fast, I would have faced the same fate." As he recalled the earlier encounter, Zhang Ping gritted his teeth in anger. Those inner sect members, relying on their seniority and power, have no regard for reason. They resort to violence if one does not obey. How utterly arrogant. Ha! Those fellows are probably here for me. Let us go see what is happening, Li Shi sneered. The martial arts arena, once serene and tranquil, was now crowded with spectators. Surrounding the central area were disciples of the arena, their fists clenched, eyes ablaze with fury. At the center stood 3 disciples clad in inner sect attire. Facing Zhang Fei, who was accompanied by a long-haired man known as Silver Dragon, the chief disciple of the martial arts arena. However, he too was in a dire state, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Zhang Fei was being bullied by these inner sect disciples, prompting Silver Dragon to step in. Unfortunately, despite being the chief disciple, his cultivation was merely at the 8th level of foundation establishment, whereas the 3 adversaries were all at the pinnacle of the 9th level. Mere steps away from forming their core, the core formation stage is a crucial milestone for cultivators. While foundation establishment merely gathers spiritual energy in the Dantian, core formation compresses it, creating a personal reservoir capable of storing significantly more energy. For an ordinary cultivator, achieving core formation typically requires at least 2 years of effort, provided they possess talent. Those lacking such aptitude may take several years longer. Even Silver Dragon, facing these opponents, found himself at a disadvantage due to the vast gap in strength and experience. It was evident that these individuals had long been entrenched at this level. In the martial arts arena, the outer sect elders were often in seclusion, leaving management to the chief disciple, at this moment. Even amidst humiliation, there was little they could do. Those despicable bastards. If my brother were here, You wouldn't dare act so brazenly. You're just bullies who prey on the weak. Zhang Fei, battered and bruised, struggled to rise, his eyes filled with defiance. He understood that these individuals were likely causing trouble due to Li Shi. Upon hearing Li Shi's name, the three adversaries nearly erupted in laughter. Do you really believe your brother is that strong? If he were here, he'd be lying on the ground too. And as for you, one burly man sneered, grasping Zhang Fei's hair and exerting pressure, causing him to wince in pain. A worthless wretch who hasn't even reached foundation establishment dares to act tough. Get down. With a sudden force, the brute slammed Zhang Fei's head into the ground. The surrounding crowd gasped, their breaths caught in their throats. It's over. He has truly finished. Father, mother, I have failed you, Zhang Fei thought, his vision blurring as he recalled his parents' expectations. In that critical moment, a master assassin appeared, seemingly teleporting behind the hulking brute. A powerful hand gripped the man's wrist like a vice. Stunned, the brute and his companions could hardly believe their eyes. How is this possible? When did he appear? I say. Enough of this, Li Shi seethed, launching the brute away with a single blow, then carefully lifting Zhang Fei. The surrounding disciples were equally astonished. They had not noticed how Li Shi had arrived. Li Shi, Zhang Fei, disoriented from the beating, finally registered Li Shi's presence. He sighed in relief, but quickly warned, be careful. These guys are strong, if it comes to it. I'll bow my head. You must not get hurt. Our brothers in the outer sect will rely on your protection in the future. Li Shi regarded him with a complex expression, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Rest assured. None of these three will escape today. Chapter 17. Today, you shall not escape. You are that genius, Silver Dragon remarked, somewhat astonished as he surveyed Li Xis. This truly the genius who has just reached foundation establishment? Honestly, I do not see how he qualifies as a genius at T20. He has only just established his foundation. That talent is rather mediocre, perhaps even ordinary. He is certainly not the prodigy the rumors suggest. However, Li Shi's sudden teleportation had caught Silver Dragon off guard. How peculiar. Thank you, senior brother, for your assistance, Li Shi said, offering a slight bow to Silver Dragon, who had stepped in to help Zhang Fei. Silver Dragon smiled wryly, shaking his head. Zhang Fei is one of us. I could not simply stand by while he was bullied, though I haven't been much helped, Li Shi replied earnestly. Regardless, I will remember this kindness. Damn it, ambush, the burly man growled, rising clumsily, glaring fiercely at Li Shi. You truly dare to come here? How bold! But this is where it ends. Ignoring the taunt, Li Shi calmly stated, none of you three will leave today. However, I am curious about your intentions. I have never set foot in the inner sect, so I should not have offended anyone there. The burly man looked disdainfully at Li Shi. Because you, a worthless fool, took something that did not belong to you. The resources of the inner sect are limited. Your quota should have been mine, but because of your sudden emergence as a so-called genius, I have been deprived of my rightful place. Hand over your quota, or don't expect to cultivate in the Xinling sacred land. For cultivators, resources are paramount. With sufficient resources, one can advance faster than others. Originally, this quota was meant for him, but with Li Shi's appearance, he was relegated to a secondary quota, which still allowed access to the Xinling sacred land, but excluded him from the most concentrated areas of spiritual energy. The thought made him gnash his teeth in frustration. I see now, Li Shi replied, nodding in understanding. Indeed, talent is crucial in this world. Fortunately, I didn't foolishly lay low. Otherwise, I would have lost all these resources. At that moment, Li Shi had quietly copied their techniques. Diamond technique. Significantly enhance one's physical strength for a short duration. Automatically reaching the pinnacle. Skyward 9 swords. Sword light like shadows, piercing through the winds with rapid thrusts. Automatically reaching the pinnacle. Cursing technique. An unconventional spell. By obtaining a single hair from an enemy, one can cast a curse, remotely controlling the target and administering poison. Truly a means to kill without a trace. All techniques successfully copied. Li Shi smiled faintly. Now that I understand the reason behind your actions, you may begin your confessions. What a presumptuous tone, the burly man scoffed, clearly unfazed. You truly think yourself a genius, yet you're just a newly established foundation establishment fool. How embarrassing for you to act so arrogantly. Wang Gang, you take care of this newcomer, the other two said dismissively, not considering Li Shi worthy of their attention. It would be disgraceful for all three of them to deal with a mere newcomer. Heh, I alone am sufficient. It's been a while since I taught these so-called geniuses a lesson. Today, they shall witness the truth. Wang Gang chuckled as he stepped forward. Shuangguang Pong Li Shi launched the first attack. A yellow glow emanating from his palm, exuding an unstoppable aura. Truly a foundation establishment waste. This level of attack is laughable, so terrifying. Wang Gang nearly laughed aloud as he felt Li Shi's spiritual energy level. He raised an arm to shield his chest, a confident smile on his lips. Boom. The next moment, a deep, resonating sound echoed, shocking everyone present. The force behind this attack was evidently substantial. Indeed, the previously relaxed Wang Gang was knocked back several steps, appearing somewhat disheveled. How is this possible? Foundation establishment 5th level. Didn't he just say that this fellow had merely begun to establish his foundation? Feeling the intensity of the opponent's attack, Wang Gang was momentarily taken aback. It was not simply a matter of being at the 5th level of foundation establishment. The power demonstrated in that previous assault was already comparable to that of someone at the 7th or 8th level. What kind of brute strength is this? Feeling the intensity of the attack, Li Shi finally felt somewhat satisfied. Among the outer sect disciples, an average chief disciple should not pose a challenge to him. As for ordinary disciples, even after several days of training, it would be difficult for them to enhance their cultivation by even a single realm, let alone improve their overall strength. However, for Li Shi, the situation was entirely different. With the aid of 4 extraordinary spiritual roots, he could rapidly absorb spiritual energy, and coupled with abundant resources, the treatment he received was no jest. Moreover, the foundation establishment pills he consumed were of the highest quality, allowing him to ascend to 2 levels after achieving foundation establishment. The combination of top-tier talent and resources had indeed enabled Li Shi to rise through 3 minor realms in a remarkably short span of time. Although battling beyond his level was still somewhat taxing for Li Shi, having now replicated the opponent's skill set and added some combat skills, he felt that victory was not out of reach. Humph, I underestimated you. Since that is the case, I shall take this seriously. Wang Gang snorted coldly, his temper flaring as he realized that he had been put in a rather embarrassing position. As the spiritual energy surged, a faint golden light emanated from Wang Gang, akin to an impenetrable turtle shell, as he charged fiercely towards Li Shi. You shall perish. The surrounding outer sect disciples felt their hearts leap to their throats. Their fists clenched in anxiety. This was the peak of foundation establishment, and it was uncertain whether Li Shi, at the 5th level, could withstand such an assault. Let me break your shell, cackled Wang Gang. Li Shi drew forth a sword, channeling spiritual energy into it. A flurry of sword images flickered behind him, and with a swift motion, these flying swords darted towards Wang Gang. They were not only fast, but as Li Shi continued to wield his sword, the skies above were filled with them. This, Li Mo, this seems to be your technique, the flying heaven 9 swords. One onlooker exclaimed in astonishment at his companion. Li Mo's expression darkened. Not only that, but his flying heaven 9 swords had reached the pinnacle of perfection. How could this be possible? At that moment, Li Mo found himself questioning everything. The flying heaven 9 swords was a mid-tier mystic martial technique, comprising 4 levels: entry, perfection, great perfection, and ultimate perfection. He himself had only just achieved perfection. How could this young man be overpowering him with martial skills? The most profound experience, however, belonged to Wang Gang. He immediately sensed trouble. The flying heaven 9 swords inherently countered his diamond technique, leaving him with no choice but to adopt a defensive stance. Initially, he had thought that Li Shi's execution of the flying heaven 9 swords would be inconsequential. But now, the multitude of flying swords in the sky was causing him significant distress. Waves of sword energy sliced through his spiritual barrier, and Wang Gang could feel his own spiritual energy depleting rapidly. In the next instant, a sword energy cleaved through his barrier, the fissure widening. Is this a deception? Wang Gang was dumbfounded. Was Li Shi's version of the flying heaven 9 swords even more remarkable than Li Mo's? Moreover, this young man appeared to be merely at the 5th level of foundation establishment. What would happen if he were at the same level as them? Alarmed, he realized he needed to retreat quickly. He could not withstand this. Wang Gang took a few steps back, but as he moved, an inexplicable panic flooded his mind. He found himself unable to move, quite literally. Even his spiritual energy began to stagnate. Li Shi wore a peculiar smile, for it was likely too late. The previous sword energy attack had pierced through to take a strand of Wang Gang's hair, and the curse technique had already commenced. Is this a curse technique? There was no time for further contemplation. The ultimate perfection of the flying Heaven Nine Swords had filled the skies with an overwhelming array of sword energies, enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. The number of swords had surely exceeded 10,000. Quickly, everyone, defend together, or we will be in serious trouble. Observing this scene, Liu Mo and his companions hesitated no longer and rushed forward to assist. Channeling their internal spiritual energy, they formed a protective barrier as the sword energies relentlessly pierced through Liu Mo, and his companions' faces turned grave. They had never anticipated that Li Shi, at merely the 5th level of Foundation establishment, could unleash such formidable power. Boom! Liu Mo and his companions staggered back 2 steps, barely managing to fend off the attack. Meanwhile, Li Shi's complexion paled, fatigue setting in. Had it not been for his exceptional spiritual roots granting him greater strength, the flying Heaven Nine Swords alone would have left him utterly drained. At that moment, Liu Mo and the others were in a state of shock. The ultimate perfection of the flying Heaven Nine Swords was truly fearsome. Li Shi appeared to be the prodigy that rumors had proclaimed, a veritable marvel. Is this the strength you pride yourselves on? How laughable that Li Shi coldly regarded them, taking deep breaths to recover his spiritual energy. If it were a 1-on-3 battle, even with all his trump cards, he would struggle to prevail. This victory was tinged with a sense of luck. Wang Gang had underestimated him, providing Li Shi with a prime opportunity to strike. In a fair confrontation, Li Shi would not fear them. His concern lay in their potential disregard for martial ethics. Fortunately, such an occurrence had not transpired. The situation has turned unfavorable. We must retreat and report back. Liu Mo swiftly led the group in retreat. In the blink of an eye, they vanished, not daring to utter a word of bravado. Initially, they had approached with great confidence, dismissing Li Shi's talent entirely. Since his reputation had soared, challenges had poured in from all corners, including a personal challenge from the Grand Elder's favored disciple, Ji Feng. Yet, what had come of it? Li Shi had feigned ignorance, offering no commentary on external discussions. This had naturally led those within the inner sect to underestimate him. If he were unafraid, why would he turn a blind eye? It seemed more a case of reputation outweighing actual strength. However, they now realized that this young man was indeed enigmatic. The 3 retreated like frightened dogs, though Silver Dragon and the others dared not pursue. While it is admirable to strike down a fallen foe, they lacked the strength to do so. This is truly a genius. With a single move, he has resolved it all. Even though Wang Gang was at the peak of Foundation establishment, not yet at the stage of forming a core, it was still absurd for him to be rendered so powerless. The disciples gazed at Li Shi in astonishment. Achieving such a feat while at a lower cultivation level was remarkable, even if it stemmed from the enemy's underestimation. Li Shi, you are indeed a dragon among men. Such talent is hardly to be downplayed. Silver Dragon chuckled ruefully. Initially, he had not held high hopes for Li Shi. Battling beyond one's level was not impossible, but a gap of 4 minor realms was still considerable. Who could have anticipated the extraordinary prowess of Li Shi's martial skills? Brother, you flatter me. It was merely luck. If they had taken me seriously from the outset, I would truly struggle. Silver Dragon paused, feeling somewhat awkward. Brother, let us refrain from such formalities. We are of similar age in a world where the weak are devoured by the strong, where the powerful reigns supreme. This principle remains ever constant. Very well, Silver Dragon. I shall count you as a friend. The 2 shared a smile. You nearly scared me to death, Li Shi. Had you not arrived in time, I truly feared I might meet my end. The mere recollection of the earlier scene left Zhang Fei with lingering trepidation. They should not dare to return. It is not honorable for inner sect members to bully those in the outer sect. Moreover, there must be someone backing them. Otherwise, these ordinary inner sect disciples would never have the audacity to act so brazenly in the outer sect, on a certain cliff in the back mountains of the inner sect. For figures stood, among them the rather disheveled Wang Gang and his companions, facing the extraordinarily handsome Ji Feng. Upon hearing the account from Wang Gang and the others, Ji Feng raised an eyebrow in surprise. The Flying Heaven Nine Swords. This is a mid-tier mystic martial technique. Most people would require several months of arduous practice just to grasp the basics. To achieve ultimate perfection in less than a month is astonishing. In Qingyun Valley, mid-tier mystic martial techniques were already considered high-grade skills, not something to be taken lightly. Had it not been for his martial skills reaching ultimate perfection, how could he possibly contend with us at the 5th level of Foundation Establishment? Li Mo's face was filled with unwillingness. This blow was too great. The three of them had been humiliated before so many outer sect disciples, especially given how arrogant they had been previously. Now, they had lost face in a monumental way. I understand. You may all depart for now. The swift winds spoke little, their gaze remaining unperturbed as they softly uttered, Senior brother, what of my current standing? Wang Gang hesitated, words caught in his throat. For this standing, he had sacrificed immensely and waited far too long, only to be outpaced by another. His frustration was palpable. Fear not, for as you are my own, this standing shall remain yours. Since he declines my challenge, he must inevitably venture to the Xinling Holy Land. At that juncture, I shall confront him, replied the swift winds nonchalantly, showing no concern for Li Shi. Even upon learning that Li Shi had rested and reached the pinnacle of the Feitian Jujian, he merely expressed mild surprise. Powerful martial skills were but futile struggles against an insurmountable gap in realms. The foundation was merely a foundation, and no martial prowess could bridge such disparities. With my senior brother's assurance, I am at ease, Wang Gang concluded, refraining from further discourse. If the swift winds claimed it, it was assuredly within their capability, for they were a direct disciple of the Grand Elder, a status beyond their comparison. As for Li Shi, he was somewhat intriguing. The swift winds narrowed their eyes. Such matters were not their concern, after all, for even the most talented were but outer disciples, while they were an inner disciple of exceptional talent. The two were not only of different realms but disparate tiers altogether. However, Wang Gang had previously acquired the advanced grade King Kong art in a secret realm, a technique capable of refining the body die in terms of practicality. This tome surpassed many golden grade martial skills, and having shared it with him, the swift winds felt compelled to honor that promise. Li Shi, I hope you can comprehend the situation. Otherwise, it may not end well for you, the swift winds remarked, their gaze suddenly icy. Chapter 19. With talent comes impudence in the martial arts arena. Jiang Fei stood at the center, his fists occasionally clenched and trembling. 7 days had passed since he was assaulted by inner disciples, yet he remained unable to let go of his resentment. Without strength, it seems I am less than a dog. I lack Li Shi's talent, and I am not wealthy like Tang Hu. While Li Yunxin will inevitably become a talisman master, what of me? Merely an ordinary cultivator, fortunate to awaken a spiritual root, yet it is a mixed root. What am I to do? Jiang Fei's brow furrowed, a sudden wave of powerlessness washing over him. He could see no hope ahead. His fate might be that of an ordinary cultivator, or perhaps, with luck, he might marry and live a peaceful life, or worse, perish in some unknown place, leaving his parents in tears. No, this is not what I desire. What should I do? On the other side, Li Shi had not ventured to the Xinling Holy Land in these 7 days. However, today, having absorbed every last spirit stone, he finally reached the 6th layer of Foundation Establishment. With talent and resources, the pace of improvement is indeed swift, Li Shi mused. With each advancement in cultivation, he could tangibly feel his strength augmenting. Should he engage in combat with Wang Gang and the others now? He was confident of a much easier victory point. One thing Li Shi was acutely aware of was that rapid cultivation stemmed from both talent and attributes. Though these attributes were functional, they indirectly enhanced his physical qualities and understanding. Having wandered the mundane world for several years, Li Shi had replicated many attributes. Cumulative efforts led to swift strength enhancement. It was now time to cultivate in the Xinling Holy Land. Li Shi smiled. Realizing he was unfamiliar with anyone in the inner sect, yet he had quite a few enemies. Had this been before, he would have considered his approach, but now there was no need. Within the realm of Foundation Establishment, Li Shi felt invincible. As for the Golden Core stage, only the true top-tier geniuses had long since crossed that threshold, and the sect had rules that would prevent them from troubling him easily. His current strength should suffice to handle any troublesome matters. The Xinling Holy Land lay atop a peculiar peak in the northern part of the inner sect, known as Tianjian Mountain. According to Mu Mingyi, this mountain had once been the core hall of Qingyun Valley. 2 centuries ago, a massive boulder fell from the sky, striking the mountain and shaping it into its current form. Upon investigation, the masters of Qingyun Valley discovered that this boulder had descended from another continent, the reasons for which remained unknown. Remarkably, this boulder possessed abundant spiritual energy, prompting its use as a training ground for the sect's core disciples. In the North Sea continent, Qingyun Valley was indeed a prestigious sect, and much of its acclaim was attributed to this stone. As Li Shi entered the cavern, he encountered an artificially carved grand entrance, exuding both majesty and a hint of antiquity. Along the way, he occasionally spotted inner disciples donning their sect garb, bustling to and fro, creating a lively atmosphere. Passers-by glanced at Li Shi, their expressions curious. Though Li Shi wore the same attire as the inner disciples, his face was unfamiliar. The Xinling Holy Land was a place where all elite disciples of the sect trained, and everyone typically recognized one another. Could this be the much-talked-about Li Shi from the outer sect? He seems rather handsome, some murmured. Why not approach him and strike up a conversation? Get lost? How annoying! A few female cultivators teased as they made their way towards the Xinling Holy Land. Feeling somewhat awkward, Li Shi rubbed his nose and steeled himself to enter. The sensation of being scrutinized was indeed uncomfortable. Inside the Xinling Holy Land, there lay a vast circular arena. From the center to the outermost edge, 3 concentric circular areas were delineated. Evidently, the innermost circle was reserved for those of first tier standing, followed by second and third tiers. The spiritual energy here was indeed dense, although it could not compare to directly absorbing spirit energy from stones. The richness was still substantial. Li Shi was somewhat taken aback. No wonder Wang Gang harbors such animosity towards me. He could clearly discern that the spiritual energy in the center was far more concentrated, creating a stark contrast with the second tier. By the third tier, the spiritual energy available for cultivation was significantly thinner. You finally arrived, you big pervert. Just as Li Shi intended to head towards the central area, a familiar voice caused his face to flush crimson with embarrassment. Realization dawned upon him. He was acquainted with individuals in the inner sect, and she was the most awkward of them all. Indeed, Li Shi needed no further observation. His sixth sense revealed that most individuals in the Xinling Holy Land had turned their attention towards them. The gazes were intimidating, and Li Shi felt as if he could relocate to another continent. Adhering to the principle of if I am not embarrassed, it is others who should be, Li Shi forced a nonchalant expression, plastering on a deadpan smile. What a coincidence, to encounter you here. The newcomer was none other than Ru Xueqing. Clad in a flowing blue gown, her slender waist cinched with a purple belt, exuding vitality and grace. Such a beauty would draw attention anywhere. Even Li Shi could not help but admire her silently. What coincidence! We all frequent this place daily, yet you big pervert, should have been here long ago to cultivate and enhance your strength. Why the delay? Li Shi's lips quivered. She was indeed beautiful, yet her words were sharp. Ensuring everyone was aware of their past encounters, do you think that incident was something to be proud of? Must you label me a pervert at every turn? Li Shi's toes were so embarrassed they could have dug a hole in the ground. You have no shame, and I still wish to maintain my dignity. Observing Li Shi's slightly nervous demeanor, Ru Xueqing's lips curled into a victorious smirk. Having arrived on her turf, she finally had the chance to put him in his place. Let's see how arrogant you can be now. Ru Xueqing feigned ignorance to the implications of Li Shi's words, continuing her playful banter, laced with sarcasm and an exaggeratedly aggrieved expression. You shameless men take pride in taking advantage of girls in the name of martial arts sparring. Alas, I am but a single, untouched maiden. Oh dear. Wow. Explosive news. What have I heard? So, the goddess Xueqing has a history with this young man. How scandalous. Is it truly so? Such sensational news is within my earshot? This young disciple, once perceived as quite handsome and talented, now appeared merely as a lecherous figure. How deceptive appearances can be. Indeed, we must distance ourselves from such a person. Upon uttering these words, the bystanders, who had been quietly awaiting the unfolding drama, found themselves utterly astonished. Their gazes upon Li Shi were filled with disdain. Scrunched noses and curled lips, among other expressions. In the 20th chapter, titled The Elven Woman, hushed whispers rose and fell like waves. Li Shi nearly wished to flee in embarrassment. Despite his thick skin, his face flushed crimson. Goodness, this script is all wrong. Logically speaking, A matter so scandalous should not have been so readily confessed by a girl. Should it? What sort of character is Ru Xueqing, that she is so difficult to handle? As Li Shi pondered the reasons, he noticed a group approaching him, and the truth became apparent. You, how dare you? A spar is one thing, but your thoughts are thoroughly base. This is where you have gone astray, or Yu Xueqing is one of our inner sect goddesses, and you dare to defile her, today, even if it means bullying the small with the large. I shall challenge you. Do not blame me. You must be taught a lesson, or else this will only lead to further trouble in the future. Count me in. He must be properly educated. After all, she is the most beloved goddess among us. Li Shi, you have some nerve. Just recently, you claimed to be a genius after merely establishing your foundation. I, for one, refuse to accept that. I challenge you to a duel. Upon detecting the use of the term absolute violence and dismissing the irrelevant phrases, Li Shi sighed softly. Truly, beautiful women are perilous. Heh, now you are in for a treat. Ru Xueqing beamed with a victorious smile. Akin to fresh grass in spring, standing quietly by to enjoy the spectacle. At that moment, she stood elegantly, her demeanor reminiscent of a refined lady. Those who had initially sought trouble with Li Shi now gazed at the goddess, observing from a distance, their resolve solidified. The goddess was watching as they sought to defend her honor. They could not afford to disappoint her. With a resigned tone, Li Shi inquired, shall you come together, or one by one? He cast a challenging glance at the ordinary inner sect disciples, all at most at the 7th or 8th stage of foundation establishment. The most formidable among them barely reached the pinnacle of the 9th stage. As long as they had yet to reach the core formation stage, Li Shi truly did not regard them as a threat. How arrogant, to deal with a mere outer sect disciple who has just established his foundation. I alone am sufficient. Prepare yourself. The onlookers wore expressions of anticipation. They merely saw an outer sect disciple, whom they did not recognize. It was an opportune moment to teach him some manners, as the inner sect was not to be trifled with. Here, certain rules must be adhered to. An hour later, a peculiar atmosphere enveloped the Xinling sacred land. The inner sect disciples stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape, as they beheld the scene before them. It was shocking, truly shocking. First came the duel, followed by a one-sided brawl. The so-called inner sect disciples were utterly defeated, sprawled haphazardly on the ground. Was this not an exaggeration? What combat prowess could possibly exist where 7 or 8 individuals, all high-tier foundation establishment cultivators, were bested by a newcomer who had merely established his foundation? What kind of monster was this? It seemed only an inner sect direct disciple could rival him. That may not be the case. Inner sect direct disciples are all at the core formation stage and have already reached mid-level. Even if Li Shi is strong, he cannot possibly challenge such a significant realm. However, he is indeed quite extraordinary. If he continues to cultivate, who knows what might happen? This outer sect genius disciple is rather formidable. A single battle had completely altered the perceptions of those present regarding Li Shi. His strength surpassed their wildest imaginations, exhibiting techniques of the utmost perfection. How could this be? Just a short time ago, he had not been nearly this impressive. It had only been half a month, or Yu Xueqing was equally astonished. Previously, when Li Shi had sparred with her, he had to resort to clever tricks to win. Otherwise, he was not even her match. Now, he had transformed into such an extraordinary figure. She had initially anticipated giving Li Shi a minor lesson, only to inadvertently enhance his reputation. How splendid! Truly worthy of an outer sect genius, displaying one perfect martial technique after another. Li Shi, you have brought us numerous surprises. A crisp round of applause echoed through the previously silent atmosphere. Jarringly out of place, the newcomer was none other than Jifeng, clad in a sleek black robe, his long hair as dark as ink, with striking, yet slightly sharp features. He appeared intimidating, yet exuded a hint of scholarly grace. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Could they be in for another spectacle? This was not someone to be compared with the previous characters. What brings you here? Ru Xueqing frowned, well aware of the history between Jifeng and Li Shi within the inner sect. Li Shi, be cautious. This individual is not to be trifled with. While playful antics might be acceptable, in matters of great significance, owing to her master's influence, Ru Xueqing would certainly stand by Li Shi's side. Who is this person? Li Shi asked, somewhat perplexed, though he had a vague inkling of the answer. Jifeng, the sole direct disciple of the esteemed elder Qingfeng, destined to inherit his legacy. His strength is formidable. Already at the 5th level of core formation at a young age, nearly on par with the inner sect elders, it is said he can challenge inner sect elders and remain undefeated, even besting those of slightly lesser strength. Yu Xueqing bore no particular animosity towards Jifeng. They had little history together, mostly focusing on their own cultivation. However, upon learning of the conflict between Jifeng and Li Shi over a single quota, she had resolutely sided with Li Shi. How powerful! Li Shi's expression grew serious. This was likely the strongest young individual he had encountered thus far. Soon, Li Shi's attention was drawn to a different direction behind Jifeng, where he sensed a distinct aura. There stood a gentle girl clad in a green dress. Her elegance and ethereal demeanor, with eyes shimmering like water, appeared as though she had descended from a celestial realm, untouched by the mundane world. Her mere smile could render the mountains and rivers pale in comparison. Though her attire was simple, her presence commanded respect, making it clear to all that she was no ordinary individual. "Pervert, do you see? You seem unable to move now, huh?" Ru Xueqing pouted, somewhat envious. "At least you have a beautiful girl standing beside you. Can't you tone it down a bit? It's truly irritating." "Who is she?" "Quite peculiar," Li Shi remarked, surprised. Not only was her beauty breathtaking, but he also noticed her unique attributes. Elven bloodline, descendant of the elven royalty. As the saying goes, elves are treasures in and of themselves. Perhaps that is what it means. In truth, the elven race is quite ruthless, possessing a violent divine blood factor. Once their bloodline is awakened, they become unrecognizable to kin. To think that there exists someone like this in Qingyun Valley? An elf no less. What a marvel! In terms of status, she was merely an ordinary inner sect disciple, brought back by the sect leader after an encounter outside. I tell you, you haven't truly appreciated her beauty yet. If you ever witness her in combat, you will understand the true meaning of visual delight. It's exhilarating. Yu Xueqing's expression was filled with excitement, as if recalling a particularly thrilling memory. She felt a stir of curiosity. Secrets abound. In the 21st chapter, Jifeng treated as heir, she was known as Xuelinger. Her strength was somewhat elusive. Sometimes, even elders found it challenging to contend with her, yet she appeared deceptively easy to bully and seldom engaged in fights. Additionally, there was the fiery-haired Hong Mao, son of the third elder, who had already reached the core formation stage, boasting exceptional fire affinity. There was also Li Lingling, the direct disciple of Elder Fengqin within the inner sect, a formidable talisman master. Yu Xueqing introduced each of them to Li Shi in turn. She felt somewhat helpless. It was no wonder that these direct disciples were exceptional. They were the future pillars of Qingyun Valley, and currently he was far from their equal. Be cautious. If you were to be defeated, I could not assist you. I have yet to reach core formation, she taunted mercilessly. You, at least, are a disciple of Elder Guyuan, who is known as the most gifted individual in Qingyun Valley's history. Yet here you are, still unformed in your core. What a pretty face you are. She was about to retort when he noticed Ru Xueqing's expression had turned impassive. Seemingly upset. Was it really so? She could insult him, yet he could not return the favor. Do you not know that girls are delicate creatures not to be compared to others? If you were struck, you have brought it upon yourself. I shan't concern myself with you. Yu Xueqing departed coldly. But I still have a question left unanswered, Li Shi sighed, shaking his head. He had gathered information about the exceptional disciples. Yet one person eluded him, the sect leader's direct disciple. To his surprise, he had been treated as if he were invisible. Jifeng's lips twitched slightly. Was he not supposed to be the main antagonist? Yet he had been a silent observer of the flirtation between these two. "Do you have something to say?" Li Shi inquired respectfully. Having just arrived at the inner sect, he wished to avoid trouble. Better to keep a low profile. Leave this place. Consider it a favor I owe you. It is clear that this opportunity was never meant for you, and you do not belong here. Departing is your best course of action. Jifeng spoke leisurely. A slot has transformed from a second-tier position to a first-tier one in exchange for a personal favor from me. This transaction is exceedingly advantageous. Wouldn't you agree? Li Shi's gaze suddenly turned icy. And indeed, I fear I cannot depart. Your favor holds little value in my eyes. Without hesitation, Li Shi declined. A surge of overwhelming energy rising within Jifeng, his spiritual power erupting like flames. The aura of the golden core stage caused many disciples present to feel a constriction in their chests. It seems you have rebuffed my goodwill, Li Xio not forget. This is the inner gate. In this place, you are but a solitary tree unable to withstand the storm, Ji Feng coldly stated, devoid of any emotion in his eyes. Yet exuding an undeniable authority, at this moment, Ji Feng's entourage stepped forward with mocking smiles, Li Shi, offending us within the inner gate will lead to dire consequences. It would be wise for you to exercise caution. The crowd remained silent, merely observing the spectacle. Ji Feng's actions were evident to all. He was leveraging his strength and status to bully others. However, they had no particular bond with Li Shi, merely an outer gate disciple. Not mocking Li Shi was their utmost duty. How the outer gate novice would handle this was beyond their concern. Ji Feng's behavior was indeed somewhat disgraceful. After all, he was a disciple of the esteemed elder Qingfeng. And bullying an outer gate disciple was rather unbecoming. Li Lingling furrowed her brow. What, would you like to speak up for that newcomer? Qihua chuckled, encouragingly, as the two engaged in light banter, maintaining a neutral stance. Their relationship with Ji Feng was amicable, having grown up together, yet they had no intention of antagonizing Li Xi. Is this a challenge you seek? I must apologize. I am not one to yield to either gentleness or force. If you possess any real skill, feel free to display it. The aura of the sixth layer of Foundation establishment erupted forth, causing a collective gasp among the crowd as they regarded Li Shi with incredulity. This reaction was not due to his strength, which was merely at the bottom tier here. An outer gate disciple confronting an inner gate genius exhibited sufficient audacity. Sixth layer? Just a few days ago. He was at the fifth layer. His progress is astonishing. Wang Gang was left dumbfounded. Is this speed reasonable? It is hardly so. TCH, merely a sixth layer of Foundation establishment. What are you boasting about? I have heard you are a genius, but I have yet to witness it firsthand. Today, I shall teach you what the inner gate's rules entail. One of the men stepped forward, a malevolent expression on his face, emanating the aura of peak Foundation establishment. This is the inner gate, and if they were to be challenged without response, how could they face others henceforth? Wang Gang hesitated, uncertain whether to intervene. It seemed that apart from Ji Feng, no one could manage this situation. Here we go, just a fight. Who fears whom? I welcome all challengers. Just as the confrontation was about to commence, Ji Feng raised a hand and gestured towards a certain direction, indicating a halt. Enough, Huang Wan. The elder is watching Die in the direction he pointed, not far away. An unassuming elder lay quietly on a tree branch, seemingly oblivious to the happenings below. However, upon noticing the elder, the crowd fell silent, returning to their positions to meditate and cultivate. Ji Feng and his entourage departed as well. So, it turns out, you all lack the courage to fight. Li Shi sneered coldly, further mocking them, initially believing them to be formidable but finding them thoroughly disappointing. Ji Feng halted his steps, not angered by Li Shi's words, and spoke calmly. Li Shi, in 2 months, the sect's martial arts competition will take place. I hope you will still be so self-satisfied by then, for I shall personally see to it that you are thoroughly defeated. Your talent is insignificant in my presence. Li Shi casually found a spot to sit and began his cultivation, disregarding Ji Feng. Anyone can make threats. He remained unfazed. Ji Feng was indeed formidable. From the aura emanating from him, Li Shi discerned that this individual likely possessed more than met the eye, perhaps even hidden cards. However, if he could successfully achieve Foundation establishment within these 2 months, Ji Feng would not necessarily be invincible. Before the martial arts competition, the system must upgrade. That is Li Shi's greatest trump card. As for the martial arts competition in 2 months, being an outer gate disciple, Li Shi was less informed. He would have to return and inquire with his affordable master. Surely, this competition would not be simple. After spending a day in the Xinling sacred land, Li Shi distinctly felt a slight elevation in his realm. In no wonder those so-called geniuses reached the golden core stage so swiftly. With so many resources, combined with this fortuitous location and their inherent talents, it would be peculiar if they did not achieve it. Upon returning to the bamboo grove, just as Li Shi intended to ask about the martial arts competition, he was taken aback by the pallor on Mu Mingyi's face, causing him to become anxious. Master, what has occurred? Have you fallen into a state of demonic deviation during your cultivation? Mu Mingyi's complexion was alarmingly pale, his entire being appearing like a mere skeletal frame, emaciated and frail. It had only been a day since Li Shi had departed and returned, Chapter 22. Farewell, brother. Li Shi suddenly recalled something, a day prior. When Mu Mingyi emerged from his restricted area, he appeared exhausted. A sight Li Shi had never witnessed before. It must have been then that something transpired. My time is indeed limited, dear disciple. The path ahead must be traversed by you alone. Mu Mingyi spoke weakly, stating that what had occurred to him was not for Li Shi to inquire about, nor did he need to understand it. Although we have known each other for less than a month, since you have taken me as your master, I shall bestow upon you a legacy, provided you possess the strength to seize it. The legacy? Li Shi was somewhat perplexed, yet he was more concerned about Mu Mingyi's condition. Master, I believe you should rest well for now. Mu Mingyi shook his head, offering a reassuring smile. He had clearly chosen well in his disciple. Do not worry, I can still endure for a while longer. Yet death is an inevitable part of life. We must part ways eventually, so why dwell on these matters? How about it? Will you accept this legacy or not? Once I depart, no one will be left to protect you. Li Shi respectfully bowed deeply to Mu Mingyi. Mu Mingyi was Li Shi's first master, his guiding light, holding significant meaning in his life. Without Mu Mingyi, Li Shi might have remained an ordinary Outergate disciple. Please guide me, Master. Mu Mingyi smiled. The sect's martial arts competition should take place in 2 months, and my expectations of you are not lofty. Simply claim the championship as my final test for you. The championship reward is substantial. According to past traditions, one would receive 100 high-grade spirit stones and the opportunity to select a personal weapon from the sect's armory. Li Shi felt as though he had misheard. Either Mu Mingyi was confused or had prematurely entered his twilight years. Champion? That means defeating all the sect's geniuses and standing atop them. Mu Mingyi raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, giving a thumbs up with a grin. Truly, you are my proudest disciple. Indeed, that is the case. The corners of Li Shi's mouth twitched, somewhat amused yet agitated. Master, if you wish to withhold the so-called legacy, please do so openly. Is it not unreasonable to impose such a challenge? Breaking through to Foundation establishment in 2 months. Do you truly consider me a peerless genius? Achieving such a breakthrough is inherently improbable. Moreover, what does it matter if I reach Foundation establishment? Those geniuses have long since attained the Golden Core stage. None are to be trifled with. Listening to Mu Mingyi, it seemed as though such a feat were as simple as eating or drinking. Mu Mingyi sighed. In this world, nothing is inherently simple. Only by demonstrating that you possess sufficient strength to wield this legacy will you be granted it. Otherwise, that which does not belong to you will ultimately remain out of reach. The opportunity has been presented. The next step is up to you. Over the following month, Li Shi dedicated himself to fervently cultivating in the Xinling sacred land. His master was correct. Opportunities must be seized by oneself. The mere fact that someone was willing to offer him a chance was something many would not dare to dream of in their lifetime. Li Shi had indeed been fortunate, and all he could do now was strive to elevate his cultivation. At this juncture, he successfully reached the 8th layer of Foundation establishment. However, Li Shi soon identified a troubling issue. The spiritual energy within him seemed to have reached a bottleneck, and the efficiency of his absorption had drastically declined. This phenomenon was unrelated to talent. Typically, a bottleneck would only manifest upon reaching the 9th layer. Yet here he was, experiencing it at the 8th layer. A rather peculiar occurrence. At this rate, achieving the 9th layer of Foundation establishment would take at least another month, coinciding with the date of the sect's martial arts competition. To contend with those Golden Core geniuses at the 9th layer would render him a mere jester. It appears that it is time to break through and establish anew. Only a top-tier 3rd-grade pill, the Xiandan, can save him. Li Shi clenched his teeth and made a resolute decision. Opportunities are fleeting and must not be missed. To swiftly break through to the core formation stage, one must strive. A 3rd-grade top-tier elixir, the Xiandan, can elevate a cultivator by at least 2 realms within the Foundation establishment stage. The higher the quality of the Xiandan, the smoother the ascension will be. Conversely, if the quality is inferior, it may only yield a modest increase of 1 small realm. In the early stages of cultivation, it is most taboo for practitioners to forcibly enhance their strength with elixirs, as this can severely diminish a person's spiritual root potential, leading to depletion and creating obstacles for future advancement. Yet, this concern does not trouble Li Shi. His spiritual roots are not even his own. So what is there to care about? What others regard with caution, Li Shi is immune to. In the future, he can replicate even stronger spiritual roots. The Xianling grass, absent from his master's forbidden grounds, will require a journey beyond. With a slight sigh, Li Shi bid farewell to Tang Hu and the others. However, one person's reaction took him by surprise. "You wish to join me on this journey?" Li Shi gazed in astonishment at Zhang Fei, never expecting him to wish to leave the sect, or rather, to accompany him on his way out. Initially, he had to exert great effort just to enter. For Zhang Fei, with his mediocre talent, the Qingyun Valley could very well be a place where he languishes without achievement, with little hope of significant improvement, yet at least he would be safe. Venturing out brings opportunities, but it also entails danger, a danger that would be magnified for Zhang Fei, whose unfortunate physique is no trifling matter. With such mediocre talent and an ill-fated body, his foray into the world seemed less like training and more akin to courting death. My brother, perhaps it would be better to remain in Qingyun Valley," Li Shi suggested. Zhang Fei's expression was resolute. "I have made up my mind. In Qingyun Valley, there will never be a day of recognition. I must venture forth to hone my skills and grow stronger." In that moment, Li Shi recognized Zhang Fei's determination. The incident with Wang Gang had struck him profoundly, and no longer dissuading him. Li Shi patted Zhang Fei's shoulder. "Gather your belongings. Let us depart." The two journeyed together, traversing from Qingyun Valley to the foot of the mountain. After crossing 5 peaks, they exited the territory of Qingyun Valley and entered the vast spirit beast forest. "Here, we should part ways," Li Shi said as they stood amidst the endless expanse of towering trees, accompanied by the howls of spirit beasts. Yet, both understood that the path ahead lay before them. How they would navigate it was a matter of their own choice. "Take care, brother Zhang Fei," Li Shi offered, reflecting on many words he wished to express, but now found himself unable to voice them as they parted. "You too, Li Shi. Rest assured, as long as I live and you remain in Qingyun Valley, I will surely return." Their fists met in camaraderie, and with a final wave, Zhang Fei strode away with grace. Li Shi watched Zhang Fei's figure fade from view, letting out a heavy sigh. As a friend and brother, he ought to have dissuaded him. Yet, he understood Zhang Fei's desire to become strong, realizing that one must carve a bloody path with their life. Were their roles reversed, with Li Shi's mediocre talent and a bleak future, he too might choose to take the risk. "I wish you a safe journey, and hope for a day when we may meet again." Chapter 23. The Spirit of Malevolence. Upon entering the spirit beast forest, Li Shi felt as though he had stepped into a realm uninhabited by others. This place had become his battlefield. Hunting talent, the ability to perceive spirit beasts through scent and sound, forest mastery, understanding the roars of low-tier spirit beasts and engaging in brief communication. This moment, the advantages of his replicated talents came to fruition. These abilities had been copied long ago, but he had lacked the means to utilize them. The only reason was his insufficient strength, for no matter how rich his experience, he remained merely a mortal. Confronted by a ferocious spirit beast, all embellishments would serve no purpose. Now, however, the situation had changed. Li Shi possessed the ability to defend himself, augmented by these replicated talents. Encountering high-level spirit beasts posed no issue. If he could not defeat them, he could simply flee. Moreover, his current task was singular: to locate the Xianling grass, thus completing his mission. The Xianling grass grows by riversides and must be nourished by the spiritual energy of Xianling beasts to flourish. The higher the level of the Xianling beasts, the better the medicinal properties of the Xianling grass, which directly impacts Li Shi's impending breakthrough. In other words, to find the Xianling grass, he must seek out rivers and be surrounded by a sufficient number of Xianling beasts for it to possibly thrive. For other cultivators lacking experience, entering the spirit beast forest in search of a single herb could lead to many unnecessary detours. For Li Shi, however, it was a straightforward endeavor. Within just one day, he had discovered the river and the habitat of the Xianling beasts. The Xianling grass lay within their domain, predominantly guarded by second-tier Xianling beasts. He needed to act swiftly. Li Shi pondered for a moment. Xianling beasts and Xianling grass were not rare in the spirit beast forest. With determination, one could find them, but obtaining them without sufficient strength proved challenging, especially given the considerable number of Xianling beasts. If entangled, he would surely face great trouble. That moment, Li Shi crouched in a thicket not far from the riverbank. 200 meters ahead, he spotted the luminous Xianling grass. The Xianling grass comes in 3 colors: green, red, and blue, with blue being the highest quality and oldest. His target this time was the blue Xianling grass. If he could seize it with lightning speed and escape swiftly, The Xianling beasts would likely not pursue for long, given their limited intellect. A single Xianling grass would not incite them to chase him, unless they were foolishly greedy and sought to claim all the grass for themselves, in which case the Xianling beasts would go into a frenzy. These Xianling beasts were massive, standing 2 meters tall, resembling hippos, which rendered them quite cumbersome. Noon. They were resting, the time when they were most lax in their vigilance. Li Shi took a deep breath, circulating his spiritual energy rapidly. In the next moment, his gaze turned icy as he launched into action. With the Shadow Assassin skill activated, he swiftly darted across the river. The Xianling beasts, initially unresponsive, merely caught sight of a fleeting shadow. Just as they puzzled over the appearance of a shadow in broad daylight, Li Shi found himself merely a meter away from the blue Xianling grass. "Ha! It's in my grasp," Li Shi beamed with victorious delight. The process had unfolded even more smoothly than he had anticipated. However, at that moment, the Xianling beasts finally realized that a human was pilfering their treasure. Their furious roars reverberated throughout the area, deafening in their intensity. Unfortunately, their reaction was still too slow. They could not prevent Li Shi from seizing the grass. "Got it. Farewell, my friends." Li Shi's expression brightened as he grasped the Xianling grass. Yet, just then, a chilling aura enveloped him. Li Shi felt his heart momentarily halt. Without hesitation, he relinquished the Xianling grass and retreated swiftly. He was acutely aware that if he dared to uproot the Xianling grass, he might face death in the next instant. Trouble brews, he thought. Sure enough, after retreating to a safe distance, Li Shi glanced back at the spot where the Xianling grass had been. The woman with black hair stood there, radiating a menacing aura. Upon seeing her, Li Shi felt a chill run down his spine. Her black eyes, black dress, and the dark malevolence emanating from her head were terrifying. Most alarming were the fearsome fangs that stretched to her eyes. The only reason she could still be considered a woman was the prominent features on her chest. In terms of physique, she undoubtedly resembled a graceful woman, yet her horrifying visage evoked an indescribable sense of eeriness. Utterly incongruous. Given her aura, she was at least at the peak of the core formation stage. What kind of monster is this? When did this species come to inhabit the spirit beast forest? Li Shi's scalp tingled. A creature of this caliber was far beyond his current capacity to confront. Chaos Divine Body possesses immortality, frenzied energy, and the ability to utilize spiritual power within a 100-kilometer radius. This divine body can evolve. Insufficient system level to replicate this trait. Hiss! Li Shi gasped in shock. What kind of fortune is this? What on earth is this being? The best strategy now is to flee. At that moment, not far away, a group of 5 individuals was approaching. A burly man clad in hunting attire spoke ingratiatingly to a man dressed in a green robe in the center. "Li Zhisher, we are almost there. We must proceed with caution, as the spirit's lair is nearby." The man referred to as Li Zhisher scoffed dismissively. "Fear not. A mere peak core formation cultivator is nothing. I have been in the nascent soul stage for several years, and with this treasure in tow, capturing that spirit will be a breeze." "Indeed, indeed." The burly man nodded repeatedly, his expression tinged with sorrow. "To investigate the spirit's whereabouts, our Wolf Fong hunting group has lost 3 Peak Foundation establishment elites. The deaths of our fallen brothers were in vain." Li Zhisher smiled faintly. "Rest assured, since I am personally taking charge this time, I will certainly secure it. Spirits are quite valuable, after all. Their entire being is a treasure." "Zhisher, what about the compensation we discussed earlier?" "Ha ha, fear not. I only require the spirit. I will also assist you in slaying the surrounding spirit beasts. All the medicinal herbs and spirit beast carcasses will belong to you. Your brothers will not have died in vain." The brawny man laughed heartily, reassured despite the loss of 3 Peak Foundation establishment lackeys. Indeed, such losses were regrettable, for nurturing these fighters was no trivial task. Yet, should they manage to capture that elusive spirit this time, they could scour the surrounding area for medicinal herbs and the corpses of spirit beasts, a venture that promised immense profit. The value of the herbs is self-evident, and spirit beast remains are also quite lucrative. As for the 3 fallen henchmen, a mere compensation for their families would suffice. What more could be done? As a hunting mercenary group, they inherently exchanged lives for resources. Death was a common occurrence in this line of work, far from being a novelty, as long as sufficient profit could be amassed. The lives of these individuals held little weight in his eyes. The allure of substantial gain would undoubtedly draw more cultivators to their mercenary band. Chapter 24. The Cloud City Mercenary Group. Moreover, a bounty had been placed by Cloud City. By eliminating this spirit, they could claim a reward of 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Each medium-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 10,000 gold coins, amounting to a staggering 1 million gold coins, a considerable fortune indeed. Spirit stones not only serve to enhance cultivation levels, but could also be utilized to procure various necessary materials. This time, Cloud City was resolute in their mission to eradicate the spirit. Otherwise, their mercenary group would continue to face trepidation every time they ventured into the Spirit Beast Forest. To date, many lives had already been lost due to this spirit. As a group neared their destination, a shadowy figure appeared on their path, looking rather disheveled. They soon realized that this individual was a disciple from Qingyun Valley, his attire unmistakably conspicuous. She also recognized them. Initially perplexed, but soon understanding their garb, mercenaries, it was not uncommon for these mercenaries to hunt for a living while simultaneously gathering medicinal herbs. "Are you a disciple of Qingyun Valley?" inquired the leading man in a green robe. His tone indifferent. She nodded. "You are here to hunt, I presume?" The green-robed man's expression brightened. "I can sense that spirit nearby. Young man, have you already engaged it?" She felt a twinge of confusion. Was this group indeed here to capture the spirit? A brief investigation revealed that among the 5, 3 were at the foundation establishment stage, and 1 at the core formation stage, an aura discernible at first glance. Only the young man in the green robe eluded his insight, suggesting a higher cultivation level. It was no wonder that disciples from Qingyun Valley found themselves in such a predicament. "Young man, would you care to join us? With another person, our chances of success increase, and we could share the reward," the brawny man warmly proposed. He was uncertain of Li Shi's strength, but a disciple daring enough to venture alone from Qingyun Valley must possess considerable skill. For them, their sect had always been a formidable entity, far beyond the reach of their modest mercenary band. If they could recruit Li Shi, it would be ideal. If not, they could still forge a friendship. Either way, it was a lucrative endeavor. Even if they could not become friends, they could still dispose of any evidence. A disciple of Qingyun Valley likely possessed valuable items. In the Spirit Beast Forest, they had little to fear from vendettas, as they were unconcerned about retaliation. As for my reward, I seek a high-quality Xinling grass. If you can assist me in obtaining it, I would not mind collaborating with you. Li Shi contemplated before responding. Given the current circumstances, it was unrealistic for him to secure the Xinling grass alone unless he sought it elsewhere, which posed its own dangers and would consume even more time, something he was sorely lacking. "High-quality Xinling grass, you say? That's quite agreeable. This marks our first collaboration with a disciple from Qingyun Valley. May our partnership be fruitful," the brawny man replied, and after their agreement, they set off together. At this juncture, Li Shi began to grasp the situation. It appeared that this enigmatic spirit had been a presence in the Spirit Beast Forest for over a year. Its strength was formidable. Having reached the peak of the core formation stage, only those at the nascent soul level could hope to capture it. Cloud City, being merely a small county, was unlikely to harbor such powerful beings. The strongest among these mercenary bands were at the peak of the core formation stage. Over the past year, they had endured significant hardships due to the sudden emergence of this spirit, which seemed to possess a territorial instinct, claiming a vast area as its own. Humans could traverse the territory without issue, but those seeking to hunt or gather herbs would face its wrath. Contemplating this, it was evident that the spirit was more powerful than they, lurking in the shadows, ready to ambush, an unsettling thought that robbed them of restful sleep. Consequently, many mercenary groups had suffered severe personnel losses over the past year, and the efficiency of spirit beast hunting and herb gathering had markedly declined. Many had become reluctant to delve into this resource-rich region, opting instead for areas with fewer resources. Now that they had finally enlisted the aid of a nascent soul expert, they were determined to capture this spirit. This individual was Li Mo, a steward from the Cloud Empire. The group of brawny men belonged to the Wolf-Tooth Mercenary Group, one of the 2 major mercenary factions in Cloud City. Their leader boasted strength at the peak of the core formation stage. The brawny man leading the team was Wang Kai, the vice leader of the Wolf-Tooth Mercenary Group. However, none among this group had reached the peak of the core formation stage. As Li Shi could discern, it seemed their leader had been intimidated by the spirit, instilling a sense of dread. Even with a nascent soul powerhouse in tow, they were hesitant to approach. She could empathize. After all, he considered his ability to escape the clutches of that spirit to be a stroke of luck. The aura it exuded was terrifying. As for Cloud City, it was a small town situated 300 kilometers from Qingyun Valley, under the jurisdiction of the Cloud Empire. The Cloud Empire and Qingyun Valley represented two distinct factions that typically maintained a peaceful coexistence, engaging in normal commercial exchanges. At this moment, Li Shi had quietly replicated their abilities: bloodthirsty hunt, enhanced senses, heightened perception in the jungle, sixth sense, ability to foresee imminent death. These were invaluable assets, and Li Shi felt a surge of delight within. Young man, to brave the spirit beast forest at such a tender age requires notable courage. I suspect your strength is also quite extraordinary, the brawny man casually probed. With the guise of a system to conceal his true abilities, they could not fathom Li Shi's actual prowess. I have only recently established my foundation. I am out here on my master's orders for training, Li Shi replied, feigning nonchalance. One must always be on guard when venturing out. Is that so? The brawny man chuckled, exchanging glances with his companions. Opting to say no more, as his mind began to hatch a plan, he had already labeled Li Shi as a novice disciple on a training expedition, undoubtedly possessing numerous valuable items, perhaps even a protective talisman bestowed by his master. This could yield significant gains. For the mercenary group, those stronger than them could become allies, while those weaker yet seemingly affluent were ripe for exploitation. However, all matters would be addressed post-mission. Li Shi sighed inwardly. Having discerned the intentions of these men, while he lacked the ability to read minds, he possessed a trait that allowed him to master his expressions. Human thoughts often manifested clearly through facial expressions. Despite the outward camaraderie shared in conversation with these individuals, Li Shi was acutely aware of how mercenary groups treated strangers. There existed a dichotomy between their personas in town and the spirit beast forest, which was entirely natural. We have arrived. Exercise caution, Li Mo announced as they halted by the riverbank. Li Shi was well aware of the prior exchange between him and the brawny man, but he chose to remain unconcerned with such trivialities. Capturing the spirit was their primary objective. Upon hearing this, the group immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Chapter 25. Confrontation in the spirit beast forest. They had all witnessed the terrifying strength of that spirit and could not afford to be complacent. Leave the spirit to me. As for the spirit beasts, I entrust them to you all, the green-robed man declared as he took the lead. He swiftly released his aura in a clearing within a valley, unleashing the might of the nascent soul stage. As expected, a chilling cry resonated through the air, and the spirit that instilled dread in all mercenaries materialized before them. Its shadowy form radiated malevolent energy, a visage so terrifying that a mere glance could haunt one's nightmares. Upon sighting the spirit, the brawny men gasped, feeling as though their breath had been snatched away. The oppressive aura was unbearable. With a furious roar from the spirit, the cacophony of howls from surrounding spirit beasts erupted, shaking the ground beneath them. Everyone, be cautious. Most of these spirit beasts are of the first and second tiers. In vast numbers, we must ensure that Steward Li Mo has ample time to act. Wang Kai warned solemnly, then turned to Li Shi. Young man, as a disciple of Qingyun Valley, your master has sent you out for training. No doubt to fortify your courage, propose you lead the charge. How does that sound? If you cannot even take the lead, I dare say procuring that Xinling grass will be quite the challenge. Upon hearing these words, the other three individuals could not help but sneer inwardly. They discerned that Li Shi, in her youthful exuberance, had yet to experience the treachery of the human heart and would likely foolishly acquiesce. It was indeed a stroke of fortune to have a Na'vi lad serve as their meat shield. The first to charge into battle often suffers the greatest casualties, and if he were to refuse, well, there were myriad ways to deal with him later. They had no fear of his dissent. She clenched her teeth, contemplating for a moment before responding with a smile. No problem, leave it to me. With that, she surged forward, drawing the onslaught of spirit beasts toward her from all directions, a palpable sense of pressure enveloping the area. As a shadowy figure, she deftly maneuvered among the beasts, methodically luring them in a singular direction. Indeed, the youth was easily deceived, yet his speed was commendable. It was no wonder he hailed from Qingyun Valley. Observing this scene, Wang Kai and his companions exchanged glances, a sinister smile creeping across their faces. If they could incapacitate Li Shi before he could escape, he would become nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter after the battle concluded. At that moment, Li Shi continued to channel her spiritual energy. A tempest rising to attract the spirit beasts. Over 20 of them seemed to follow her lead, darting in the direction she fled. What is he doing? Why isn't he attacking? Before long, Wang Kai sensed something amiss. He bore the same first ability as Li Shi, an uncanny intuition. This unsettling feeling intensified rapidly. Why was he so intent on luring the spirit beasts without striking back? The others began to notice the irregularity as well. But they thought little of it, even as Li Shi deftly redirected the beasts towards them. Only Wang Kai's expression shifted dramatically. This damned boy has drawn the spirit beasts upon us. We must retreat. A couple of low-tier spirit beasts were manageable, but over 20 of them posed a threat even to a peak core formation cultivator. Just as he resolved to withdraw, the speed of the spirit beasts exceeded his expectations. Surging toward them, it was likely too late to retreat now. Behold the gift I bestow upon you. Kindly assist me in distracting these spirit beasts while I procure the Xinling grass. I shall return to witness your performance. Li Shi cackled with mirth, swiftly evading the oncoming tide of spirit beasts. Wang Kai and his companions were immediately surrounded by the multitude of beasts. Fortunately, they were seasoned hunters, and after a brief moment of panic, they quickly organized their defensive formation. Powerful waves of spiritual energy surged forth, pushing back the beasts somewhat. You Qingyun Valley disciple, you draw the spirit beasts here while you go after the Xinling grass. If I get my hands on you, you shall regret it. Wang Kai cursed as he fought off the spirit beasts. It was a profound humiliation for these experienced hunters to be outwitted by a fledgling. Leaving behind the chaos, Li Shi swiftly made her way to the riverbank she had visited earlier. Indeed, there were no Xinling beasts in sight. Without hesitation, she swiftly plucked the blue Xinling grass as for those of lesser age and other herbs. She did not collect them. She was not a greedy person. Her sixth sense warned her that taking too much could lead to trouble. One must learn to be content. Task accomplished, Li Shi leaped onto a mountain peak, surveying the battle below. The scene had calmed considerably. Wang Kai, a formidable core formation expert, managed to effectively control the low-tier spirit beasts, and with the assistance of his 3 subordinates, they could barely withstand the onslaught. Before long, Li Shi's attention was diverted to another battlefield, her brow furrowed. The peculiar malevolence emanating from the elf was quite formidable, akin to poison, continually enveloping Li Mo. At that moment, Li Mo found himself entirely surrounded by the malevolence. As if trapped within the elf's domain, if not for the enhancement of his distant vision, Li Shi would have struggled to discern the battle within. Li Mo's face had turned pale, his spiritual energy severely depleted. He continuously released his energy to combat the malevolence, yet his body bore several gruesome, bloodied wounds, a sight both fearsome and grotesque. This elf is truly terrifying. Where did it come from? Li Shi marveled. It was evident that even a nascent soul expert was in such a dire predicament, indicating the creature's power was extraordinarily exaggerated. In the North Ming continent, numerous races existed. Elves were not uncommon, and even demons and other worldly beings roamed. However, each race maintained its own territory and seldom ventured into human realms. The spirit beast forest naturally fell under human jurisdiction, making the brazen appearance of an elf quite perplexing. Such an eerie malevolence. It seems I've stumbled upon a treasure. This elf must possess something extraordinary. As the battle grew increasingly desperate, Li Mo's demeanor shifted to one of mania, laced with excitement. Suddenly, he flipped his palm. A crystal-clear green vial appearing in his grasp. With the vial's emergence, an aura imbued with the will of the Tao enveloped the area. At that moment, the low-tier spirit beasts hesitated in their assault. Momentarily halted by the presence of this Taoist will, the elf, engaged in combat with Li Mo, was stricken with horror as its expression transformed. Li Shi gasped in disbelief. An artifact of the Celestial Emperor. He possesses such a trump card. Chapter 26. Artifact of the Celestial Emperor. Having navigated the mortal realm for many years, Li Shi had not only replicated numerous abilities, but had also absorbed a wealth of information. Much could be gleaned from books, though she had little interest in reading. Fortunately, the system granted her an extraordinary memory, enabling her to retain the content effortlessly. A mere glance sufficed. Weapons fell into 3 categories: treasures, celestial emperor artifacts, and divine instruments. Treasures were already exceedingly rare, as the materials required were quite specific, alongside the necessity for spiritual attachment, which must reach at least the 6th tier. The spiritual attachment of a celestial emperor artifact must reach the 7th tier or higher. And that was merely the foundation. Most crucially, the weapon must be forged from the essence of heaven and earth, meaning the materials must be born of nature. Such weapons inherently possess the ability to dispel evil and can also store spiritual energy, unleashing tremendous power in moments of crisis. Moreover, celestial emperor artifacts allow one to comprehend the will of the Tao, facilitating swifter enlightenment when practicing certain techniques. It could be said that celestial emperor artifacts were coveted by even golden core cultivators. From the appearance of the vial, Li Shi recognized it as the Yang Jade Vial, a premium weapon among celestial emperor artifacts. Within the vial lay a small, self-contained space specifically designed to absorb demonic filth. The so-called demonic filth refers to souls, remnants, and other malevolent entities, such as those from the demon race, the elf race, and spirit beasts that had evolved intelligence. All could be absorbed by the Yang Jade Vial, either to be refined or nurtured as one's own pet, offering myriad functionalities. The fact that Li Mo could wield such a vial spoke volumes of his hidden prowess. It seemed the elf was destined to be captured. Li Shi sighed and shook her head, feeling no sense of regret no matter how formidable the elf. It was merely a peak core formation being, with a nascent soul expert's intervention, especially one bearing such a trump card. Capturing it was only a matter of time. She harbored no goodwill towards the vicious elf. Its capture was inconsequential to her. Her own task had been fulfilled, and now she needed to hasten back to concoct the 3rd-grade supreme elixir, the Xianling Pill, to break through to the core formation stage. Demonic filth, you shall swiftly surrender under my Yang Jade Vial. Li Mo intoned incantations, and in the next instant, the Yang Jade Vial was opened. Golden light flooding forth and enveloping the malevolence. The vial hovered in the air, continuously releasing purifying energy. Ah! The elf emitted a chilling wail as the black malevolence was gradually absorbed by the vial. The low-tier spirit beasts below, witnessing this spectacle, were powerless to intervene and began to wail in sorrow, seemingly mourning for their master. These spirit beasts had not evolved intelligence, thus they were unaffected by the Yang Jade Vial and could only watch helplessly. At this moment, the black malevolence surrounding the elf had been entirely consumed, causing the elf to plummet, utterly drained of spiritual energy and unable to sustain itself. Elderly, come quickly to assist us. We cannot hold on any longer. As the battle in the distance finally drew to a close, Wang Kai and his companions were overwhelmed with joy. Their struggle against the legion of spirit beasts had been a tenuous one, and the thought of hunting these creatures with just the 4 of them had been utterly impossible. Fortunately, it seemed that this ordeal was nearing its end. That moment, Li Shi quietly rose. Preparing to depart from this chaotic realm, Li Mo had already lent his assistance to Wang Kai, and should the crisis here be resolved before Li Shi could leave, it would certainly spell trouble for him. Just as he was about to turn away, a fleeting glance cast downward caused Li Shi to pause instinctively, a nagging sense of familiarity washing over him. He blinked in surprise and then stared again, astonishment swiftly morphing into shock. Could it be Schwellinger? Li Shi rubbed his eyes vigorously, doubting whether he was merely experiencing a fleeting illusion, as the beauty of Schwellinger had captivated him at first sight. Upon closer inspection, he was unable to contain himself. Goodness! It truly is Schwellinger. How could this be? Is she not a disciple of Qingyun Valley? What is she doing in this forest of spirit beasts? And for an entire year at that? A torrent of questions flooded his mind. Li Shi even considered the possibility that there might be 2 individuals who bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. But how could such coincidences exist in this world? Moreover, the aura that surrounded Schwellinger remained unchanged. The figure before him was indeed her. At this moment, the elf still wore a delicate black gown. Her figure slender and graceful. The menacing grin that once adorned her face had vanished, revealing instead the beautiful visage of a young girl, none other than Schwellinger. Furthermore, she appeared different from the first time Li Shi had encountered her. Back then, she had been in human form, but now she was in her elven form, her skin fair and her eyes radiating a lustrous, glass-like glow. Her elegantly elongated legs were crossed as she sat weakly upon the rocks. Resembling a graceful elf who had descended into the mortal realm, as a disciple of Qingyun Valley, it was only natural that she deserved to be rescued. Moreover, the Yang Jade treasure vase had piqued his interest. Observing the unfolding situation, Li Shi had believed himself capable of reaping the benefits while both parties were engaged in mutual destruction. However, he was always cautious. This was a lesson learned during his time in the mortal realm. It was better to avoid unnecessary troubles. With the task at hand complete, this journey would be considered concluded. Yet now, he had to take a risk, even if his opponent was a formidable nascent soul cultivator. Indeed, the elves were renowned for their extraordinary beauty. As he absorbed your abilities, I shall indulge in the experience, he mused, casting a look at the elf suppressed by the Yang Jade treasure vase. A look of sheer delight crossed his face. Wang Kai, I am here to assist you. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Although his own spiritual energy was nearly depleted, Li Imo summoned the last of his strength to aid Wang Kai and his companions in combating the lower-tier spirit beasts. All he wanted was to swiftly conclude the battle and take the elf back for some delightful amusement. How ridiculous, to be in such a hurry. What a treasure you've left behind. Slowly rising, Li Shi recognized that the moment had arrived. While he could not wield the Celestial Emperor's weapon due to Li Mo's imprint upon it, he was not to be underestimated. After all, he was a master of incantations. His sealing technique allowed him to impose temporary seals on spirit entities, items, and weapons in the blink of an eye. Li Shi found himself beneath the Yang Jade treasure vase. Murmuring a spell as spiritual energy surged around its seal, he bellowed, his incantation accompanied by a surge of magical power directed towards the vase. The once radiant vase began to dim, its golden light fading away. Xue Linger gradually regained her lucidity, only to find a shadow obscuring her vision, a figure that exuded a vague yet profound sense of safety. Are you all right? Li Shi inquired, turning to her. It's you. You are the one from the Xinling Holy Land, Xue Linger exclaimed, a hint of surprise evident in her tone. What is a disciple of Qingyun Valley doing here? Let me resolve the troubles before us. And then we shall converse, for our current predicament is dire. With a sigh, Li Shi cast his gaze toward the approaching adversaries. Chapter 27. Harvesting the battlefield at this moment, Li Mo had nearly vanquished the spirit beasts alongside Wang Kai and the others. However, as he regained his senses, his expression darkened. The disciple of Qingyun Valley dares to thwart my efforts? You must be tired of living. Li Mo's countenance grew grim, his fury palpable. After laboring tirelessly for so long, it was infuriating to find someone standing before him, maintaining their full combat strength, undoubtedly seeking to claim the fruits of his labor. Such an act ignited a firestorm of rage within him. Curse it! Were it not for this damned fool gathering the spirit beasts to besiege us, we would not be in such a wretched state. You, disciple of Qingyun Valley, shall meet your end today. Upon seeing Li Shi, Wang Kai's expression darkened, his animosity palpable. The others wore similar expressions of hostility, eager to see this young man suffer. You are the ones who are on borrowed time. You are now but a fraction of your peak combat strength. What do you intend to contend with me? Li Shi retorted coolly, a smirk gracing his lips. Limo nearly spat blood at those words. He could hardly fathom that a mere youth could be so audacious. You despicable brat. You emerge now that we are all gravely injured? How can you reconcile such behavior with the righteous principles of Qingyun Valley? Your actions will inevitably tarnish our reputation. Li Shi rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat helpless as he considered his response. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, the victor takes all. Who cares about the process? The absurdity of such sentiments coming from his opponent was almost endearingly foolish. You commanded me to lead the charge earlier, and yet you now feign righteousness. We are cut from the same cloth, so let us dispense with this empty rhetoric. Li Shi spoke with a nonchalant air. Li Mo, suppressing his rage, took a deep breath, casting a dark glance at Li Shi, a cruel smile creeping upon his lips. While I may not know the full extent of your strength, I can surmise it does not exceed the core formation stage. Even if I am not at my peak, I am still a nascent soul, and with the Celestial Emperor's weapon in my possession, you have miscalculated. Li Shi innocently tossed the Yang Jade treasure vase into the air, catching it with a casual flick of his wrist. Oh, you mean this? Call out to it and see if it responds. Should his adversary possess a Celestial Emperor's weapon, even in a state of depleted energy, The significant disparity in their cultivation levels could spell danger for Li Shi, yet everything had changed now. Without the Celestial Emperor's weapon, Li Mo was merely an ordinary nascent soul cultivator, and one whose spiritual energy was running low. Li Mo's brow furrowed in frustration as he desperately attempted to reclaim the Yang Jade treasure vase, only to find that he could not. The connection between him and the vase had been severed. Sealing? You can perform seals. Li Mo gazed at Li Shi in astonishment. He sensed a faint connection to the vase, suggesting that Li Shi's sealing technique was not particularly advanced. If he could just stall for a while, the seal would eventually dissipate. Now that your powers have been revealed, it is my turn. Li Shi brandished a superior-grade sword, the aura of his 8th layer of foundation establishment erupting forth. Initially, he had expected a formidable opponent. But upon sensing the frail aura before him, Li Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, if Li Shi had been at the core formation stage, he would have posed a genuine threat. Alas, he was merely at the foundation establishment stage. The chasm between their cultivation stages could not be bridged by mere condition. I expected more from you. Turns out you're just at foundation establishment. Li Shi, sure. Let us join forces and eliminate him. Wang Kai, feeling somewhat relieved, was a core formation cultivator. Although he was injured, teaming up with Li Mo, a nascent soul powerhouse, against a mere foundation establishment practitioner should be manageable. Indeed, let us end this quickly. The two exchanged glances, resolutely launching their assault. I, too, desire a swift resolution. Let us see who can act faster. Flying Sword 9, Ultimate Realm. Sword light danced as thousands of phantom blades swirled above, akin to autumn leaves cascading from the trees. Their sheer numbers enough to send chills down one's spine. Sword Heart. Enhanced comprehension of sword intent, amplifying the might of martial techniques. Assassin Expert. Movement as swift as the wind, allowing for instantaneous concealment when approaching foes. Is this the kind of attack that a foundation establishment cultivator can unleash? As Li Mo felt the pressure of the phantom blades above, he had never doubted his existence more than at this moment. Could it be? Such a level of assault could rival the full-force strikes of some core formation cultivators. This is my strongest strike. Should you withstand it, I shall give you a thumbs up, thumbs up. Should you fail, I shall render a thumbs down, thumbs down. Li Shi decisively thrust forward. They had to withstand it. As long as they could endure this strike, he would be left without offensive capabilities. Li Mo and Wang Kai drained the remaining spiritual energy from their bodies, struggling to resist. Fortunately, given their respective cultivation levels, they managed to withstand Li Shi's attack in the initial moments. Although it proved somewhat taxing, they retained their combat capabilities. Indeed, they were nascent soul cultivators. Even when gravely injured, their defensive prowess remained astonishing. Li Shi furrowed his brow, realizing that prolonging the confrontation was not an option. It was imperative to act swiftly and decisively. In the next moment, he suddenly circled around to the rear of the 5 adversaries, launching a surprise attack. Li Mo only caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow, and before he knew it, Li Shi had appeared behind him. However, he remained composed, undeterred by the overwhelming disparity in their realms. Engaging in close combat, he still held the advantage. If you come at me willingly, I shall oblige you, he declared. You all hold your ground against this assault. I will confront him. Li Mo addressed Wang Kai and the others, who were desperately maintaining the flying Heaven 9 swords, before swiftly turning to gather his strength for the most potent strike to meet Li Shi's long sword. Today, I shall demonstrate that the gap in realms cannot be bridged by mere cleverness, you old fool. Perish, Li Mo roared, unleashing a punch. Boom. The collision between the long sword and his fist created a shockwave. Had their realms been equal, the fist would have undoubtedly faltered against the sword's aggressiveness. Yet, in this instance, their clash reached an unexpected stalemate. Li Shi's face flushed with indignation. This was his full-powered strike, and Li Mo had managed to withstand it. Even a severely injured Yuanian cultivator would find it challenging to contend against him. That moment, the Yangyu treasure bottle in Li Shi's embrace began to emit a brilliant glow. Alarmed, he thought, this is bad. The seal is on the verge of breaking. I must eliminate him swiftly. With no hesitation, after his sword was deflected by a punch, Li Shi prepared to unleash another strike. Wang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood, his body wilting. Elderly, hurry. We cannot hold on much longer. Li Mo's eyes burned with intensity. He too was in a precarious state. Less chatter, hold firm. That kid is nearing his limit as well. Die! Li Shi bellowed, his long sword piercing through the air with an unstoppable force. Limo gritted his teeth and braced himself once more. Yet at that very moment of defense, his fist was instantly pierced. The sharp pain jolted Limo's nerves, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. He understood that if he could withstand this onslaught until the Yangyu treasure bottle's seal was lifted, victory would be his. The Great Strength Diamond Technique, immensely enhancing one's defensive capabilities during dire moments, showcasing the formidable physical prowess he possessed at that instant. Li Shi surged forward like a relentless tide, and ultimately, his sword pierced through Limo's fist, instantaneously penetrating his heart. At that moment, Wang Kai and the others could no longer withstand the onslaught of the flying Heaven Nine swords, each of them being pierced by the spectral blades and collapsing lifelessly to the ground. It was finally over. Li Shi lay on the ground, utterly exhausted, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. This was undoubtedly the most perilous moment he had ever faced. Had he not dared to gamble, or had he lost, his fate would have been dire, beyond even the system's salvation. Moreover, the carelessness of his adversaries played a significant role in his success. Otherwise, it would have been impossible. Li Shi couldn't help but sincerely marvel at his own good fortune. At that moment, Schwellinger approached, dragging her weary form, her beautiful eyes reflecting a mix of gratitude and shyness. Thank you, junior brother Li Shi. Earlier, I nearly killed you, yet you came to my rescue. Li Shi recognized her, having seen her daily at the Xinling's sacred ground for cultivation. This bold outer sect prodigy who dared to openly challenge the swift winds had certainly left an impression. Typically, they were mere strangers who crossed paths, sharing only their identity as disciples of Qingyun Valley. Earlier, when Li Shi sought to seize the Xinling herb, she had even contemplated slaying him. Little did she expect that in this dire moment, it was this junior brother, merely at the foundation establishment stage, who stood against the formidable pressure of the core formation and Yuanying realms to defeat them and save her. This act of kindness weighed heavily in Schwellinger's heart. Had it not been for Li Shi, she would have surely been captured. Huh? You knew it was me, yet you still wished to kill me, Li Shi remarked with an odd expression, finding the beauty's demeanor perplexing. Schwellinger lowered her head, speaking softly, because I possess a certain constitution within me. Once activated, I lose control of my body. Even if I knew it was you gathering medicinal herbs, I would be powerless to restrain myself. Fortunately, you did not harvest that Xinling herb. As she spoke, a hint of embarrassment colored her cheeks. Otherwise, you might have truly perished at my hands. Li Shi discreetly touched the Xinling herb within his spatial ring, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. It seems I truly owe you my gratitude. I must thank you for sparing my life. I apologize. Without a moment's hesitation, Schwellinger bowed deeply in apology. After gazing at each other for a while, Li Shi relaxed slightly. From this brief interaction, he discerned her inherently kind nature. It was unfathomable that such a delicate and beautiful girl could transform into the terrifying being he had just witnessed. The incongruity was striking. Is there a way to improve or control this constitution of yours? If you were to regain your strength and suddenly revert to that uncontrollable monster, it would be truly frightening. Reflecting on it, Li Shi felt a lingering dread. This chaotic divine body was indeed extraordinary. He sensed that Schwellinger's cultivation was merely at the core formation stage. Yet after her transformation, she could contend with Yuanying level experts, illustrating the terrifying nature of this chaotic divine body. However, the lack of control was a significant flaw. Such a constitution could only be utilized in scenarios where all were foes. Otherwise, it risked collateral damage. Yet, if truly caught in such a dire situation, death would seem imminent. I can control the timing, but managing friend and foe is still quite challenging for me, as I lack a suitable opportunity. I now require an alchemist to refine medicine for my injuries, allowing me to better manage the transformation time. Upon hearing Schwellinger's explanation, Li Shi was struck with enlightenment. It turned out that after being rescued by the Qingyun Ji sect master, she had been carrying injuries all along. However, her wounds were not easily noticeable. Communication between cultivators and spirits was inherently sparse. The Qingyun Ji sect had been unaware of Schwellinger's condition, thus failing to detect it. Eventually, Schwellinger became a disciple of Qingyun Valley, temporarily recuperating there. Every day, she would venture to the Xinling sacred ground to absorb spiritual energy, hoping to mend her wounds, yet the effect was negligible. This prolonged her transformation time significantly. To avoid harming the disciples of Qingyun Valley, she could only venture into the spirit beast forest during her transformation. Spirits and spirit beasts shared an innate rapport. Here, even in her transformed state, Schwellinger would not harm them, as they were akin to her kind. However, upon encountering humans, her transformed form would immediately drive them from her territory. Should these humans dare to resist or take what belonged to her territory, they would face relentless pursuit. This state had persisted for over a year. Hearing this, Li Shi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank goodness for his innate caution. Had he been reckless and forcefully seized the Xianling herb, he might have lost his life. The motivations of those mercenaries became clearer. They ventured into the spirit beast forest in search of medicinal herbs and to hunt spirit beasts. Well, this fundamentally clashes with Schwellinger's ideology. No wonder those mercenary groups have been so terrified of her over the past year. They were likely haunted by past killings. Li Shi mused. By the way, finding an alchemist shouldn't be too difficult, right? Qingyun Valley has them, and if you need an alchemist to concoct healing medicine, the elders in your clan should be capable. Why then, do you find yourself here? This point puzzled Li Shi. After all, Qingyun Valley was not devoid of alchemists. Ordinary disciples cannot request the elders to concoct medicine for them, and the elixir I require is a top-tier 4th-tier concoction, nearly 5th tier in difficulty. Those elders are unable to produce it? Schwellinger replied, shaking her head in disappointment. For being accepted into Qingyun Valley and receiving the status of an ordinary disciple, she felt immensely grateful and would not wish for more. Thus, she could only venture into the spirit beast forest in search of fortune. Ah, I see it. Li Shi suddenly grasped the situation. If I'm not mistaken, you intend to luck upon an alchemist in the spirit beast forest to help you concoct that elixir. What a creative idea. However, I suspect you will find none, not even a single one. Without a second thought, he responded. Schwellinger replied softly, disappointment evident in her voice. What proper alchemist would come to the spirit beast forest? Gathering herbs is a task best left to hunting groups, the laborers. Moreover, high-tier alchemists are rare. The highest in Qingyun Valley is merely a 4th-tier alchemist, and he is the only one. His status is exceedingly high within the sect. Not to mention 5th-tier alchemists, who travel with formidable protectors, far beyond the scope of what Schwellinger can handle now. It is quite normal for you not to find any. As Schwellinger appeared dejected, Li Shi pivoted his conversation, speaking confidently. In theory, I could also concoct 4th-tier elixirs. As those words escaped his lips, they shone like a beacon of hope amidst darkness, illuminating Schwellinger's enchanting face, magnifying her hope as if she had grasped the last straw of salvation. I believe in you. Li Shi grew increasingly cautious, constantly observing the expressions on Schwellinger's face. If this fellow were to suddenly go mad, it would spell disaster for him. Schwellinger paused for a moment, causing Li Shi's heart to leap into his throat, and then she beamed brightly. Of course you can. You are my friend, and I permit you to take what you need. That is a relief. Li Shi sighed in relief. However, when I transform, I may not have any friends, so you must keep that in mind. Her words were plain and lightly laced with jest, yet they felt particularly eerie in that moment. Ah? Hee, do you believe I'm joking? I do, but please don't scare me, Sister Elf. I'm afraid. After a series of twists and turns, both parties reached an agreement. Within Schwellinger's controlled territory, Li Shi could gather the herbs he required as needed. Within a month, Li Shi was to assist Schwellinger in refining a 4th-tier supreme elixir, the Xianling Dan. Li Shi, no matter what. I truly thank you. I never expected you to already be a 3rd-tier alchemist. Now my hopes rest entirely upon you. Schwellinger expressed her heartfelt gratitude, though her tone grew somewhat somber. My injuries have yet to heal, and my transformations are becoming increasingly uncontrollable. I can barely manage the duration of my transformations anymore. I will need to stay in the spirit beast forest for a longer period. Leave it to me. As long as I reach the foundation establishment stage within a month, your elixir will be no problem, Li Shi replied confidently. Under the tutelage of Mu Mingyi, he had already mastered the crafting of 3rd-tier elixirs. In fact, Mu Mingyi was merely a 3rd-tier alchemist himself. Yet, there was something puzzling to Li Shi. On ordinary days, Mu Mingyi would often explain various techniques and concepts pertaining to 4th-tier and even 5th-tier alchemy. Initially, Li Shi thought the old man was merely boasting. You are only a 3rd-tier alchemist. What are you pretending to be? But as time passed, He began to realize that the points Mu Mingi raised held a certain validity. This old fellow clearly had more to teach him, yet he remained guarded even towards his own disciple. How excessive. I have one last question. Li Shi suddenly remembered a particularly sensitive topic, looking at Xue Linger with a hint of wariness. Is there a possibility that while I'm harvesting herbs within your jurisdiction, you might suddenly transform and kill me? Li Shi found Xue Linger truly unsettling. In her transformed state, she retained her sanity yet exhibited indiscriminate lethality, especially towards those who dared to take from her territory. She had assured him of her good intentions, yet once transformed, she might forget such promises. Xue Linger pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. Just remove the word might. Sister, please don't say that. I'm frightened. For reasons unknown, Xue Linger's serious contemplation sent a chill down Li Shi's spine. While she believed she was joking, it was evidently a dark jest, one that she alone found amusing. There's no need to be afraid. Although this constitution can be violent, it is actually our elven clan's way of protecting ourselves. It is in our nature. This seemed to hint at a convoluted story. Yet Xue Linger had no intention of elaborating. She stepped closer to Li Shi, taking his hand in hers. To Li Shi's surprise, she gently bit her index finger, allowing droplets of blood to flow forth. And then she inscribed a symbol upon his palm. Li Shi examined it closely. The symbol was enigmatic. Once Xue Linger finished drawing with her blood, the symbol gradually faded away. This is a form of telepathy, a unique means of communication among the demon clans. Li Shi recalled having seen it in an ancient tome. All right, now that you bear my essence, even if I go mad, I will regard you as one of my own and will not harm you. Very well, I can finally feel at ease. Just as Li Shi was about to turn back, he noticed Xue Linger standing there, seemingly hesitant to speak. She occasionally glanced at Li Shi's palm, or more specifically, at the spatial ring that housed the Yang Jade Vial. There's something else. Li Shi inquired kindly. I would like to ask you for a favor, Xue Linger said, biting her lip shyly. What else do you need? Li Shi felt a sense of annoyance creeping in, until she pointed at the spatial ring in his hand. Oh no, this girl is quite demanding, and it seems she genuinely does not regard me as an outsider. Not an ounce of courtesy shown. Miss Elf, this is my spoils of war. You cannot, logically speaking, we have known each other for less than a day, and I wouldn't even say we are friends. Furthermore, I risked my life to save you, and now you are trying to lay claim to my Yang Jade Vial. That is not how one should behave. At the very least, that would be unacceptable. I wouldn't do that. It is your possession, and it would be inappropriate for me to take it. I merely wish to discuss it with you. Li Shi turned away helplessly, not daring to confront her directly. He was both amused and exasperated. This girl even considered theft. Yet, ultimately, Li Shi grasped Xue Linger's intention. The Yang Jade Vial could absorb the bodies of demons, nourishing them or even refining them, and could dominate demons for personal use. Once within the Yang Jade Vial, even if Xue Linger activated her chaotic divine body, she would still be firmly subdued. This was indeed a viable means of control over her. Li Shi readily agreed to this condition, but he looked earnestly at Xue Linger. However, once you are absorbed into the Yang Jade Vial, your autonomy will, in a sense, be restricted by me. If I were to harbor any ill intentions towards you, you would be in grave danger. Are you truly willing to accept this? Li Shi intended to inform her of the risks and benefits in advance, ensuring she did not blindly trust anyone. Just when he thought she would hesitate and contemplate, Xue Linger revealed a childlike, innocent smile. I trust you. You are a good person, and you wouldn't harm me. Li Shi fell silent. He certainly did not dare to label himself a good person. Yet, he felt an inexplicable thrill at being so trusted by a fairy he had known for such a short time. One was a naive and innocent elf, and the other a malevolent and ruthless one. Li Shi's heart stirred slightly. He seemed to vaguely understand the duality of the elven race. Xue Linger employed a secretive incantation, summoning a group of spirit beasts to clean up the bodies of Liu Mo and the others. Returning together to Qingyun Valley. Or rather, it was Li Shi who escorted Xue Linger back, for she had now found a temporary home within his Yang Jade Vial. Even Li Shi found it peculiar. He had merely set out to seek the Xin Ling Grass in Chapter 30. Only success is allowed. Failure is not. The task was accomplished, and he had even acquired a divine artifact akin to a pet-like beauty by his side. It was indeed somewhat bizarre, yet what astonished Li Shi the most was that Xue Linger had her own residence within the inner sect, though she had never stayed there. she would frequently venture into the spirit beast forest. In her words, the divine artifact in Li Shi's possession had become her second home. It all felt rather strange, yet he could not pinpoint the exact cause of that strangeness. Upon returning to the sect, Li Shi wasted no time and promptly began alchemy, concocting the Xiandan, also known as the Xianling Dan. This elixir held an irresistible allure for any cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. Yet, there was one peculiar matter. It was exceedingly difficult for foundation establishment cultivators to purchase a Xiandan, while those at higher realms could afford it but had no use for it. Indeed, it seemed that in any world, the useful items often eluded those who truly needed them. After gathering all the necessary materials, Li Shi commenced the refining process. With only a month remaining, he needed to elevate his realm to the foundation establishment stage within that time frame. This time, to ensure absolute success, Li Shi dedicated 3 full days to the process, meticulously ensuring that every step was executed flawlessly. With a resounding bang, the alchemical furnace erupted, filling the air with the rich scent of herbs. A crystalline, translucent orb floated gracefully in the air. I did it. Li Shi exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. You truly are a peculiar one. It's only been a little over a month since you entered the sect, and you have progressed from crafting tools to reaching the 8th layer of foundation establishment, becoming a 3rd-tier alchemist, Mu Mingyi remarked from a distance, his eyes filled with admiration. He no longer taught Li Shi. Now, he relied on Li Shi to comprehend the lessons himself, having imparted all that was necessary. Li Shi surpassed his expectations, demonstrating a level of skill that few ordinary disciples could achieve. He was on the verge of reaching the foundation establishment stage, soon to share the same realm as his master. The grace of a master's teachings would be forever etched in his memory. Li Shi slightly bowed to Mu Mingyi, her heart filled with admiration. Although her master appeared quite intimidating now, he maintained a steady demeanor each day, seemingly awaiting the right moment. With the successful refinement of the Xiandan, Li Shi hesitated not. With less than a month remaining until the sect's martial arts competition, she dedicated a day to restoring herself to her peak state before immediately commencing her breakthrough. As for Schwellinger, she remained within the Yang Jade Bottle, never emerging. The Yang Jade Bottle had an inherently unique effect on Schwellinger. Even when she transformed within the bottle, she would be immediately restrained by Iti. In fact, the malevolent energy she emitted would be converted into usable spiritual energy. This discovery brought Li Shi immense joy, as it resembled a reliable power bank. Schwellinger would transform at fixed intervals each day, yet the duration of her transformations was extending, indicating a deterioration of her condition. If this situation were not resolved, there would come a day when she would fully metamorphose into a chaotic, malevolent demon sprite. Success was imperative. Failure was not an option. With a deep breath, Li Shi recognized that this was undoubtedly the most pressure-laden moment of her breakthrough. Schwellinger's injuries required urgent treatment, and the martial arts competition was fast approaching. The Xiandan rapidly solidified within her body, marking a critical phase in the Dan formation process. At present, she had only reached the pinnacle of the 8th level of foundation building, not yet attaining the 9th. Her sole hope lay in the Xianling Dan elevating her by 2 realms. Mu Mingyi, for his part, merely observed, turning a blind eye and saying little. A full half-month passed during this Dan formation process, and Li Shi's cultivation never ceased. Yet, within her dantian, there were no signs of impending Dan formation, resembling a dark, bottomless abyss. Now at the pinnacle of the 9th level of foundation building, she was but a step away from forming her Dan. Yet she seemed to have encountered the same bottleneck faced by others, unable to advance further. If this continued, even after another half-month, she feared she might still be unable to form her Dan. What to do? Feeling the changes within her dantian, Li Shi's heart sank. Forming the Dan was indeed no simple feat even with such talent and the finest Xiandan. The process remained challenging. Li Shi, why not try harnessing the spiritual power of the Yang Jade Bottle? It may yield results. Schwellinger's voice suddenly resonated from the spatial ring. Realization dawned upon Li Shi. The spiritual power within the Yang Jade Bottle contained a trace of celestial energy, which could indeed enhance her chances of forming the Dan without delay. She summoned the Yang Jade Bottle, merging its spiritual energy into her dantian. This aura, it's the aura of a celestial weapon. Not far off, Mu Mingyi, who had been quietly recuperating, observed this scene with mild surprise. With a casual wave of his hand, spiritual energy surged around Li Shi, preventing the celestial weapon's aura from leaking out. Good luck. Kid, it seems you are in for a substantial gain this time, Yu Mingyi smiled faintly. The process unfolded even more smoothly than Li Shi had anticipated. In just 2 days, signs of Dan formation appeared in her dantian. By the 3rd day, as her mind stirred, she increased the absorption of medicinal power, and her dantian began to operate rapidly. Countless streams of spiritual energy surged, seemingly on the brink of breaking through her dantian. At that moment, her dantian was on the verge of expansion, a sensation that struck Li Shi's body with intensity. Understanding the gravity of the moment, she steeled herself. The sensation of expansion persisted for a full 2 hours until suddenly, a gleam of brilliance flashed in Li Shi's eyes. A terrifying wave of spiritual energy erupted forth. Congratulations on advancing to the Dan formation stage. You have made further strides on the path of the strong. The system has successfully upgraded, unlocking exchange services for you. Current resources available for exchange. Masterpiece upgrade can be used to upgrade techniques, martial arts, items, etc. Your ability to copy entries has been enhanced. You can now copy the ultimate martial arts of your target. With a limit of 2 times restriction, copying the ultimate martial arts of the same realm costs 1 time. If higher than your realm, it costs 2 times. The power of copied entries has increased by 10%. The martial arts you copy will surpass others in strength. Your gift pack has been dispatched. Please check your warehouse. The perilous nature of the spiritual energy continent weighed heavily. Li Shi hoped the host would remain true to their original aspirations and continue onward. Ever more distant on the path to becoming a top-tier powerhouse, Li Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement. At that moment, the joy of the system upgrade eclipsed even that of reaching the Dan formation stage. Finally, she had upgraded. Hastily, she began to study the changes, her gaze gradually brightening. The benefits bestowed by the system this time were indeed significant. Li Shi exhaled a heartfelt sigh of relief. Now, even when facing top-tier geniuses akin to a Tempest, she would not be without the strength to contend. This system upgrade introduced a new function. Previously, she could only copy spiritual root talents and special entries from her targets, akin to their character traits and martial arts insights. Chapter 31. Masterpiece Upgrade. Overall, these enhancements had little practical effect on Li Shi, proving somewhat superfluous. However, this time was vastly different. She could now copy the ultimate martial arts of her target, rather than merely ordinary techniques. Her combat power had received a tremendous boost. The same realm, she could copy the ultimate skills of her target twice, with skills determined randomly by the system. If she copied an ultimate skill from a target 1 realm higher than her own, she could only do so once. This was indeed a significant trump card. Most astonishingly, these ultimate martial arts could be reused. Only when Li Shi copied another martial art would the current one become ineffective. Open the gift pack, Li Shi commanded with a thought, and a stream of data materialized before her. Congratulations, you have obtained a masterpiece upgrade, applicable to multiple upgrades, boosting combat power. Warehouse, celestial weapon, Yang Jade bottle, upgradable. Masterpiece upgrade, exchangeable, exchange rate. 100 premium spiritual stones. 100 premium spiritual stones. Though Qingyun Valley is a major sect, this is still a remote continent, and gathering such an amount would be a daunting task for all. This exchange requirement seems rather steep. 1 premium spiritual stone equals 100 superior spiritual stones. 1 superior spiritual stone equals 100 medium spiritual stones. 1 can only imagine the terrifying nature of this exchange rate. It is worth noting that winning the sect's martial arts competition would yield only 100 superior spiritual stones, a sum that is still considerable for cultivators. However, this is understandable, as items eligible for upgrade are numerous. And enhancing a powerful weapon or technique would result in exponential increases in potency. Let's upgrade first. The Yang Jade bottle's level is not LOW. She decisively opted to use the masterpiece upgrade. Now was not the time for hesitation. The Yang Jade bottle upgraded successfully. Congratulations, you have obtained the Celestial Jade bottle, quasi-artifact, capable of converting spiritual energy into celestial energy, nurturing all things and accelerating spiritual transformation. What a marvelous item! Li Shi was filled with elation. The system's upgrade had delivered her a substantial surprise. She could scarcely fathom how terrifying the system would become once she reached the Yuanying, Jindan, or Huashan stages to Li Shi. I feel as though the celestial energy within the Yang Jade bottle has increased, flowing like a spring without end. What has transpired? Schwellinger's voice rang out with excitement from the spatial ring. Does this celestial energy also benefit you? Li Shi inquired, puzzled. The spirit race belonged to a cold and shadowy lineage. Celestial energy seemed to have a restraining effect, did it not? This celestial energy cannot nurture me, but it can assist me in controlling the chaotic divine body. Once my injuries are healed, with your yang jade bottle, I will be able to manage the switch of the chaotic divine body. This had long been a source of concern for Schwellinger. The activation of the chaotic divine body was not under her control. She could only sense the approximate timing of its eruption. During this period, she had to distance herself from others, lest she inadvertently cause harm. However, now, this celestial energy could effectively restrain the chaotic divine body, weakening its chaotic power and transforming it into celestial energy. The chaotic divine body was inherently a violent and domineering physique. Schwellinger could not control this force, thus finding herself driven by the chaotic divine body, leading to her behaving like a demon, uncontrollable. Now, the yang jade bottle served to help her diminish the strength of the chaotic divine body, enabling better controlled. Is this the celestial jade bottle? Suddenly, Schwellinger spoke in astonishment, tinged with disbelief. You know this? Li Shi was equally surprised. Schwellinger seemed to possess considerable knowledge. After a moment of contemplation, Schwellinger realized that her junior brother was rather extraordinary. The yang jade bottle was already a rare treasure. The celestial jade bottle was its absolute nemesis, possessing celestial energy and reaching the quasi-artifact level. The most terrifying aspect was that while the yang jade bottle could not evolve, the celestial jade bottle could transform from a quasi-artifact into a true artifact, provided it absorbed a sufficient quantity of demon spirits. Yet she distinctly remembered that Li Shi had previously possessed the yang jade bottle. How had it suddenly transformed into the celestial jade bottle? He is truly formidable. This was Schwellinger's first thought. Junior brother, the celestial jade bottle contains a set of techniques. Are you aware of this? Schwellinger suddenly remarked. Techniques? Where can I find them? Li Shi was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained composure. Realizing that the individual before him was a descendant of the Elven royal family. Furthermore, the Xinyu Baoping possessed a significant restraining effect on their kind. In matters concerning such artifacts, they indeed had a deeper understanding than he did. You entered the Xinyu Baoping with your consciousness. Within the bottle's interior lay a set of incantations, which constituted the martial arts techniques. As for the specifics of these techniques, I am uncertain, but they should not be lacking in quality. Schwellinger's voice resonated once more, revealing an unexpected delight. Li Shi chuckled. How could the techniques bestowed by this quasi-divine artifact be anything of poor caliber? In the next moment, his soul consciousness swiftly penetrated the Xinyu Baoping. Meticulously surveying his surroundings, however, he found no techniques. Instead, he was confronted by a stunning beauty. Li Shi's expression turned peculiar, slightly embarrassed. Junior sister, why are you not wearing any clothes? A breathtakingly beautiful woman was seated atop a stone. Her long, fair legs elegantly displayed, her enchanting figure igniting the imagination. It was a scene of exquisite beauty. The quality of elven women was indeed remarkable. Yet, this captivating elf was entirely unclothed. Li Shi felt a turmoil within him. His breath quickening and an overwhelming heat enveloped him. Surely, I cannot be perceived as a paragon of virtue, can I? Junior sister, please put on some clothes. If I were to act inappropriately, I hope you won't hold it against me. His face flushed crimson, and the inner demon within him swelled, impossible to suppress. Schwellinger seemed to misunderstand Li Shi's intent, responding with sincere confusion. The ethereal energy here nourishes my skin and suppresses the chaotic divine body. It feels delightful. Why would I need to wear clothes? With a look of rapture, she continued. I summoned you to observe the incantation, not to gaze upon me. What is there to admire? Gasp. Li Shi inhaled sharply. Her last statement was akin to a bombshell. This elven maiden had evidently had little interaction with humans and remained oblivious to the treachery of the human heart. However, it was somewhat understandable. Given her limited contact with humans at Qingyun Valley, where she often retreated to the spirit beast forest, as she forcefully slapped himself to regain clarity, repeatedly muttering, "Find the techniques, find the techniques, find the techniques." He struggled to shift his gaze back to the Xinyu Baoping. Indeed, inscribed upon its surface was a passage of text. Lured by the promise of martial arts, Li Shi finally redirected his attention. Chapter 32. Heavenly Rank Martial Techniques. The Xianwang Domain. Xianwang Palm, Xian Wang Staff, Xian Wang Incantation. These were all heavenly rank martial techniques. Li Shi's jaw dropped in astonishment. This was an enormous windfall. Not only did he purify the Yangyu Baoping and acquire a quasi-divine artifact, but he also obtained an entire suite of heavenly rank martial techniques and incantations. In the spiritual Qi continent, martial techniques and incantations were categorized into mortal, profound, earth, heavenly, and divine ranks. The value of heavenly rank martial techniques was evident. Leaving Li Shi astounded, "Junior sister, it seems your fourth-rank elixirs may need to be set aside for now," he said apologetically to Schwellinger, though he dared not cast his eyes upon her alluring form. She was a woman devoid of any semblance of caution or understanding of propriety, being of the elven kind, far from humanity, and thus quite normal. Their race was closer to spirit beasts, yet a tier above them. "Very well," Schwellinger replied, slightly pouting in grievance, yet she understood the significance of these martial techniques to Li Shi. After all, she was currently within the Xinyu Baoping, and thus, the matter was not excessively burdensome. "When will you assist me in refining the Xianling Dan? The Xinyu Baoping helps suppress my chaotic divine body, yet I still find myself spiraling further into a state of uncontrollable turmoil. I must hasten my recovery," Schwellinger inquired. "Once the Sect's martial arts tournament concludes, I will immediately assist you in refining the Xianling Dan. Rest assured, I will not forget my promise to you." Li Shi responded earnestly. At present, he required additional trump cards to contend with the upcoming tournament. Copying ultimate martial techniques could only be considered a single trump card. However, the top talents of Qingyun Valley were not without their own measures. Li Shi lacked powerful trump cards. While the Xinyu Baoping was a commendable asset, his current strength did not allow for its overt utilization. Now, these heavenly rank martial techniques evidently represented a more formidable trump card, granting Li Shi the capability to challenge opponents beyond his current level. With less than 7 days remaining until the sect's martial arts tournament, he must swiftly master these heavenly rank martial techniques. For others, mastering heavenly rank martial techniques might require more time than one would spend on breakthroughs. Yet for Li Shi, these concerns were trivial. With the insight, a tranquil heart and focused spirit allow for rapid comprehension of truth, and constant effort can bore through stone. With great perseverance, success is achieved. With these advantages, Li Shi's speed in mastering these heavenly rank techniques would accelerate significantly. What captivated Li Shi's attention most was the Xian Wang staff. The staff radiated a golden red hue, exuding an air of nobility, adorned with peculiar patterns. Atop the staff sat a floating blue gem. Li Shi attempted to channel his spiritual energy into the staff. In the next instant, a radiant light surged into Li Shi's being. At that moment, his cultivation rapidly ascended, reaching the mid-stage of foundation establishment in mere breaths. Is this an equivalent exchange? Li Shi was astonished. The instant he infused spiritual energy, he felt an ethereal essence simultaneously entering his body. This ethereal essence was far more potent than ordinary spiritual energy, akin to an upgraded version. As long as he infused all of his spiritual energy, he could acquire an equal amount of ethereal essence, which functioned as a secret method for swiftly enhancing one's strength, devoid of any side effects. The power of this staff was truly formidable. Li Shi had lost count of how many times he had been astonished. The staff had myriad uses. It could inscribe talismans, cast formations, and amplify potency. Formations relied fundamentally on delineating trajectories. To inscribe such trajectories, one required a magical artifact. The same applied to talismans. Typically, talismanic artifacts depended on one's own spiritual energy and incantations for activation. This was the most conventional approach, as practiced by the disciples of Qingyun Valley, who lacked magical artifacts. Such artifacts were rare and required one to rely on fortune to obtain. The crafting of formations similarly necessitated magical artifacts. Yet, the Xian Wang staff in Li Shi's possession was not only a magical artifact, but also one bestowed by a quasi-divine artifact. Utilizing talismans or formations with it would significantly enhance their power. This trump card exceeded imagination. Li Shi smiled faintly, though he felt a twinge of regret. Within the sect, he could not freely wield the staff, for such treasures were far too precious. Next, Li Shi's gaze shifted to another direction, where the incantation for the Xian Wang domain awaited. Tio practiced the Xian Wang domain. One must master the art of heavenly phenomena and earthly omens, embodying the aura of a Xian Wang. After a moment of contemplation, Li Shi's spiritual energy began to gather according to the prescribed trajectory behind him. Shortly thereafter, a phantom, equal in size to him, appeared in his wake. The surrounding space gradually became enveloped in Li Shi's spiritual energy. This aura, as Schwellinger sensed the ethereal energy emanating from Li Shi, she appeared as though she had encountered a formidable foe. Her expression shifting as she quickly distanced herself from him. In no time, Li Shi slowly opened his eyes. The Xian Wang domain was indeed no simple feat. A typical Foundation establishment cultivator attempting to utilize this skill would likely find their spiritual energy instantly depleted. Li Shi was mildly surprised. Had it not been for the ethereal essence imbued within his spiritual energy, significantly reducing the consumption required for deploying the domain, coupled with the enhancement provided by his unique traits, it would have been nearly impossible to manifest. The requirements were exceedingly high. To reach the entry level of the Xian Wang domain, one must achieve a height of spiritual energy 5 times their own to intimidate the lesser beings. This was merely the entry level. To attain peak perfection, or even transcendence, the conditions became even more stringent. He needed to reach the entry level swiftly. Taking a deep breath, Li Shi continued his practice. Within the Xianling Baoping, his spiritual energy was virtually limitless, replenishing itself at will. This was akin to a self-contained world. Truly, the quasi-divine artifact was terrifyingly powerful. After a day of practice, Li Shi's proficiency with ethereal energy reached an impressive level of mastery. Unbeknownst to him, the manifestation of the heavenly phenomena he conjured had already exceeded 5-fold. At this moment, the surrounding space was sealed by the Xian Wang domain. The domain possessed both suppressive and purifying properties. Within it, Li Shi operated as if in an uninhabited realm. Finally, I have entered the ranks. This ethereal essence is even more effective than I had imagined. Li Shi was elated, though he quickly composed himself. However, at present, my strength only allows me to utilize the entry-level Xian Wang domain. Achieving perfection will likely require the Yuan Ying stage. In the realm of celestial tears, the reputation is truly well-deserved. Over the ensuing days, Li Shi comprehensively grasped the Celestial King's Palm and the Celestial King's techniques. The Celestial King's Palm is an exceptionally potent martial skill, its might leaving Li Shi astounded. Meanwhile, the Celestial King's techniques pertain to the cultivation of celestial energy. In the future, Li Shi's training will allow him to convert the spiritual energy he absorbs into celestial energy, thereby accelerating his ascension in cultivation realms. 7 days swiftly passed. After sitting in meditation for a full half-month, Li Shi finally opened his eyes. Not far away, Mu Mingyi gazed at Li Shi, a fleeting look of astonishment crossing his eyes. This young man's strength has indeed advanced, and his aura is somewhat terrifying. Chapter 33. The martial arts tournament commences. Sensing the transformations within his body, Li Shi felt a sense of reassurance. He had now stabilized his strength at the second layer of the Foundation establishment stage. With the energy conversion of the Celestial King's scepter, he could directly reach the 7th layer of Foundation establishment. Placing him in the late stage of Foundation establishment, it was said that Jifeng had only been at the mid-stage prior, allowing Li Shi to confront him head-on in terms of cultivation realm. Suddenly, a glimmer of light emanated from Li Shi's storage ring, and a woman appeared with a flourish. Li Shi regarded Schwellinger with a peculiar look, then glanced at his master, feeling somewhat helpless. "You? How did you come out?" Thankfully, Schwellinger was already dressed, and her pointed ears had transformed to resemble those of a human. At this moment, she appeared indistinguishable from a human, much like the first time Li Shi had encountered her. It was unexpected that this woman possessed 3 distinct forms, which was rather astonishing. "I'm just getting some fresh air. Moreover, today marks the sect's martial arts tournament, so of course, I must attend. Little junior brother, you must perform admirably." Schwellinger beamed with a radiant smile. "Master, she is also a disciple of our Qingyun Valley," Li Shi stammered, feeling the weight of Mu Mingyi's curious gaze. He was at a loss for how to explain. "I recognize her. She's the elven girl brought back by Qingyun." "I knew that at first glance," Mu Mingyi replied with a faint smile, waving his hand dismissively. "In truth, I am already like a ghost. I have no interest in the affairs of you young ones. Go forth and prove to me that you are worthy of the inheritance." Li Shi remained silent, bowing deeply to Mu Mingyi once more. "Master, I will take my leave." The main hall. Typically, this is where the elders of the inner and outer sect convene to deliberate, a place both sacred and solemn. Under ordinary circumstances, Ordinary disciples are forbidden from entering. However, today, the hall was bustling with activity, with disciples from both the inner and outer sects gathered around. On the elevated platform above, a group of elders convened, with the sect leader, Qingyun Ji, positioned at the center. The atmosphere was charged with excitement as the disciples eagerly discussed the upcoming tournament. The rewards for this sect competition were exceedingly generous: 100 high-grade spirit stones, along with the opportunity to select suitable spiritual weapons from the sect's treasure vault. Indeed, those spiritual weapons are no trifles. They are imbued with spiritual energy, and it is said that even the lowest tier of these weapons has reached the 4th tier spirit enhancement level point, 100 high-grade spirit stones. Goodness, it takes me a month to earn 30 mid-grade spirit stones. How long will it take to save that much? This time, the champion's usual contender did not show up, so Jifeng is likely to secure the victory. Absolutely, among these talented disciples, he is the most formidable. On the elevated platform, the elders engaged in discussions regarding their respective disciples and chief students who would be participating. What are your thoughts on this martial arts tournament? Inquired one inner sect elder with a smile, initiating the conversation. Another elder, stroking his white beard, chuckled. Naturally, the first place will be claimed by the eldest disciple of the Grand Elder, Jifeng. He has been at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment for quite some time, standing head and shoulders above his peers. Given the time that has passed, he must have reached the late stage of Foundation establishment, nearing the peak. Indeed, achieving such heights at a young age is truly extraordinary, surpassing even us old fogies. The child of the third elder, Qihua, is also impressive. He must have reached the late stage of Foundation establishment as well. Who can say? These prodigies typically do not reveal their cultivation levels easily. I believe Li Lingling has a chance to contend for first place as well. She is currently the most favored disciple of Elder Fengqin and has attained the level of a 4th-tier talisman master. Among the elders, a red-haired old man listened to the discussion about Qihua, a faint smile gracing his lips. Jifeng is strong? Ha! My son Qihua is truly unmatched. Nearby, Elder Fengqin gazed at the beautiful young woman clad in purple before him, her eyes sparkling with delight. This was her most cherished disciple, to whom she had imparted nearly all her skills. The young woman demonstrated immense talent, not only in cultivation but also in the art of talismans. At such a young age, she had already attained the status of a 4th-tier talisman master, with her own cultivation reaching the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, meeting the average level of the elders. Li Lingling, after a decade of honing your skills, you must perform splendidly this time. Although Jifeng and Qihua may surpass you in realm, do not allow them to overshadow your brilliance. Li Lingling remained calm, her demeanor as serene as an ice mountain lotus. Rest assured, master. The martial arts tournament evaluates more than just realm. Strategy and skill are equally crucial. I will not be outdone by them. On the other side, Gu Yuan turned to Ru Shueqing. Qinger, I was once the youngest Yuan Ing stage cultivator in the sect. As my disciple, you must not bring shame upon your master in this competition. Are you? Shueqing puffed out her chest confidently, her face brimming with self-assurance. Master, do not underestimate me. I have successfully reached the Foundation establishment stage, and this time, I will make those who looked down on me regret it. Yu Yuan felt a bead of sweat forming. It seemed his disciple was aware of her own superficiality. In truth, Ru Shueqing possessed decent talent, being endowed with a supreme water spirit root. Yu Yuan was well aware that, in terms of innate ability, his disciple was not inferior to him. The bloodline of the Ice Sovereign. This lineage hails from the mysterious northern regions, specifically from the Ice and Snow sect. Yu Yuan speculated that it was related to Ru Shueqing's family background. Yet he chose not to pry. He only knew that Ru Shueqing was his disciple. Unfortunately, despite her exceptional talent, she lacked diligence in her training, preferring to indulge in self-adornment each day. Meanwhile, Qingyun Ji smiled at Grand Elder Qingfeng. Grand Elder, it seems this time victory is almost assured for you. I have been observing Jifeng's cultivation progress, and it is indeed somewhat astonishing. In just a few short months, he has reached this level. The revival of our Qingyun Valley is within reach. At his side, the white-haired Grand Elder Qingfeng maintained a calm demeanor, a hint of nostalgia in his gaze. Sect leader, your disciple is the true dragon among men. However, I wonder if he will manage to return in time. The gap between him and Jifeng is not insignificant. Hearing this, Qingyun Ji chuckled softly and fell silent, gazing into the distance. At this moment, Li Shi had also arrived at the front of the main hall with Xue Linger. The presiding ninth elder stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Under his imposing presence, the disciples dared not utter a word. The hall fell into an instant silence. If one were to ask which elder instilled the greatest fear within Qingyun Valley, they would unhesitatingly point to the ninth elder, and even the prodigious disciples were no exception. The ninth elder was the head of the punishment hall. As the atmosphere quieted, he leisurely began to speak. The sect's martial arts tournament officially commences.